All right. It's time. It's time to cover not the debate. The debate's not happening yet. We're covering Dean Withers and what Dean Withers did. Now, I don't really know what Dean Withers did, if I'm going to be entirely real. But I was told to start with this video.
This video might get me into legal trouble, but you guys gave me a platform for
tour. We'll see what's happening. We'll see if I'm vindicated. So, Chad, if you don't know, oh, my alert box is on. Let me turn that back on.
I live when I believe.
Katie Ellis just subscribed.
Katie, thank you for the
2 years old.
2-year resubscription. 2 years old. Terrible twos. Katie's gonna start doing terrible twos things now. All right, let's continue with the Dean Withers and what he has going on, and then we'll get to the debate a little bit later. I'm actually taking off work to cover this. Don't worry about my life. Worry about yourself.
I'm not going to take that for granted. Fucking ever. Remember that. Remember that. I know who gave me this platform. I'm on my way to Texas for the Unfuck America tour. Basically, they sponsored a trip for a bunch of us creators to go and fuck with Charlie Kirk at Texas A&M. And at first,
Wait,
I was a little apprehensive.
Why didn't they sponsor a trip for me?
To take it because I don't like the Jubilee fucking we're here to debate. I'm not gonna platform conservatives, whatever, like stupid bullshit, right? I don't.
Something new happened with Dean. We're talking about it. Chat, just listen and pay attention. Listen, pay attention.
But a lot of my friends, people that I've grown to like on this app, who are very intelligent, were going, and I was like, oh wow, okay, cool. So maybe this is something completely different. I ended up signing on, right? Turns out the lead organizer, who was horrible at organizing, by the way, I want to point that out, had no clue, still have no clue what the fuck we're even going there to do. I actually have a whole other plan planned. I don't know what the fuck anybody else is doing, but I'm going there to do something actually dope as fuck. But anyway, the lead organizer, turns out she's incredibly racist. She hopped on a live last night where a bunch of black women, women creators on this app.
Okay, send me this live. Send me this live, please, please. What is it called? Just. Chat, if someone can find me this and send me the link, I need to see.
Obviously, in the political space, we're a little.
He's in the Discord. Did you send me a guys are at the bottom? Why are they jackhammering right outside my window? Because they deleted it when people were screen recorded, I think. If you don't hear it, I hear it. Well, this is the full live, isn't it? Thank you. Yeah, this is the full thing.
This could have been. Hold on. This I might have to do it like on the other screen thingy.
Wait, are we okay? Is she going to be on this live the entire time? Do we have to sit here and watch her watch the live?
Or anything like that? I think he was saying that.
Oh, she's a part of the live. Okay.
That was it.
Okay. I think the page that I sent Isaac clips that are important. I don't know who the lead organizer is. And who are all these people? I'm so freaking confused. Okay, let's just see what Peyton has to say.
Get the Henny.
Stop normalizing chuds. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. I agree. Stop normalizing chuds. She's not confused as me. Me too. It's Dean's mom, isn't it? Wait, is who Dean's mom? The organizer is Dean's mom? That doesn't sound right. It's not? Okay. Should I just be saying stuff sometimes?
Women creators on this app who are obviously in the political space were a little upset, voicing their concern. She hopped on a live last night where a bunch of black women, women creators on this app who are obviously in the political space were a little upset, voicing their concerns, talking about how they felt about the Unfuck America tour. And the lead organizer didn't like that very much, and so she hopped on there to spew, anti-black rhetoric, especially towards black women, making them sound like bullies and aggressive, and it was really gross. It was really gross. There's no way you watch this and don't think she's racist, by the way. Like, I went into it going like, what happened? Is this a, you know what I mean? Like, I need to make
Okay, well, I will now go into it thinking like, what happened, so my mind is not tainted. Because maybe this is like a case of like libs being libs, right? Maybe this is a case of libs being libs and not actually reminiscent of, like actual racism, right?
It's like, it's sad.
Bye, Chris. Thank you for coming up here. Appreciate it.
Oh, bye. What's sad is that
Z,
it feels...
that's the part of it right here. 1 second.
Okay, perfect. It's sad that like what these
When Z's bottom right first joins, comes up defensive.
black people, I think Hannah was trying to say, I'm not sure, but what they're trying to do isn't at the forefront of this. It's apparently to get register voters now.
Yeah, before
stop.
Hey Z, before you go,
Oh my God.
before
Thanks
you
for the
go,
support. It's great. It's great to see that the left is finally coming together.
hey,
Okay. The tour is a scam. Okay, there's a difference between something being a scam and something being unproductive. And so I'm going to listen to this and I'm going to make my own determination. But I will say, coming in being like, well, guys, thank you for the support. Wow, I'm glad to see the left is not eating itself again. Which, do you not realize how similar it is to people, even in Hassan's community, who were saying that exact same thing to me when I levied my, not even that strong criticism about platforming Dean? How it immediately turns into like the left eating the left, and how, the left is not supporting the left, and this is why we get nothing done. Whenever a black person comes with a little bit of critique about the way that some of the things that the left is doing may not be as, anti-racist as it thinks it is, I think that's just pure, off of the first 30 seconds I've seen, that just jumps out as a white person response to black people levying some level of critique against, anti-blackness on the left.
I wasn't done speaking. I apologize,
This is
Z.
another white TM
I want to make sure. No, Z. I want to hear from them. This is their campaign. This is their thing. I would love to hear from you, Z. But I was in the middle of speaking, and I'm actually going to put myself back on big screen, so there's no confusion. Sorry about that. All right. So just to clarify once again, want y'all to come up here, speak your piece and everything and all that, right? We'll try to be as respectful and everything. And I'm really not liking the fact that in the comments,
Okay, so is the beef the fact that of the people invited there were no black women? Is that what the contention is? Because I don't know what that's part of it, something along those lines. Okay, the reason why I ask is this is like a normal thing, by the way. I hear freaking jackhammering. This is like a normal thing on the left that happens all the time. It just seems like black voices, specifically black women, are skipped over when it comes to opportunities that are provided to people on the left, and why we always seem to like focus on and adhere to and strive towards the, predominantly cis white straight male voices. Right? And then the response is always, oh, these are the biggest creators, right? These are the biggest creators, so we wanted the biggest names. It was not because we're racist, right? It's not because we're racist. It's just they were the biggest creators and they were the biggest names, and they are, and it makes sense to have the most eyeballs on the tour because just to get the biggest creators, and that's why it looked the way it does. It's not because we were like excluding black women, right? Not acknowledging the fact that these, cis white straight male creators are often the biggest voices because they are cis white straight males. Therefore, when you are, especially if you're trying to be inclusive, right, you must then at least attempt to rectify that dynamic by going with somebody who may not be as big, right, in the effort to, you know, be diverse, right? Because otherwise it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Otherwise, it's only the biggest people get the most opportunities, and those people happen to be cis white straight males because they happen to be the biggest, because they happen to get the most opportunities, because they are cis white straight males. And you will never have an opportunity where anybody who is marginalized of any degree are the biggest voices in this specific space because they never get opportunities because they are not marginalized. Which is exactly what I was criticizing in my Dean video. Yeah. The purpose of the tour is essentially following Charlie Kirk around and debating him at colleges, which I think is like, I think it's dumb. It's a dumb use of money. First of all, I want to know who's funding this. Like, who's funding the tour? Like, what, oh my goodness, that's so freaking annoying. What, funder is bankrolling this tour in order to push for that outcome specifically? Sakuga, thank you for the 22-month free subscription. Funder, and who's the lady on the bottom right is? Apparently she was like a nobody, right? She had like 30,000 followers on TikTok or something, which is like nothing. What does that have to do with Jubilee? They took a lot of Jubilee adjacent creators, right? Dean Withers, Parker, a lot of like the Jubilee debate brosphere, which are like the biggest voices on the left, people who like speak for the left on like Jubilee and stuff of that nature. I don't know, it's like debate Charlie Kirk. You feel me? More importantly, without minority voices brought into the spotlight, the left will have blind spots. I mean, this is indicative of that. Wait, is this the Dean stuff? Yes, we haven't gotten how Dean is specifically involved. But right now we're just talking about the tour itself and the creator of the tour, or the organizer of the tour. Dean apparently gets involved at some point. Which is what I'm curious about.
It's like suddenly you guys forgot why we are having this conversation.
I mean, I don't even know, so please explain this to me.
It's not the fact that this is going to be hosted. It's whether it's going to be a net negative or whether it's going to be quote unquote harmful or more positive. That is the entire point of the conversation. We're not
funded by a PAC. Which PAC? That's a very important question, right? National Ground Game PAC. Okay, where do they get their money from? This is like a follow the money situation, right? Because their money has to come from somewhere, right? It's Z's PAC? Yeah, again, sure. Where is she getting funded? Right? Where is she getting funded? Like, yeah, they have $400,000 and just list other receipts, and they've spent $250,000. This is from the FEC website. But like, I want to know who the funders are. Let me see. Okay, a lot of Act Blue donations. A lot of Act Blue donations, actually. Okay, but like, okay, this doesn't answer the question. Here, I'll show you what I see. Right? They are funded a lot by Act Blue. Like, but Act Blue is not a funder. Act Blue is a facilitator of donations. Right? So that means people give money to Act Blue, and then Act Blue gives money to this organization. So we don't know. They got it from TikTok? I don't think they raised $300,000 from TikTok. I'm gonna be entirely real. With no infrastructure. Like, where is their TikTok? The organizer has 30,000 followers. We raised $30,000 so they're $300,000 from grassroots donors on TikTok. You got 30 folks on the ground registering votes now. I mean, maybe if like Dean Withers is like, let me see. Does Dean have this Act Blue in his profile? No. Okay. Okay, now I'm confused. Because raising money is hard. And it's not like these people have an insane following. Right? Raising money is very difficult. Like, she has 70,000 followers now, which, cool. But I do not believe this is grassroots money. Like, genuinely. Genuinely. I don't believe it's grassroots money. Because, like, what would they have to show for it? What would they... $300,000 from an account with 30,000 followers is not happening? Exactly. Exactly. That's not happening. Did the TikTok bros like Dean write checks through Act Blue? No. Dean I don't think Dean is paying or bankrolling this to happen. I think they're getting money from funders. Like foundation, like institutional funders. That creators fundraising for Palestine has seen even close to that. You're incorrect. Creators for Palestine got like 2.7 million, but that's with like Hassan helping fundraise, right? That's Hassan and like dozens upon dozens of multi-million follower creators across YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, all fundraising into a single pot, right? And only then, after like months, they got like 2.7 million. You know what I mean? We're talking about, again, I need to see.
Bon just subscribed.
I need to see what other. Here, I'm doing. Okay, I'm now invested to figure this out. I need to see what accounts are. Wait, Isaiah Martin. That's just a different Act Blue. Also, I don't know why this is in Chinese. Let's see. Let me just check this. But they have 40,000 followers on TikTok, but that's not anything. They have to be getting money from somewhere. I don't believe it's grassroots. I don't believe it.
Friends, I have some really...
I don't believe it. Genuinely, I do not believe it. I think they are getting money from somewhere else. I think they're getting money from somewhere else. It's a drug front. Unfuck America is DNC backed. I don't have any proof or evidence to say that, but I do think they're getting money from institutional funders. Also, why does this one transaction show up 70 different times? I also don't understand that. And this one also shows up 70 different times. This is the same transaction. It's the same day. So does this one. Okay, hold on. You're telling me in February, in the span of a week, they got 150, 180, $200,000? From where? All grassroots in the span of like 1 month. From February to the end of March. Maybe it's one obsessed donor, then that's not grassroots. If it's one donor that can give $200,000, that's not grassroots. And it only says Act Blue because Act Blue is the facilitator of the donations, right? So we're not going to know where the individual sources are coming from. Because it could very well be an institutional donor, like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that gave $50,000 to $60,000 to $80,000, but through Act Blue so that it doesn't show up in the transactions. Is there a limit? Like, can you put like $100,000? Yeah, you could. They didn't stop me. It didn't stop me from putting in $100,000. I do not believe this is grassroots. I don't believe it. Do not believe it. Untraceable donation source of unlimited size. Yeah. Do not believe it. Like, using Act Blue isn't inherently bad or wrong, right? But like, then claiming that it's like grassroots funded in like to the tune, like, okay, I need to know. I now I am invested to figure this out. When this Instagram account, their Instagram account isn't available, apparently. Wait, sorry, the Instagram account here isn't available. For National Ground Game, their Instagram isn't available. What about their TikTok? Okay, so National Ground Game, which is bankrolling the tour, doesn't have a Instagram. It's not available. The TikTok redirects to the organizer, not an official TikTok. The Blue Sky is this Blue Sky with 1,200 followers. Wait, why do they have a Google Play Store link? It's Soul Strategies. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. So, okay, Soul Strategies is they're funded in the exact same way, right? But they do on the ground game things. Right, where their money comes from, I don't know. But that makes sense. That makes sense. So like, National Ground Game is like a subsidiary of Soul Strategies, which is putting on the Unfuck America tour. Do you think that they're sus? It depends on what you mean by sus. So it's legit or not? It's not grassroots funded. Like that I can tell you. So I'm assuming that Soul Strategies is the 501c3 of or to the National Ground Game PAC. Right? And so this is the problem with the whole like nonprofit industrial complex, is that it is shady inherently. So if you're asking me like, is this a scam? The question is like, is this like more of a scam than normal like nonprofit industrial complex thing? Right? It's like there will be like a PAC side, there's a 501c3 side and a 501c4 side, right? Where 501c4 deals with like endorsements directly with campaigns, there's compliance stuff with that. 501c3s deal with like normal like nonprofit, nonpartisan things. And the PAC is the money funnel, if you will, right? So it's not unheard of, right? But it's not grassroots. Right? So the answer is, right, I found the answer about why or who the backing is. I think they're backing themselves. I think they're shuffling money that they get from institutional funders from Soul Strategies, right? And funneling this in to National Ground Game PAC in order to pay for this tour. So when you see these giant donation dollars coming in, right? I think some of it is from Act Blue, from individual donors, but I think most of it, if it's not directly from institutional funders, I think it's coming from Soul Strategies bankrolling this project through the PAC. Does that make sense? But it's not grassroots. I think that's a lie. So Strategies, National Ground Game, their PAC, Active Blue Layers for mostly Soul Strategies, Unfuck America. I think it's the other way around. So it's Soul Strategies, right? Act Blue, National Ground Game, Unfuck America. Basically left pocket, right pocket shit. Yes. Yeah. Essentially. But it's not grassroots. This isn't even the most consequential thing, right? I think Soul Strategies is like an advertising agency for politics. They don't fund, they arrange funding. Maybe. Right? So it may not be like they have like a bank account, which again, they might, I don't know. Right? But they also may just be taking funding from or directing people to their PAC. As like the PAC itself is like the funding of Soul Strategies. So instead of sending money from Soul Strategies to National Ground Game PAC, they're just sending funders to just give their money to National Ground Game PAC because that's how they pay for all of their endeavors and their ventures, through the PAC. You know what I mean? But yeah, like they do pay for, yeah, you're totally right, Chad. Like they do pay money during campaigns. But I guess if they did give, well, this is only for 2023. So we won't know if Soul Strategies is funding or funneling money into National Ground Game until 2026, essentially. Right? I think Mary Williams' part is funny. It is funny. But we won't know if it's going and being funneled into Especially abdem exclusive of both sides. I don't know. Hold on, give me 1 second. Here, enjoy this TikTok.
Saying don't have it. We're not saying don't have the tour. We're not saying that we disagree with the tour, right? I think it's great. I think it's going to be funny. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some great things that are going to be talked about. But the conversation is also about how marginalized people are going to possibly experience, like what they're going to experience after the tour, or what's actually going to be happening during the tour. You guys aren't actually listening to us, and that is the issue.
The
you
fact
guys
that these two white boys are the headliners.
You guys are putting words in our mouth when we've been very clear and particular about what we've been trying to say.
But when you say,
Z, I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking about you.
Y'all will fucking holler. Shut up.
I wasn't talking about you, Z. I was just saying other people in the comments. I don't think you said shit about like me or anything.
Sorry, I think it's happening again where when we say these two white boys at the front, people's cognitive dissonance goes, I don't know what you're saying.
Right,
I don't
they
know.
make it seem like we're talking shit about them. Exactly.
They genuinely think that like why are you talking? We're not talking to you.
Can you pretend?
Like
Shane's been quiet this entire time. I don't understand why you can't do the same.
Okay.
Yeah, and Shane. Yeah. Shane, technically, Z, before you go, Shane has been here first, so I would love to hear from them.
I do not mind waiting. I do not mind waiting because I would rather let it marinate, and I would like to say something to speak on things.
Like, it's sad.
Bye, Chris. Thank you for coming up here. Appreciate it.
Oh, bye. What's sad is that
Z,
it feels...
that's the part of it right here. 1 second.
Okay, perfect. It's sad that, like, what these black people... I think Hannah was trying to say, I'm not sure, but what they're trying to do isn't at the forefront of this. It's apparently to get register voters now.
Yeah, before you go,
oh my God. Thanks for the support. It's great. It's great to see that the left is finally coming together.
Hey, I wasn't done speaking. I apologize,
This is
Z.
another white tea.
I want to make sure. No, Z. I want to hear from them. This is their campaign. This is their thing. I would love to hear from you, Z. But I was in the middle of speaking, and I'm actually going to put myself back on big screen, so there's no confusion. Sorry about that. All right. So just to clarify once again, want y'all to come up here, speak your piece and everything and all that, right? We'll try to be as respectful and everything. And I'm really not liking the fact that in the comments, it's like suddenly you guys forgot why we are having this conversation. It's not the fact that this is going to be hosted. It's whether it's going to be a net negative or whether it's going to be quote unquote harmful or more positive. That is the entire point of the conversation. We're not saying don't have it. We're not saying don't have the tour. We're not saying that we disagree with the tour. Right. I think it's great. I think it's going to be funny. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some great things that are going to be talked about. But the conversation is also about how marginalized people are going to possibly experience, like what they're going to experience after the tour, or what's actually going to be happening during the tour. You guys aren't actually listening to us, and that is the issue.
The fact that these two white boys are the headliners.
You guys are putting words in our mouth when we've been very clear and particular about what we've been trying to say.
But when you say,
Z, I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking about you.
Y'all will fucking holler. Shut up.
I wasn't talking about you, Z. I was just saying other people in the comments. I don't think you said shit about like me or anything.
Sorry, I think it's happening again where when we say these two white boys at the front, people's cognitive dissonance goes, I don't know what you're saying.
Right, they make it seem like we're talking shit about them. Exactly.
They genuinely think that like why are you talking? We're not talking to you.
Can you pretend? Like Shane's been quiet this entire time. I don't understand why you can't do the same.
Okay. Yeah, and Shane. Yeah. Shane, technically, Z, before you go, Shane has been here first, so I would love to hear from them.
I do not mind waiting. I do not mind waiting because I would rather let it marinate, and I would like to say something to speak on things.
Like, it's sad.
Bye, Chris. Thank you for coming up here. Appreciate it.
Oh, bye. What's sad is that
Z,
it feels...
that's the part of it right here. 1 second.
Okay, perfect. It's sad that, like, what these black people... I think Hannah was trying to say, I'm not sure, but what they're trying to do isn't at the forefront of this. It's apparently to get register voters now.
Yeah, before you go.
Oh my God. Thanks for the support. It's great. It's great to see that the left is finally coming together.
Hey, I wasn't done speaking. I apologize,
This is
Z.
another white tea.
I want to make sure. No, Z. I want to hear from them. This is their campaign. This is their thing. I would love to hear from you, Z. But I was in the middle of speaking, and I'm actually going to put myself back on big screen, so there's no confusion. Sorry about that. All right, so just to clarify once again, want y'all to come up here, speak your piece and everything and all that, right? We'll try to be as respectful and everything. And I'm really not liking the fact that in the comments, it's like suddenly you guys forgot why we are having this conversation. It's not the fact that this is going to be hosted. It's whether it's going to be a net negative or whether it's going to be quote unquote harmful or more positive. That is the entire point of the conversation. We're not saying don't have it. We're not saying don't have a tour. We're not saying that we disagree with the tour. Right? I think it's great. I think it's going to be funny. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some great things that are going to be talked about. But the conversation is also about how marginalized people are going to possibly experience, like what they're going to experience after the tour, or what's actually going to be happening during the tour. You guys aren't actually listening to us, and that is the issue.
The
you
fact
guys
that these two white boys are the headliners.
You guys are putting words in our mouth when we've been very clear and particular about what we've been trying to say.
But when you say,
I wasn't talking about you.
Y'all will fucking holler. Shut up.
I wasn't talking about you, Z. I was just saying other people in the comments. I don't think you said shit about like me or anything.
Sorry, I think it's happening again where when we say these two white boys at the front, people's cognitive dissonance goes, I don't know what you're saying.
Right, they make it seem like we're talking shit about them. Exactly.
They genuinely think that like we. Why are you talking? We're not talking to you.
Can you
like
Shane's been quiet this entire time. I don't understand why you can't do the same.
Okay,
yeah, and Shane. Yeah. Shane, technically, Z, before you go, Shane has been here first, so I would love to hear from them.
I do not mind waiting. I do not mind waiting because I would rather let it marinate, and I would like to say something to speak on things.
Like, it's sad.
Bye, Chris. Thank you for coming up here. Appreciate it.
Oh, bye. What's sad is that
Z,
it feels...
that's the part of this right here. 1 second.
Okay, perfect. It's sad that, like, what these black people... I think Hannah was trying to say, I'm not sure, but what they're trying to do isn't at the forefront of this. It's apparently to get register voters now.
Yeah, before you go.
Oh my God. Thanks for the support. It's great. It's great to see that the left is finally coming together.
Hey, I wasn't done speaking. I apologize, Z.
This is another white tea.
I want to make sure. No, Z. I want to hear from them. This is their campaign. This is their thing. I would love to hear from you, Z. But I was in the middle of speaking, and I'm actually going to put myself back on big screen, so there's no confusion. Sorry about that. All right. So just to clarify once again, want y'all to come up here, speak your piece and everything and all that, right? We'll try to be as respectful and everything. And I'm really not liking the fact that in the comments, it's like suddenly you guys forgot why we are having this conversation. It's not the fact that this is going to be hosted. It's whether it's going to be a net negative or whether it's going to be quote unquote harmful or more positive. That is the entire point of the conversation. We're not saying don't have it. We're not saying don't have a tour. We're not saying that we disagree with the tour. Right? I think it's great. I think it's going to be funny. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some great things that are going to be talked about. But the conversation is also about how marginalized people are going to possibly experience, like what they're going to experience after the tour, or what's actually going to be happening during the tour. You guys aren't actually listening to us, and that is the issue.
The fact that these two white boys are the headliners.
You guys are putting words in our mouth when we've been very clear and particular about what we've been trying to say.
But when you say,
Z, I wasn't talking about you.
Y'all will fucking holler. Shut up.
I wasn't talking about you, Z. I was just saying other people in the comments. I don't think you said shit about like me or anything.
Sorry, I think it's happening again where when we say these two white boys at the front, people's cognitive dissonance goes, I don't know what you're saying.
Right, they make it seem like we're talking shit about them. Exactly.
They genuinely think that like we... Why are you talking? We're not talking to you.
Can you Shane's been quiet this entire time. I don't understand why you can't do the same.
Okay, yeah, and Shane, Shane, technically, Z, before you go, Shane has been here first, so I would love to hear from them.
I do not mind waiting. I do not mind waiting because I would rather let it marinate, and I would like to say something to speak on things.
Like, it's sad.
Bye, Chris. Thank you for coming up here. Appreciate it.
Oh, bye. What's sad is that
Z,
it feels...
that's the part of this right here. 1 second.
Okay, perfect. It's sad that, like, what these black people... I think Hannah was trying to say, I'm not sure, but what they're trying to do isn't at the forefront of this. It's apparently to get register voters now.
Yeah, before you go.
Oh my God. Thanks for the support. It's great. It's great to see that the left is finally coming together.
Hey, I wasn't done speaking. I apologize,
This is
Z.
another white tea. I'm gonna be.
I want to make sure. No, Z. I want to hear from them. This is their campaign. This is their thing. I would love to hear from you, Z. But I was in the middle of speaking, and I'm actually going to put myself back on big screen, so there's no confusion. Sorry about that. All right. So just to clarify, once again, want y'all to come up here, speak your piece and everything and all that, right? We'll try to be as respectful and everything. And I'm really not liking the fact that in the comments, it's like suddenly you guys forgot why we are having this conversation. It's not the fact that this is going to be hosted. It's whether it's going to be a net negative or whether it's going to be quote unquote harmful or more positive. That is the entire point of the conversation. We're not saying don't have it. We're not saying don't have the tour. We're not saying that we disagree with the tour. Right. I think it's great. I think it's going to be funny. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some great things that are going to be talked about. But the conversation is also about how marginalized people are going to possibly experience, like what they're going to experience after the tour or what's actually going to be happening during the tour. You guys aren't actually listening to us. And that is the issue.
The
you
fact
guys
that
are
these two white boys are the headliners.
You guys are putting words in our mouth when we've been very clear in particular about what we've been trying to say.
But when you say,
Z, I wasn't talking about you.
Y'all will fucking holler. Shut up.
I wasn't talking about you, Z. I was just saying other people in the comments. I don't think you said shit about like me or anything.
Sorry, I think it's happening again where when we say these two white boys at the front, people's cognitive dissonance goes, I don't know what you're saying.
Right, they make it seem like we're talking shit about them.
Sorry, I'm back. I'm so ready to quit, chat. I'm so ready to quit. Anyway.
That's okay.
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying.
Okay. Chat, this is a different video. So, okay. Back on topic. So I just want to know what her beef. Okay, I do have to play this video again.
It's like it's
going to be talked about, but the conversation is also about how marginalized people are going to possibly experience. We're not saying don't have a tour. We're not saying that.
I haven't watched this video yet. Okay, I'm sorry.
Agree with the tour, right? I think that it's whether it's going to be a net negative or whether it's going to be quote unquote harmful or more positive. That is the entire point of the conversation. We're not saying don't have it. We're not saying don't have a tour. We're not saying that we disagree with the tour, right? I think it's great. I think it's going to be funny. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some great things that are going to be talked about. But the conversation
totally unrelated. Can a single person go on strike, or is that technically just quitting?
It's also about how marginalized people are going to possibly experience, like what they're going to experience after the tour or what's actually going to be happening during the tour. You guys aren't actually listening to us, and that is the issue.
Not an effective strike? No, you think I'm not effective? Chat, they can't do anything without me. I'm going to be entirely real. I am the entire, not the entire organization. I am a solid portion of it.
These two white boys
left.
are the headliners.
You guys are putting words in our mouth when we've been very clear in particular about what we've been trying to say.
But when you say,
Z, I wasn't talking.
Be a single person strike if they're important enough and hard enough to replace quickly. So it's a strike, hunger strike, same person, for example. Okay, I'm gonna ask you by the virtue of the definition of the word strike, just by virtue of legality. Or are you looking like The Weeknd from The Idol? I don't even think I look like The Weeknd from The Idol. The Weeknd looks like me from The Idol, if I'm being real. What is the Weeknd song? I need a Weeknd song. Blinding Lights. How'd that one go?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you.
Y'all will fucking holler. Shut up.
I wasn't talking about you, Z. I was just saying other people in the comments. I don't think you said shit about like me or anything.
Sorry, I think it's happening again where when we say these two white boys at the front, people's cognitive dissonance goes, I don't know what you're saying.
Right,
I don't
they
know.
make it seem like we're talking.
I'm okay. TikTok, I don't even know what's being said here, bro. I don't even know who's talking. Who is talking? Who is talking?
That's the issue.
The
You
fact
guys
that
are
these two
actively
white
making
boys
it
are the
seem you guys are
headliners.
putting the tour. You guys are actually listening to us, and that is the issue.
The
You guys
fact that
are
these two
actively
white
making
boys
it
are the
seem you guys are putting words in our mouth when we've been very clear and particular about what we've been trying to say.
But when you say,
Z, I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking about you.
Y'all will fucking holler. Shut up.
I wasn't talking about you, Z. I was just saying other people in the comments. I don't think you said shit about like me or anything.
Sorry, I think it's happening again where when we say these two white boys at the front, people's cognitive dissonance goes, I don't know what you're saying.
Right,
I don't
they
know.
make it seem like we're talking shit about them. Exactly.
They genuinely think that like we. Why are you talking? We're not talking to you.
Can you
Okay.
like Shane's been quiet this entire time. I don't understand why you can't do the same.
Okay,
Yeah, and Shane. Yeah. Shane, technically, Z, before you go, Shane has been here first, so I would love to hear from them.
I do not mind waiting. I do not mind waiting
really-
because I would
I
rather
appreciate it.
let it marinate. And I
Yeah,
would
Shane
like.
does not mind waiting, chat. Okay.
That's okay.
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying.
In general.
Let's not do it.
I know. It's just as soon as I came down
Everything
on the
about
panel,
you.
you already were going crazy at me. But okay.
But I don't. She wasn't saying anything. She was
Okay,
muted.
So I'm
I'm
just gonna.
crazy. Let's not do that.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I don't
Okay.
like.
So the issue that I see here, and the problem is that, okay, there's a few problems. Number one, Z can't keep their mouth shut. We are firmly in TikTok drama, so I'm gonna go in TikTok drama mode. Z can't keep their mouth shut. They can't stop talking for a second, right? Because when Z claps back, all of the people in the call clap back at them, and then it becomes a whole circle jerk of people clapping back at each other. You know what I mean? Like, the organizer of this call here is trying to like be like, okay, let's just get through something. But Z just kind of pops off at the mouth of a snide comment, which then causes the rest of the people here to pop back at Z for a snide comment, right? And then nothing productive happens, right? Nothing productive is going on.
Like that, Z. Let me make this very clear. No.
Already were going crazy at me, but okay.
But I don't.
Z's basically like, well, I just joined and everybody started yelling at me instead of being like, you know, I understand where all the feelings are coming from here. Let me just internalize, right? And put that to the side. Let me address what the actual concerns are, right? Z is so ready to like be defensive that like when people are angry and upset, maybe rightfully, maybe wrongfully, I don't know. I don't know the situation so far. Z has not given their takes, right? But like they jump out on people who are like upset and making them more upset and then turning around and then commenting on the fact that they're upset. Like you can't make a snide remark at somebody and then when they clap back at you, be like, oh, and everybody's yelling at me now. Of course, you know, this is what I expected. You know what I mean?
She wasn't saying anything. She was
Okay,
muted.
So I'm just
like
gonna.
crazy. Let's not do that.
Wait, hold
Let's
on.
not do
Wait,
that.
I don't like that, Z. Let me make this very clear. No, Julianne came up after I already let you up, to be fair. Second of all, the reason why you were getting...
was Shane.
Second of all, the reason why you got any energy from any of us, particularly me, because I was the one that first to mute you, was because you completely cut off what I was trying to say to be antagonistic, specifically, towards like what we were trying to talk about in here.
Well, I do think that this live is antagonistic. But anyway, I'm just going to say my piece and I'm going to drop.
Like that was unnecessary. You know what I mean? Just address the concern. If you're trying to join this live to have a fight, that's what you're getting, right? That's what you're getting, right? Z's joined this live to fight with people. That's it. They've joined this live to fight. You can't say that and say, but anyway, and act like they should move on. Exactly. Like, you have people who have concerns, and if you want to address the concerns, right, then put your ego to the side for a second. You are the organizer of this event. You are the target of the criticism, right? Put your ego to the side for a second and address the concerns. You can't just be like, well, I feel like I'm being attacked by everybody here, but it's fine, it's whatever. And expect people to not address that. Just don't do a snide remark. Just do what you're here to do. If you're here to fight, then do that. You know what I mean? But if you're here to like hear what people are saying and then address and combat the false narratives, then do that too.
Okay, wait, hold on. So you don't want to have a conversation about this at all?
Thank you, exactly.
See? I actually, we're all here because literally the questions, I'm not sure how long have you been in here, by the way?
So I've only been in here for about 10 minutes. When you guys were yelling at Hannah, I came in. So I haven't
is this the person? I'm sorry.
Okay, no.
Can I ask a question? Is this the person that is behind the tour?
Yes. Yeah, that's why I said that. Perfect that she's up here.
So can we get an answer to Allie's question first? Can we get it before?
To be fair, like, there is not a true moderator. The person who organized this event is also a part of the contentious nature. It has grievances, so there's nobody to be like, okay, let's just hear what Z has to say. Z, answer for yourself. But like, again, like, you joined the live, like, that's Z didn't have to join the live.
I don't.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So just so there's no confusion, like I said, y'all, I told y'all, come on out. We gotta let them speak.
No. Hold on, Allie, because your question wasn't answered.
I'm going back to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna ask it again really quickly. So Z, yeah, I'm just curious, why the tour and why the setup, and exactly was the point just to tell Charlie Kirk F you, or can you dive a little bit? No, I'm adding more to it, but yeah,
But I'm talking about, is she here to have a conversation, or she's just gonna
like speak? I don't know who's speaking right now, but like, just stop talking, just chill, stop, please. The question was asked. Let Z answer the question. Like, I don't like. What is this? This peanut gallery? Like.
The second question. That is a good point. Z, I know you said that you wanted to leave soon. Are you here to actually have a conversation and explain or expand a little bit more on this?
We can have a short conversation. I just can't stay up here long because I have to get out of meeting. But
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I appreciate pushback in any respect. Obviously, I'm an organizer. I'm used to that. But the point I wanted to bring up to start with is that I think that having conversations where we say things like, this is so unorganized.
Oh my goodness, who cares? Please just answer the question. Why is Z not answering the question? Why is Z like? Why are we talking about like the ethics and the you know what I mean? The ethics and the intricacies of the language being used in this conversation. Just ask the question. Like, just answer the question. What is the tour for? You're like, well, firstly, before we get there, we have to get into like why you are speaking to me in the way you are speaking to me. Because I do not appreciate language like this is so disorganized. Because I put a lot of work into this tour. I don't care about that. Talk about what the tour is. I still don't even know. I want to hear from the organizer of the tour's mouth why the organizer of the tour, or like what the purpose was here. I don't care about the intricacies of all these people being super mean to you. I'm sorry.
Came out of multiple people's mouths, things like that, are directly harming the people of color that are behind this tour, that are working
okay. Come on, dude. Come on. Girl. Not girl. I don't know if they're non-binary or not. Person. Come on. I mean, someone can do little check C's to see Z's pronouns. But like, come on. You can't do that. You can't do that. She's talking to like that. Like, yes, she's like saying that my tour is disorganized is directly harmful to all the people of color. And you always realize they never say black people. They never say black people. They say all the people of color who've worked on the tour. Right? Because I also want you to realize when somebody on this call was like, wait, is this the person who organized the tour? Right? Z was like, yes, I am. Z didn't say, I was one of the organizers. Z didn't say, I was a part of a team of organizers. Z was like, yes, I'm the person who organized the tour, right? So when it came to that question, when it came to taking credit for the organization of the tour, Z is totally fine with stepping up to be like, I'm the person who did it. Me. But there's social strategies, and then they use she on her bio, so maybe just she, her. Okay, I'll go using she, her, right? So Z's like, yeah, no, I organized the tour. But when it came to having a little bit of contention about the tour not being organized, it's we, right? Now it's we. The people of color and I organized the tour. There were multiple organizers. You know what I mean? That's pretty interesting.
Tirelessly.
It's like socializing the losses, privatizing the gains. Z's privatizing the clout gains from the losses, or clout gains from the tour, all the attention, all the notoriety. I'm sure she's getting paid for it. I guarantee you she's clocking a salary from Soul Strategies. Guaranteed. Right? But when the losses happen, when there's actually contention, when there's pushback, now it's we. It was a group effort. Team effort.
This happened. And I'm just telling you guys that because I know that you don't know, okay? But the majority of the people behind this tour that are staying up late, working on this, because this is not easy. You think that getting 50 plus people to another state.
Z still has not answered the question, by the way, about what the tour is for. Immediately defensive. Immediately defense mode about you don't understand. You don't understand the work that we've put into it. I still don't even know what the tour is about. The question was, what is the tour about? What is your purpose with the tour?
To do this is easy because it's not, right? And so we have young people that are putting everything into this, that are scared of this administration, and then people are saying that they're unorganized.
There's
and
no
fucking
way.
So as somebody who's done
that could also be true. I don't know why she's acting like this is like one thing or the other. That can also be true. You feel me? Multiple things can be true at once. You could have put a lot of effort into it. That does not mean you can't do better. And you're being criticized for not doing better. And you are now popping off at all these black women, right, who have criticism of you in your event, right? Because you're like, you don't understand all the work that I put into it for people like you, which is directly and firmly into like white liberalism. Directly and firmly into white liberalism.
Organizing within her own community. That's why I'm saying this.
So you're saying,
wait a minute.
She has to be able to respond to one thing at a time. No, she has to be able to respond to one thing at a time.
Are you seriously saying right now, I want to remind you, room of black women in here, okay? Are you seriously saying that because other people of color are also working on this tour, that we cannot critique when things are done in bad faith?
Like, and I do want to point out that, like, you know, I'm not a fan of identity politics, but like, this person's not wrong. This person's completely correct to point out that, like, you are using, right, people of color as a shield against criticism from black women. Like, that's what you're doing. You are doing that. You feel me? And so this is like one of the instances where, like, as a black woman, like, firmly is like very important to the conversation, because that is what she is doing. She's like, I hate the room of POC type, but she's completely right. Yeah, like, entirely correct to point that out. Entirely correct to point that out. Like, you as a white person are walking into a room of your like black women critics saying, like, I have black people back at home who agree with me, so you're all invalid. You're all invalid, actually. Like, sorry, not even black people, people of color. People of color.
what I said. And
Okay,
you assuming, Julie, you assuming that it's in bad faith.
What the fuck is going on?
Wait, I don't let people talk over me either. And I see that that's what you do. That you try to bully people.
Exactly,
And
Alina.
Exactly.
That's very, but I'm just telling you that there are people of color that are working behind the scenes that is harmful to.
Yeah.
Okay, so
can we abolish the term people of color? I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be honest. Can we abolish the term? Can I make an executive decision here? Executive decision here to abolish the term. And here's also the problem, right? Because I do think that they should let Z speak, right? I think that they should let Z speak. The problem is Z keeps popping off with snide remarks, expecting no pushbacks. The problem is that Z doesn't want to speak. Z wants to respond, right? Z wants to respond very snidely and get no pushback for it. That's the issue. If Z was actually here to answer the questions that people have, that would be one thing. But she's coming into this room. She's coming into people's room, right? She's walked into somebody's house, essentially, to be like, I see you are criticizing me. Let me explain myself. You shut up, you shut up, you shut up, you shut up. And expecting nobody to speak back to her, right? Would it be the most productive thing to be like, all right, everybody, just let her talk, let her get her piece out, whatever she wants to say, whatever, and then you can respond? Sure. That would be more productive. But you can't sit here and expect to talk any way possible, right? Any way possible in order to get no response from people. I just don't get how it's her job to speak on behalf of people of color. Shouldn't she be defer to them rather than white-splaining? 100%. 100%. She wants to block the criticism without giving them more reasons to be criticized. Yeah, also not answering the question. We still don't even know from the mouth of the tour. We're 3 minutes into this video, and we still don't even know from the mouth of the tour organizer what this tour is about. We have no clue.
Women who are also been organizing. We have a right.
This is how we're going to do it. We're going to let
respond
Ice
to what she said, please?
Yeah, we're going to let Julianne respond, and then we're going to let Ice say something, and then we're going to go back in that order and let other people speak.
So are we not able to critique when things are done in bad faith? When it's by another person of color?
Why are you assuming that they're done in bad faith?
I mean as if they are done in a myopic way, they can lead to significant harm. It can lead to a net negative of the overall leftist movement, which I don't believe that most people
how
are.
Is this?
That's fair. That is a great way to put it, actually. It's myopic. It's very one note. It's worthy of critique. That's completely fair. And I think people are allowed to have their critiques of this event. You can still think your event is positive while fielding critiques of it. How is it good? That's for you to explain how it isn't. Yeah, like that's what she's being critiqued about it being a bad faith event, and you're saying how is it bad faith? Like they've already described what their issues with the event is, right? And why they believe it's bad faith before you even hopped on for the 10 minutes before you hopped on.
It's a net negative. Explain.
Right.
Yeah, please.
So
interrupting her.
Right. In terms of a leftist movement, I think from bare bones, having two white men as a forefront is always going to be a net negative. No movement has ever helped by having white people at the front. I'm going to tell you that right now.
So,
and that's not even because. Why
stop?
are you talking over me?
Do you know let her respond, Z, and then Z.
Like, and this is the problem. If it was only the people on the call who was interrupting Z, I'd be like, okay, let her speak, right? But Z also does that, right? Z's also trying to hop in and be like, well, that was kind of racist, sweaty.
To speak because I want to hear from Ice and Tabby. Like, come on! I know you said he only had a few minutes up here, Z, but come on now. We have to let people like at least give you pushback and speak. You said that you don't mind that, so
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but like, it seems like she. Oh, sorry. It seems like she already doesn't like me.
No, that's what Z said.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. That I was responding to it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't. You're doing this thing where you're like, I don't know if it's like some kind of a tokenization of the, like black and brown people who may be working around you, but
whoever is speaking is actually pretty solid. That's also like true.
I don't know if you think that like us critiquing it like dilutes their work. None of us are saying that like this is bad work, right? I think the ability to organize is always going to be an amazing skill to have. I didn't think I would have to explain that. But this can be a huge problem. I think a lot of the issues that a lot of YT people have when they hold to particular progressive standards is that in order to get other white people to listen, they need to have white people at the forefront. But I think the second you capitulate to any form of racism or bias, you have already lost this, right? So
this is actually exactly what my point is in the Dean video, right? Do y'all see the overlap in that? Right, she's saying it in a way that's like that I just like don't like in like the TikTok like like leftist liberalism space. But it's the exact same conversation, right? About having white people speak on behalf of the left wing movement, so that other like white people listen, could be beneficial, right? But once you capitulate to that framing that only white people can speak to other white people, that inherently racist framing, it is negative, right? Like, yeah. Whoever's speaking here is correct. This is precisely what my take is, said in a way that I think that a lot of people will tune out because it's, TikTok speak, right? Like she said YT people, you know what I mean? But like, it's not inherently invalid because of the way it's delivered.
Despite the fact that people are working really hard to get all this up and moving, no, I would actually make the argument that it still causes some significant harm. So I don't know why you have an issue with me, because I don't know who you are. But it seems like you already have a particular bias going on here. So I would like you to, if you do have a bias, I would like for you to tell me that. But
YT people and the white people say something, is there a difference? I'm explaining it in the way that like online libs use it. There is a difference. I don't know if she was using it like specifically in a different way, but like there's a slight difference.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why you tokenize the black and brown people that work with you as if that makes other black people unable to critique them.
That's the overarching point, which I think is a good point to bring up in the situation.
As said that I wasn't open to critique. That's what I'm not understanding the tokenization
your response
part.
Was
but
that.
Julie, the reason why was because the first time I ever saw you was you yelling at Hannah. So
Z being like, well, I don't know why you think that I wasn't open to critique in the first place. I don't know why you assumed that. Like, yeah, she's correct. Like her response did lead to that idea that she wasn't open to critique. She immediately was super defensive, being like, why, how dare you call it disorganized? That's critique. And you were not open to it. So now she's pretending like, no, I accept all forms of critique. But when critique is actually levied, it's like, well, I have a problem with that. But I still accept all forms of critique. You know what I mean? Words and actions do not match up.
I assume.
So wait a minute, do you not know the context for that?
Dang it, see.
No, she doesn't. She said she had just come in like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so this is what I mean. One second. So this is what I mean. I'm gonna go ahead and say this. What you just described there was like insanely dangerous. Hannah had brought up something extremely traumatic that had happened to me and tried to derail the entire conversation. And obviously I'm going to be a little bit triggered when people try to weaponize.
I have no idea what's being talked about here. I'm gonna be entirely real. Like, I have no clue. I don't know what situation she's talking about. I'm sure this actually happened. I don't know. So I can't judge on the context of like, if this is like valid or invalid to bring up. Because if somebody was like, yeah, when your father was killed in front of you, then maybe you would be sad, but this isn't something you should be sad about or whatever. Then I'll be like, that's entirely fair. Bring up. So I can't judge in like how valid this is to bring. Like if she was like, when someone stepped on your shoes when you were younger, you were sad. This shouldn't make you sad. And then she's being like, well, this was very traumatic to happen to me. So like, I don't know. I can't judge based upon that. Right.
Like,
which again, I have to point out is that we're firmly in like TikTok, baby leftist, liberal drama sphere. because like none of this matters, right? Like legitimately, whoever she's talking about is no longer on the call. They're not involved. Doesn't matter. We should stick to. We have the organizer of the tour here right now. If you have personal feelings, I apologize. But we should stick to what is this tour about? Because I still don't know. We've been on this for like an hour, and I still don't know what this tour is about.
Violence, racial violence, misogynist violence, sexist violence being used against me. So I'm sure when a black person is yelling, you just hear yelling. But no, what she had said, what she had said was deeply harmful to me.
Okay, I don't care about this.
Done any sort, right? So I do think it's really interesting. And please, y'all, please. I just also want to note again, right? So I do think it's really interesting, and you're not the only one doing this. I will say the comments are doing this either. This weird idea that nobody in here has ever done any sort of any kind of organizing or whatever. Why do you think
that was a weird
Tabby said what Tabby said? What I said, what I said.
Nobody said that.
You did say that.
I said that nobody has organized anything. That came out of my mouth.
You literally did. I don't know if you forgot, but it was something.
I said organize. No, what I said specifically, Ice, was that organizing people, 50 people to go out of state is not an easy job.
Nobody said
that. And she also did say that, I don't know if you understand this or not, to be fair. Like, I don't know if she said exactly like none of you are organizers, but she did imply that none of these people are organizers. That she did do that. That was the thing that she did. Right. She was talking down to them to be like, you know, you don't understand how difficult it is to organize 50 different people to come to one state to do this thing.
Yes. Nobody
but again,
said it wasn't.
This is still barely about the tour. I don't know what the tour is about.
What I'm trying to say.
Wait. Was that me saying that nobody?
Yes, because I specifically.
That's not what I'm agreeing, and that's not what
y'all. Can I please finish?
Okay.
So I specifically
she's being disingenuous. You started off by saying you started off by saying you don't know how hard it is to organize.
True. Yes. Exactly.
50 people. That's where you.
That's not what I said.
I also specifically.
That is what she said. What does she mean? She did say that. She said you have no idea how hard it is to organize 50 plus people. That is what she said. She said that. Why is she now acting like she didn't say that? Maybe I'm also confused. Maybe I made it up too. Maybe we're all collectively hallucinating her saying this thing that she definitely said. She 100% implied that they weren't organizers. Because she said that they don't understand how hard it is to organize 50 workers. Or 50 workers, 50 people.
Specifically like to say that I was one of the people. I would like to say that I was one of the people who have been specifically saying that this is severely disorganized. And that's when you came in and you said that.
You don't know what you're talking about.
And this is okay. And this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about when you say you can't take criticism. They repeated the criticism. You were just like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. But like, I accept a lot of criticism. Like, what is going on?
How about
I should definitely implied it. I organize 50 people and POCs are working hard, and this harms them. Yeah.
This is exactly right.
Go ahead, Ice. Speak because I want.
Can I have a quick
Wait, Tabby, Allie wants so many people that want to talk. We got come on.
Dang it, Riot! Why did you drop it?
I didn't drop. What? I didn't do it.
Oh, I thought you said it was you.
Was what she said?
I said that.
Okay, come on.
Somebody said.
I just
Come on.
I kind of want to
Can we speak? I want to hear from Z. Right? We said a lot towards Z.
Part 5, where's part 4? It probably got taken down. Honestly.
I want to hear from Tabby. Tabby hasn't been able to speak for 10 minutes. We have to have some type of order, and that's the reason why I had the show thingy on. So,
oh yes, SpongeBob has joined.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and let Tabby speak, and then as soon as Tabby's done, Z, I'm gonna put you on the top and give you 2 minutes to explain everything. Are you cool?
I mean, that's not fair. Z was in the middle of speaking when she was dropped.
Okay, so y'all want Z to go first, and then Tabby?
I got
you. 1 second. Z can go first, and then Tabby, and then we'll go back to the
let her finish. You can't say she's got to finish and then put people before her when she was in the middle of speaking.
You know what? You're right. You're right. You
Go
ain't me
ahead.
up there. Wait,
No,
hold on.
I was just going to explain what the tour stop is for. So the tour.
I'm actually going to
Thank
put you
you.
first.
It took us 5 parts and 20 minutes of content to finally get to what the tour is for. That's what I want to know. That is what I want to know.
Just 1 second. I need y'all. I want to make. I'm not because I refuse to do the over speaking thing again. That was said.
You
It's okay.
The whole purpose of following.
Minute. So sorry. If you want a little bit longer.
No, it's fine. A minute's great. So, I mean, the whole purpose of following Charlie on this specific tour is because Charlie's been doing this for 15 years with zero pushback from the Democratic Party. He goes to these college campuses, he goes into these frats, he infiltrates them through Turning Point USA, and that's why we've seen a massive increase in Gen Z, specifically young white male Gen Z voters. That is one of the areas that our organization actually. So that way we don't continue to lose voters through the process. So we figured who would be the best people to speak to those voters. And we picked Parker and Dean for that specific reason, because if we're trying to go after white young boy voters, we should go after them with young white boys, right?
And that's the problem. Literally, okay. That's the problem. That's the problem. And like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like this is like a little like a young white liberal issue, right? Some of y'all, some of the people who are call themselves freaking leftists, right, were coming at me for saying that that is a bad thing. Why do you assume as a white person that white people are required to speak to other white people? Do you think black people cannot adequately demonstrate their humanity to white people? Do you think that white people must then like hear from like formerly racist white people in order to convert themselves into not being racist? If so, how do you think those white people stop being racist? As marginalized people, do we have to wait, right? Do we have to wait for the first white person to gain empathy and you know, craft their own conscious identity, become woke? We have to wait for that to happen so that that one white person can be our messiah to then talk to other white people to convert white people? Is that how the civil rights movement was? And it wasn't black people demonstrating their humanity to garner and gather white allies? Like, I'm not even saying that there's no usefulness, right? There's no usefulness in having white allies, right, in the movement against racism or against white supremacy, right? I'm not even saying that, right? But it is important to acknowledge that it's not inherent to being and growing as the leftist movement to have formerly racist white teens speak on behalf of black people. Why do you think that Dean and Parker are more equipped to combat Charlie Kirk's racist rhetoric than a black person is? Do you think that they are better read? Do you think that they're smarter? Do you think that they're more rhetorically gifted inherently? No, they're not. They just happen to have a larger audience because they are cis, white, straight males. White people listen to white people? No, you're wrong. You are incorrect. This is a fallacy. This is a lie that white people tell themselves to make them feel like they have a place on the leftist movement. That's it. This is a lie that white people tell themselves to make themselves feel like they have a space and a place that is uniquely for them and specifically for them in the leftist movement. Black people have been, currently are, and always will be at the forefront of converting racists. Always have been. There's never been any position in time in history where black people were unsuccessful in converting racists. I would go as far as to say, find me a time where it's been actually more useful, right, historically, for like white people to like, you know, convert races over the black people who've been doing that exact same thing. Those white allies wouldn't even be there without black people converting them to begin with. They wouldn't. If you're racist, how are you going to learn black people are equals if you speak directly to them? Is this a rhetorical question? Are you trolling, chatter? Oh, if you do not, sorry, I can't read. You're right. You're right. I cannot read. You know, I was agreeing with you. Yeah, you're right. I skipped the not. Well, John, have you considered that black people only listen to black people? True. I have not considered that actually. Black people only listen to black people. Right? I've never learned from a white person in my life ever. I've never had my mind changed and grown from a white person in my life. Never. It hasn't happened. Has not happened. Trying to like as we go to Hassan, is that okay? Why are you asking for? It's Jay Miles. It's Jay Miles. I recognize you, chatter. I recognize you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Who is this? Jay Miles is someone who got banned in Hassan's chat a long time ago. A long time ago. This is not Wesley. Also, he was also, wait, did I unban him? How did he end up unbanned? Oh, I unbanned him for the content. That was almost a year ago. This was almost a year ago. That's crazy. I am taken back that you were nice to me. I'm here for the drama today. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Welcome in, Jay Miles. You are here for the drama. Enjoy. Enjoy. That's so funny. That was a year. I don't know why I remembered your name. I'm gonna be real. That was a year. A complete year ago. It'll be unbanned for the content. But why Asmund and Hassan? I think he's trolling a little bit. Well, time flies. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's pretty funny. This is why you have to unban some of the people you ban sometimes, chat, for the content of it. But yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say, do you see utility with Ethan speaking to Sam when he wouldn't listen to Hassan? If so, how would you classify this conversation as different? I would classify this conversation as different in that it's not, honestly. I don't think that inherently Sam was much better equipped by the virtue of being Jewish, right? Because even I think the conversation with Sam Cedar, right, actually adds to my point because he didn't get the Jewish buff, right? Ethan's audience was still anti-Semitic to him, still drew anti-Semitic caricatures of him, right? Still called him a token Jew, right? Still called him a capo, like all these things, right? And so like the idea that like this is like a necessary thing, that it's like it is imperative that like Ethan must or can only listen to like another Jewish person is not even necessarily the case, right? I think there is usefulness in it, in the same way that I've said with this conversation, right? There is usefulness in having white people speak to other white people, but it is no way an inherent virtue of their identity that they are better equipped to like talk to white people, right, than other white people. They are just differently equipped, right? They have a point of relation with like racist white people that could help them, maybe, but black people also have a lived experience that could also help them in converting racist mind, which has happened. There's historical context for black people, right, talking about and talking to racists directly, getting them to understand that, hey, I'm human just like you, understanding their humanity, and that racist person being less racist. You know what I mean? So if you have the idea that only formerly racist white kids can talk to other racist white kids, and that's the only way that conversion can happen, therefore you must have white people at the forefront of our movement, it's invalid. It's a ahistorical argument. Using race as the sole basis for de-radicalizing people is something shallow. It's not even funny. Yeah. I want white allies, but not for them to but not them uplifted over the many worthy minority voices. Yeah. Right. And this is the exact point that I was making in my Dean Withers video. Right. I do not like the fact that we as the left are acting as though white people are just somehow uniquely equipped to deal with racists. That we have to uplift them over the marginalized people themselves. You know what I mean? I agree with you, but missed where the speaker was disagreeing with or something you're saying now. When she's saying that white presence is what's more important, that's literally what she said. She said we picked white people because white people will listen to white people. That is what she said. That was her point. We picked white people to be the face of our movement because white people are more likely to listen to white people. That is the basis of her argument.
For 15 years with zero pushback tour. The whole purpose of following Charlie on this specific tour is because Charlie's been doing this for 15 years with zero pushback from the Democratic Party. He goes to these college campuses, he goes into these frats, he infiltrates them through Turning Point USA, and that's why we've seen a massive increase in Gen Z, specifically young white male Gen Z voters. That is one of the areas that our organization actually, so that way we don't continue to lose voters through the process. So we figured who would be the best people to speak to those voters, and we picked Parker and Dean for that specific reason, because if we're trying to go after white young boy voters, we should go after them with young white boys, right? That makes sense. We will not, this is not going to be the only thing that we do. We are going to continue to go to other places and go for other communities and try to get people registered to vote. Mm-hmm. That is the purpose of this. We can't do voter registration on this very first.
Like, it doesn't make sense. Right? Unless you believe that like white men, young white men are just better equipped inherently to deal with radicalizing or de-radicalizing people in general. White people, right? Which is again ahistorical. It's ahistorical. Black people for decades, centuries, have been de-radicalizing white people. How do you think white people have come around to black liberation? You know what I mean? Unless you think those white people came around to black liberation all on their own, they kind of just fell into caring about black people, and now they must now be the voice of liberation movements. If you're white, you need to talk to white people because they have the same identity as you. Yes, that's what her point is. Right? And again, I'm not sitting here saying that there's not a usefulness there. Right? I'm not sitting here saying that there is a usefulness there. There is usefulness there in connecting people in their identity. Right? But we're sitting here acting like this is the only way to convert people. That black people just cannot possibly imagine talking to a racist person. Also ignore the fact that young black men are often idolized amongst young white boys in popular culture. But I digress. Yeah. I stand corrected. I was being charitable, and she's just making it more explicit. Yeah, I understand what you were trying to do, right? But like she came out and she said we want white people at the front of our movement, which is what she's being criticized for. Those of us who are white allies have been talking to these same people unsuccessfully. Yeah, I get it. There is usefulness there. There is usefulness there. But acting like, and this is the problem. If there were other voices, right? Maybe we'd be having a different conversation. I think they would be getting a little bit less heat if they actually, if there were actually other voices. Right? But there's not. Right? So Parker and Dean, who was a formerly racist white kid, is now, and this is my issue that I had, which is why I talked about in this video, is that his Dean is being promoted by virtue of being racist. He's getting a buff because he was racist. Right? And I think that is bad. Dean has not demonstrated that he is equipped to dealing with or unlearning or de-radicalizing people, right? And this is the difference between somebody like Dean and someone like Hassan, right? Hassan has talked about how he has had his history with transphobia, which is why he feels that he's best to speak on or to transphobic people, right? Which is like the same argument, which I can disagree with, right? By virtue of what we just talked about. But at least Hassan has a history of de-radicalizing transphobic people. At least Hassan has demonstrated that his rhetoric is useful in de-radicalizing transphobic people. Dean doesn't even have that. All Dean has is clips of him like being smarmy towards Trump supporters and getting a bunch of Twitter likes because of it. Where is the robust, community of former Trump supporters who have been moved by Dean's rhetoric instead of like the liberals or whatever, you know what I mean? If someone is so racist, they are immediately discarded from the movie. Just because the speaker is black, are they even salvageable? I think they are salvageable, right? But like, they're not more salvageable if you put a white person in front of them, right? That's kind of the issue. Also, Hassan is actually educated, being able to express his viewpoints well, etc. It's a world of differences between him and Dean. Also, it's a bit of a marketing thing. If I'm following correctly, Dean is a reformed racist guy, while Hassan doesn't flaunt. He's a reformed transphobe. He just does the work. Yeah.
Every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Lasciviousio 3 Police just subscribed. SDABLSDABY sub.
It's only proof that the redemption arc of white men is more compelling to Democratic leaders than whatever black people have to say. That's true. That's true. Lascivious Slaw, thank you for the 16-month resubscription. Also, MC Boink, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. And Bomb, thank you for the tier 1. There's this kid, Brian Frum, who used to be a part of Nordic Front, committed actual hate crimes for the better part of his teens and early 20s. Now he makes bank speaking to young kids about hate, and him holding these seminars is also his where his reform ends. Yeah, and it's unfortunate. Again, I think there's usefulness in hearing his perspective, right? But the problem is that that's the only perspective that's heard. That's the issue, right? Nobody wants to hear from black people because that's identity politics, right? Nobody wants to hear about the lived experience of black people because the racist people are just like, oh, we're too racist to hear from black people or whatever. And like the left-wing people are just like, well, that's identity politics. No one cares about your identity politics, right? Nobody wants to hear from what black people have to say. Nobody cares about what black people have to say. Mostly on the left. Even though historically black people have demonstrated, right? Have demonstrated that it works, that they have the let's say they, as I'm not black, that we as black people have done work to unlearn racist people. This idea that like racists won't listen to black people is inherently false. It's not true, right? And again, it comes from a place, in my opinion, it comes from a place of white people feeling like they want to have a place in the movement, right? Because if that is true, if black people can talk to races, then what specific little carve out role do white people have? You know what I mean? White people want to feel like special little snowflakes. They want to be important to the movement. They want their identity to matter. You know what I mean? And that's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. And if you tell them, no, you're not more or better equipped to deal with it, to grapple with racism or racists than black people, then it makes them feel like they don't have a place. It is white people DEI. The idea that racists won't listen to black people is racist. Yeah. Yeah.
Stop, because we don't have the infrastructure.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm gonna let you go, Tabby. Then we'll go back to what she wanted to finish saying.
I wanted to have a one-on-one with her. Really, that's why I'm okay with letting her finish. But I wanted to have a dialogue with her, without.
Okay. Let me take you this off real quick then, if that's the case. I'm gonna let her finish her sentence as well when I take this off.
I hate TikTok debates.
And I want you.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, Z, if you wanted to finish your sentence or finish what you were about to say, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that that's the purpose of National Ground Game and this tour is to register voters to vote, okay? Because we're going to defeat MAGA. That's all I was here to say. I'm going to now exit. I appreciate the feedback.
And then she just leaves? Okay.
If you guys want to give us more feedback, please do. As I said, we will be going to other communities.
Do you actually appreciate that feedback?
I just want to say something, and she did.
I think she's gone.
Can I have a quick one?
Yeah, I know. She just left. Okay. Okay, so at least we have some context about this. We're gonna go back to this video now.
Sure what happened before I come and give any information to anybody. Okay, gross. It was really gross. It was space were a little upset, voicing their concerns, talking about how they felt about the Unfuck America tour. And the lead organizer didn't like that very much, and so she hopped on there to spew, anti-black rhetoric, especially towards black women, making them sound like bullies and.
Is the lady yapping
and
white? Yes.
And it was really gross. It was really gross. It was really gross. There's no
This
way
conservative feedback loop. We don't know what it's like. Feels like listening to black people, and we won't give young white kids the opportunity to. They're confirm their own biases.
Watch this and don't think she's racist. By the way.
I can run it back. I have no problem.
This video might get me into legal trouble, but you guys gave me a platform for a reason, and I'm not going to take that for granted. Fucking ever. Remember that. Remember that. I know who gave me this platform. I'm on my way to Texas for the Unfuck America tour. Basically, they sponsored a trip for a bunch of us creators to go and fuck with Charlie Kirk at Texas A&M. And at first, I was a little apprehensive to take it.
I need to see the list of creators. Genuinely, I want to see every single creator they invited. So far, I've only seen white people. I'm sure that there are people of color they invited, because that would be stupid if they didn't. I would like to see the other creators.
I don't like the Jubilee fucking, we're here to debate, I'm not going to platform conservatives, whatever, like stupid bullshit, right? I don't fucking like that shit. But a lot of my friends, people that I've grown to like on this app who are very intelligent, were going, and I was like, oh wow, okay, cool, so maybe this is something completely different. I ended up signing on, right? Turns out, the lead organizer, who was horrible at organizing, by the way, I want to point that out, had no clue, still have no clue what the fuck we're even going there to do. I actually have a whole other plan planned. I don't know what the fuck anybody else is doing, but I'm going there to do something actually dope as fuck. But anyway, the lead organizer, turns out she's incredibly racist. She hopped on a live last night where a bunch of black women, women creators on this app, who are obviously in the political space, were a little upset, voicing their concerns, talking about how they felt about the Unfuck America tour. And the lead organizer didn't like that very much, and so she hopped on there to spew, anti-black rhetoric, especially towards black women, making them sound like bullies and aggressive, and it was really gross. It was really gross. It was
really?
HI just subscribed.
Really gross. There's no way you watch this and don't think she's racist, by the way. Like, I went in
DM Slushy, thank you for the prime.
Into it going like, what happened is
calling him a white savior? No shot. No shot. No. Don't believe it. 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 No. Don't believe it. I will believe it when I see it. I don't know. I don't believe it.
Is this you know what I mean? Like I
doing
need to
your
make
thing
sure
here.
what
Oh,
happened
thank you. I appreciate that. Hope you like my outfit.
before I come and give any information to anybody, okay? There is no other way to interpret what she did. She was just being racist. Like telling them that because black women are involved, and how could it be problematic they didn't invite black women on this trip doing the thing that black women have been doing the best forever? I also want to point out, before she joined, they were being incredibly respectful from what I saw.
He was invited and dropped out. Why wasn't I invited? That's the real racism here. That's the real racism here. Why wasn't I invited?
Okay? And even if they weren't,
Wait,
you're the fucking the best forever. I also want to point out, before she joined, they were being incredibly respectful from what I saw. Okay? And even if they weren't, you're the fucking organizer for Unfuck America. You're the face of the brand. You're the one reaching out to creators. You reached out to me. Who the fuck cares if someone has an opinion of Unfuck America that doesn't jive with whatever the fuck you think?
How large is Peyton? I'm curious. Peyton has 700K. That makes sense.
It is. I don't know that her views reflect that of the entirety of the Unfuck America tour. So, personally, I have one gripe with one person, the person who organized this, who was the person who decided not to include a lot of black women on this trip. And I also think I can do her job better than her. So here's what I want you guys to do. Down below, tag your favorite BIPOC women creators, okay? Tag them below so they see this video. And if you guys see this video, if you can make it to Texas A&M on April 22nd, right? April 22nd, let's all meet up.
Oh man,
let's
it's too late. I'm not a black woman creator, but like that already happened. That ship has sailed.
Make some content together. Let's all grow your platforms to the size that mine are, while telling Unfuck America to go fuck itself until they get this racist out of the organization spot.
That he kind of cooked though. That's actually kind of sick.
Deal? Deal. Okay. Unfuck America, feel free to reach out to me because I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions about this video, and I'm very sorry to tell you this, but I do not care. Also want to point out for the record, my views are my views alone. Any creators that I may be involved with or friends with, they do not share the same sentiments. However, if you are a creator friend of mine,
they were the 500 bits. Happy Friday to you too.
We're probably friends because I think you're dope as shit. So if you want to meet up while we're at Texas A&M, shoot me a DM or something like that. A couple of you were already meeting up, obviously. Love you guys. I also want to say that I'm sorry to everyone that follows me. I know you expect more from me, and there will be more in the future.
He might be in the passenger seat, chat. Front camera inverts things.
There's no excuse. I should have been more discerning with who I was doing business with, and
That's what I'm gonna say. Okay. Okay, where do we go after this, chat? What's the second part? No, that's a steering wheel cam. No. Okay. Where's the second part? Where do we go next? Next Peyton video? Sure.
Feel free to reach out to me because I'm sure you're gonna have a lot.
What is one of the self-driving cars? Then he's a fake leftist. Real leftists don't have self-driving cars.
A lot of questions about this video, and I'm very sorry to tell you.
This is a 14-minute TikTok. Just make a YouTube video at this point.
I do not care. I received these text messages the morning after I posted that video from the subject of that video, the organizer of the Unfuck America tour. She started off by saying, "Have you returned the rental car we paid for?" Just an insane thing out the gate. I've heard nothing from this person, and the first thing they say is like, "Have you returned the rental car?" No.
I don't think this person is a very sick and awesome person. I'm gonna be real. This is why, okay, honestly, I'll just say this is why you don't give freaking 18 to 22-year-olds millions of dollars to play around with the slush fund and call it political activism. I'll say it. I'll say it. This is why you don't give freaking 16 to 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds. I'm 24. You should give me $1 million. A slush fund to play around with. You see the fallout from Black Carter 2025? I don't even know what that means.
No, because I'm a racist, right? I did all these racially motivated things, right? So, like, you want to return that racist car, right? Because, like, you don't want to be associated with me. And so I said that I break contract.
It's not happening. I think it's happening. Let's check his Instagram story. Anissa, Creator Clash. Wait, he posted Frogan again? And nothing for 8 hours? At 3 a.m.? I thought he was leaving Frogan alone. What's the debate fit? Like my debate fit? You see the fit. You see the fit. You know the vibes. Sorry, let's continue.
Because I couldn't remember if I signed a contract, if I'm being 100% honest. So after I sent that message, I checked my email. Turns out I did not sign a contract, which makes her next response really weird. She said, yes, I did sign a contract. I signed a contract that didn't exist apparently. And then she said, the car has been called in to be returned today. Will you be returning it? And I was like, we never received the call. This car's in our name. We never received the call to be returned. And then I asked what I broke exactly, and she said the car is due to be returned at 5 p.m. Thanks. No clarification on the contract that I didn't sign. No clarification on why the car had to be returned all of a sudden. And so I said I would appreciate clarification on a couple of things. Number one, how did I break contract? You know, I never signed a contract, so how could I break a contract that I never signed? And then I said, two, what contract did I break? Because again, I didn't sign a contract, so I don't know what contract I would have broken. And number three, how am I expected to return a car a week earlier while I'm 20 hours away from where I would be dropping it off so that you can get some of your money back whenever you have the time is completely fine. And I've yet to get a response from her, but fingers crossed. And later on that day, I got a phone call from the coordinator of this trip, and this is that phone call in its entirety. Hello?
Hey, Peyton. Sorry, I was driving in a dead zone.
Oh, you're fine.
So I'm not kind of sure what you heard there, but...
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, yeah, the last few days have happened. They've been what they've been, and...
The last few days have happened. They've been what they've been. Yeah, that's a way to put it. So time is the passage of moments, and these moments have definitely passed consecutively. And the past is the past, and the present is the present. And we live in a society.
It's in the past. I think the most important step right now is kind of what happens immediately, what happens kind of going forward. And, you know, I will say, I know you're still planning on coming to Texas this week. We have made sure that our security knows that if you come anywhere near the influencers, we've had a number of them say they've been uncomfortable with this situation, so they're going to remove you from any private property that we're at. That being said, the university is public property. If you're going to show up, you're going to show up. I would.
So because Peyton called out the organizer for doing a little bit of a racism, they've exiled him from the trip. That's not surprising. Yeah, these are the people combating Charlie. These are our allies. These are the people who are the most equipped to deal with Charlie Kirk's racism. Before Kakusi, do we have a Dean statement? Did Dean make a statement? I want to know if Dean got like personally involved, or is Dean just tangentially involved? Like, is he just involved because he's the subject of the tour? Oh, Dean made statements. All right, stop. You're trolling. You don't know, Cybeast. Stop. Stop. I do. You're trolling. You're trolling. Dean was on a call with Parker Live. You're trolling. Please send that to me. Please, I need to see that. Come on. Oh, do I have to just scroll on this account? Okay. It's this account. Not this one. This account. I thought this was me for a second. I might be racist. He doesn't even look like me. Okay, well, let's finish. Let's get further into the Peyton video, and then we'll get to Dean's response.
Advised against it. I think there's going to be a...
I like this one first. This is a 22-minute TikTok. I'm not watching a 22-minute TikTok. That is insane. That is crazy.
Hello, friends. So, like, before I moved on to, like, any other content, I did want to take a second and, like, sit and debrief with you guys.
Who is this person? 1.1 million. I don't know half these people, bro. I'm so glad I'm not on TikTok anymore.
F America tour that I was just on. I know I posted a statement on my story, but I also did want to make a video kind of like just chatting with you
Bro,
guys.
can I make this any faster? Oops.
About it. I know a lot of people have talked about this already. I just wanted to say a couple of things. Without being super messy, I just wanted to provide some receipts because as someone who was one of the first Black creators in this tour to start putting things together and working behind the scenes to make sure everyone knew what was going on and that something was amiss, I just want to provide my perspective. But I did first want to say some like personal disclaimers. The first thing I want to say is I am so sorry that I attached myself to this tour even for a week without doing my homework about the organizers of this tour and being far too trusting. I didn't do my homework. That's my fault. And I'm going to share some of the things that I have found about the organizers since this has all happened, because at the end of the day, I don't think any creator should be working with these specific political organizers because I don't think their best interests will be held at the forefront. I also want to apologize for as long as it took me to get to the bottom of what exactly was going on with Z, what she said, who she said it to, what was actually happening to remedy the situation, etc., etc. I should have done my due diligence instead of trusting a specific creator that said things were being taken care of. That's on me. Was not paying attention to that group chat the way I should have been. I am aware that two creators, Erica and Mermaid, both told Z, get off this panel, do not talk to these women like this. This is unacceptable. You need to change your tone. A lot of us were popping in there trying to figure out what in the world was going on, and the group chat was shut down. And the group chat was shut down by the admins, Brandon and Z. But ultimately, that's not an excuse. I should have gotten to the bottom of it. I should have recognized that it was more serious than what was being said, and I should have made sure that certain conversations had happened and not just trusted that they had. And I'll touch more on that in a second. The second thing I want to say is I did not personally make any money going on this tour whatsoever. I was not paid. I volunteered my time. Yes, my flight and hotels were comped, but I did not get paid anything. I was not compensated, and I did not fundraise through their crowdfunding link either. The only people who were paid to be on the tour were Dean and Parker, and the only reason that we were even privy to the information of Dean and Parker being paid and how much
wait.
is I did not personally make any money.
The only people who were paid were Dean and Parker?
Going on this tour whatsoever. I was not paid. I volunteered my time. Yes, my flight and hotels were comped, but I did not get paid anything. I was not compensated, and I did not fundraise through their crowdfunding link either. The only people who were paid to be on the tour were Dean and Parker, and the only reason that we were even privy to the information of Dean and Parker being paid and how much they were being paid was because one of the organizers, Brandon, was speaking poorly about Dean to one of the creators when we all arrived in Texas. So yes, glad we got that information, but the means in which we got that information just reflect even poorer on the organizers and how unprofessionally this entire thing was handled. So now that we've spent time like getting to the bottom of things, and
I will say, I wouldn't have named Brandon as your source for how you know. Unless we're burning Brandon too, in which case go for it. So the POC organizers weren't paid. No. I think the POC organizers were paid, depending on how many there were. But of the creators, of the influencers, only Dean and Parker were paid.
The matter and doing our homework on these people. I want to share with you guys things that we have learned and things that we have found the truth out about that have shook all of us to our core, and it goes so much deeper than what happened on the live stream with Z. As unacceptable as that was, there are also things that happened that compound on top of that just make the situation even worse. And I don't think I need to tell you guys, but please do not send any of these people
loud, as in like I'm loud, or as in they're loud.
Doing this for educational purposes. I don't want to see any other creators mixed up in any organizations that these people might be running, because they will not be looking out for your best interest as a creator, and I can guarantee that. And I don't want to see that happen to anyone else. So I made like a little bit of like a PowerPoint slide so I could stay on track and make sure everything I'm saying is correct. And I do also recommend that if you have not seen Santana's live stream from last night, absolutely watch that. Everything he and Erica said is 100% factual. So this tour was pulled together in about 4 weeks' time, and we were under the impression that this organization had been running.
Bro, who is paying them? I need to see the bank statements. There's no shot, and this lines up exactly what I told you, is that in the span of late or mid-February to mid-March, they made $300,000. They got $300,000 somewhere from mid-February, mid-March. That is insane. They did not get that grassroots. I do not believe that. I think that is a lie. I think they have institutional backing. From who? They claim that they were grassroots funded. No shot. They made no shot. They raised $400,000 in 4 weeks. I don't believe it.
operating for a very, very long time. In fact, we were explicitly assured that this organization had been running for
75% of their funds were raised in like 30 days. I've never heard of them. And Timu Tom Holland Jubilee was months and months ago. So it doesn't track as grassroots at all. And I didn't like at least in Dean's link tree, he doesn't link the Act Blue. Right? I haven't seen the Act Blue really linked anywhere except for on their own socials. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. What is this? Oh, it's James. That's my mutual.
So I'm seeing a lot of people talking about the Unfuck America tour, but I haven't really seen anyone acknowledge the fact that when you look into the money surrounding all of it and the ties of at least one key actor involved in the Unfuck America tour, that it becomes kind of clear that what it is a PR stunt and likely a grift that is meant to funnel money into a super PAC that is funneling money into a consulting firm that Zeke.
Exactly. Exactly. You know. You called it? Of course I called it. I know these people. I do work with these people. I'm in this space. No shot. They made $400,000 in 4 weeks of grassroots funding with no infrastructure at all. No shot.
Zico and Sanchez, that person that we all kind of fucking hate right now, in both cases has direct ties to. I'm going to walk us through all of it because I think it's kind of
He's going to talk about...
so first and foremost, it's really...
He's going to talk about soul strategies.
Really critical to understand that the Unfuck America tour really isn't its own standalone operation, so much as sort of an adjunct operation of a super PAC called the National Ground Game, which has the goal of, according to its website, organizing for the working class.
That's a lie, by the way. That's a lie. It's a DNC operation. They're using pseudo-leftist language to pull in progressive dollars, right? And progressive supporters and leftist supporters. By being like, hey, we all want to take down MAGA, right? We all want to take down MAGA. But they're not. They're not doing that. That's my name. It is your name, James.
America tour isn't really the first thing that National Ground Game and its staff have had any kind of role in, right? They've also done TikTok Goes Blue postcarding for change, which was essentially just a GOTV postcard writing operation to turn out voters for Democratic candidates in recent election cycles. That being said, when you look at their FEC filings, you begin to realize that
the picture organizer was giving came across as Corbett the Bug. It sounds so good on paper to take down Charlie Kirk and the gay Gen Z white man, but it stops there. No, then she turned around and was like, oh, we want to do Get Out to Vote too, to take down MAGA. She said that as well, but not for progressive candidates. If she said we're going to mobilize for progressive candidates, that would have been one thing. But no, they're going to support their establishment. They are full on establishment. They are full establishment.
For the working class is incredibly profitable. In fact, from January 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2025, National Ground Game made almost $400,000. Now, of course, that doesn't mean they have that much on hand. They do spend a lot of it. And in fact, at least one of their transactions included giving nearly $100,000 to a small firm called Soul Strategies. Soul Strategies is a consulting firm that describes itself as a woman-owned and operated organization built by a team of political experts.
Yeah, she paid herself. She owns National Ground Game, and she owns Soul Strategies. She paid herself $95,000 for whatever Soul Strategy does. This is not a bad thing inherently. I want to say this right now. This is not a bad thing inherently, right? There are specific compliance things that a PAC can do that a 501c3 or 501c4 cannot do, right? Or a PAC can't do that a 501c3 can do. Right. And so you have to basically diversify and separate your different entities to keep within compliance. So it's not illegal and it's not even necessarily bad or wrong, but it can be abused. Exactly.
Specialize in strengthening campaigns up and down the ballot. Soul has a fairly lengthy list of clients, including the DCCC, as well as, if you live in Philadelphia, notably the current mayor, Sherelle Parker, the same woman who is pro-stop and frisk, pro-demolishing homeless encampments, pro sending the National Guard into low-income areas in northern Philadelphia, and also, for whatever reason, supported the attempted construction of a stadium in downtown Philadelphia that would have destroyed its historic Chinatown. Now, you might be wondering, why the fuck is National Ground Game, with a goal of organizing for the working class, giving nearly $100,000 to a consulting firm like that? And from what I can tell, the connection point is Zico and Sanchez. See, Zico and Sanchez, when she isn't being racist on TikTok Lives, is also directly involved with the National Ground Game PAC, which is probably how she got involved with the Unfuck America tour in the first place. That same Zico and...
The entire industry of people who only know activism as create a 501c3, raise money, pay self-hosted conference, repeat, starting at raise money. It becomes so normalized that I think a lot don't even see anything wrong with that. They see burning tons of money without any plan for action or change. It's just how it works, yeah.
Zico and Sanchez is the founder and executive director of Soul Strategies. Now, this is not an attack against the creators who decided to participate in the Unfuck America tour. I'm sure a lot of them just saw an opportunity to probably get paid attacking Charlie Kirk, which is something that I think any reasonable person would take up. That being said, it's pretty clear to me that the Unfuck America tour itself was realistically a grift that was run in part by Zico and Sanchez to funnel money into a PAC that she has a direct role in, that was funneling money into a consulting firm that she is the head of. Beyond doing racist things and also notably...
To then pay herself. Because you know for a fact, if I was to guess, I don't think she's getting paid salary for the PAC. I think she gets paid salary for being executive director of the consulting firm for Soul Strategies. Right? And so she needs to keep that funded. She needs money to keep going into Soul Strategies, and so that she's able to pay her own paycheck. And I think she's getting paid at least 6 figures to do it. But again, there's no way they made $400,000 in a month. They have institutional backers. Here's what I think happened. I think Z, as a leader of Soul Strategies, went to institutional funders, right? Pitched funding for this project that she called the Unfuck America Tour. Funders agreed to fund this specific project, right? And basically, the funders wired the money to this PAC that can then pay her out whenever she wants. But she uses this money in the PAC to fund this project. And whatever's left over, she can then fund or wire back to herself to keep her own operations going in Soul Strategies. That way, if the tour fails, right? If the tour fails, they lose a bunch of money. She still gets paid. They shut the PAC down as like a shell corporation, and Soul Strategies is not tied to it at all. That's what I believe is going on here. Is laundering still out of the question? I mean, it's technically laundering, but it's not like illegal. Like it's money shifting. And it's very normal. Z just got caught out on it because she was being racist on TikTok Live. Yeah, it is Black Lives Matter banner. She hasn't posted since 2020 though. What actually? She retweets people, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna get back into this video. You ate your little bit in the Ida's content cop. I was like, I know that's not Gene in him.
And they knew what they were doing. They were well organized. Realistically, we know now the infrastructure within Unfuck America is non-existent. It does not exist. Like most of the creators on the trip, we had not had any experience with Brandon or Z. We were not familiar with them. We had no idea who they were. I was invited by one of my mutuals. I hadn't met Z. I didn't know anything about these people. And I'll put all these slides on my story too, in case anyone doesn't want to watch this long video. But many concerns were brought up before, during, and after the trip. Black creators even went directly to Jones, who had kind of like organically placed himself as like the spokesperson for the Black creators, even though he was never elected to do that. We never asked him to do that. We were told to put our feelings on ice. We were told that it was a legal matter, that the board was involved, that PR was involved, that there were so many things who didn't want to stand. The
love the phrase "the board is involved." Love it.
That Z could do have accountability, make a statement, and we were assured that he had spoken to the panel of women whom were offended by Z's rhetoric, and things had been sorted out. And that was not true. You can pause to read. I just wanted to like give a couple different examples from like our group chat. These aren't in any particular order of just like us saying, hey, like we're having some issues, we're having some concerns, like something needs to happen. You can pause to read. We were basically told on multiple fronts, multiple times by Jones to stand down, don't say anything, and don't give it any more attention than it already is getting. I know someone commented or DM'd asking me about the situation specifically surrounding Z. I was upfront and honest, like this is what happened, this is what she did. We're under the impression that everything's working out, it's all good, it's being worked out. All the while, it was not being worked out. And as I'm looking at this, I did not send it through spell check before I saved it. My apologies. So everyone can better understand what the problems are, what exactly happened. I'm just going to do a bullet point list of 3 of the main figures who have caused this to go awry. What happened, what we found out, and why we are not ever going to work with them again. Z used microaggressions towards black women on a panel to defend a political pact that she created and it was unacceptable. We found out yesterday that the $100,000 that was raised is gone. It's been spent on a 72-hour tour at Texas A&M, and for us that doesn't add up. So Santana has been leading the charge in ensuring that we get receipts on what this money was spent on. And since Z has asked Santana to cease,
I can tell you what it was spent on. Like it's not a question, right? Like if Dean and Parker are getting paid, they're probably employees of like whatever project this is. Like they're probably getting paid. Like a creator of Dean's size, it can charge upwards of $10,000 for one TikTok video, right? So I can surmise that they're probably getting paid upwards of like, I think maybe 20 to like 25,000 of those dollars went to paying Dean and Parker, right? And like the rest of it went for paying for like hotels, rental cars, things of that nature, which I'm kind of confused why it sounded like Peyton was like the company or the pack paid for Peyton's rental car to drive down to Texas A&M. I'm like, why do we not just pay for flights? Like I have questions like hotels and stuff like that for 50 creators. That probably adds up pretty quickly, right? Which is again bad planning because it's not a tour, right? It's not a tour. You're doing one event. Feel me? They didn't want to drive. Most people flew, paid, and drove. Yeah, so it's not surprising that it was all spent, or like $100,000 was spent on this one day. Bro, thank you.
Because she doesn't want to talk to him about this, which is very strange to me. And something else I found out while doing my homework into Z is that she's been sued before for misappropriating campaign funds, which makes this whole situation even slimier. After the trip,
wait, no, she hasn't. No, she hasn't. That would be too on the nose. I knew I recognized Soul strategies. I knew it. Democrat John O'Hare contends he paid Soul Strategies, a progressive organization led by Z. Cohen Sanchez, who worked on the campaign of Bernie Sanders and Isaiah Ocasio-Cortez, roughly $20,000 to collect signatures and put him on the ballot in 2017, which covers Borough Park, Midwoods, and Sunset Park. The group barely delivered on their end of the contract. The Brooklyn Supreme Court alleges O'Hara was tossed off the ballot, as was his opponent, Yu Lin. There was no primary, and the remaining Democratic candidate, Ewan Chu, progressed in the general election against the Republican. Some of those signatures came from miles out of district. A couple were from the Bronx. So these are just people, Soul Strategies, found on the street. Did they lose? I'm curious. That's crazy, but not surprising.
Not because we realized that we had been lied to by certain figures like Mr. Jones and C and Brandon, and we were immediately asked to sign an NDA. And this is a ChatGPT summary of said NDA. It's one of the most ridiculous NDAs I've ever read in my whole life. I cannot believe this was ever sent out. And another huge misstep that occurred was that before coming on this trip, we were—
I will say, ChatGPT summary, cringe.
Sure that we would have armed security with us on campus, we would have our own booth, we would have our own area, we would be safe. And up until the hour before we got into the vans to leave for campus, we were expecting—
Wait, also, if she signed an NDA, is she breaking the NDA now?
Have armed security. And it was announced to us at the very last moment that we would not have any kind of security, but we're still going. Good luck, have fun. We brought our concerns to the organizers.
Honestly, the funniest part, if you ever get sent an NDA from an organization like this, is just not to send it back. You know what I mean? This is so poorly run that I guarantee that they're not going to check up on it, and they'll just let you come anyway. And then when you start to disparage them, they'll be like, you signed an NDA. They'll be like, no, I didn't. And they're going to check, and they see that you didn't sign an NDA, and they'll be like, man, we messed up there.
We brought our concerns to Jones. It was brushed off. It was called an industry norm. For us, it was like the principle of it. If we were guaranteed something, that has to do with
my job still hasn't had me sign my NDA. Exactly. See?
Expect to have that guarantee. I just wanted to share this. This was my text that I sent to the group chat of like the Black creators when we found out like, hey, like you're not going to get any security anymore. And I was like, hey, I can look past a lot of like chaos, disorganization, not feeding us properly, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't want to put my name and my credibility behind an organization that doesn't even care about my safety. When concerns like about our safety were being brushed off, that's when we started to realize that, hey, Mr. Jones might not be looking out for our best interests. Just reiterating again, like kind of what happened on campus. We were there all day long. We kind of all started to feel like we were kind of just there for the help, like as the help to promote Dean and Parker. And let me be so explicitly clear, that is not Dean and Parker's fault. Dean and Parker were immensely kind and immensely gracious. Quite literally, everyone was misled about what exactly we would be on campus doing, and it was very clear in the hours going up to campus that there was no plan, there was no organization. I personally question if private security was ever even hired. There's just a lot of questions I have. But there was a point in the event where another creator, TC, who I absolutely love and adore, a lot of the people on this trip are genuinely just like wonderful people, good people down to the core, great intentions. And that's why I specifically want to talk about this, because it's really got compromised because not only did we not do our homework, but because we were manipulated sometime out in the sun with signs and trying to corral students to go debate Dean and Parker. And after a couple hours, TC and I kind of looked at each other and we were like, what are we doing? Effectively, TC and I have almost 5 million wonderful people who follow us. We can be doing so much more with our platforms, with our time, than trying to get college students to go watch Dean and Parker debate. And that is not to be offensive to Dean and Parker in any way. That was like the gist of the issues that were happening as far as like Z's leadership. Then one of the other organizers who was kind of like Z's right-hand person was Brandon Russell. And Brandon Russell didn't have
Oof. Brandon's a Zionist? Hashtag bring them home?
not really a kind person, I would say. I mean,
the plot thickens.
Was of him trash talking Dean to another creator, explaining how much he got paid, how difficult he was to work with, et cetera, just massively unprofessional.
Okay, well, how much did he get paid though?
Organizer, you don't do that. Period. Furthermore, and I found this out.
She's not wrong. You don't do that as an organizer. But like, how much did he get paid though?
From this, since being off of the trip, Brandon is a Zionist. Brandon is a Zionist. It is my opinion that in 2025, a Zionist cannot be at the forefront of any kind of a progressive political movement in the United States.
Careful there. You're going to get canceled by Ethan Klein by saying this. Ethan Klein is going to cancel this poor lady.
I understand the trope that the left demands perfection from one another to its own detriment, and I do understand that, but I personally will not work. I will not be associated with, I will not work for, I will not stand behind Zionists. I think it says a lot about someone's humanity, their intentions, their maturity, and their outlook on the world, and that's the kind of ideology that they identify with. Now, I'm going to say allegedly here because I don't trust this person, and I don't trust that they wouldn't try to legally come after me, but these are some like snippets from our group chat, our creator group chat from last night, because we found out some really insane information about...
We were set up. Z and Brandon just told me, no, it's not the same guy. I'm pissed. You don't set people up like that.
Incident that occurred on the trip, though allegedly, and I wouldn't be saying this unless I had very good evidence, the night that we arrived in Texas, after dinner, when we got back to our hotel rooms, the day before we're going to campus to go debate Charlie Kirk, we're sitting in the lobby chatting about the next day, and some of Charlie Kirk's Turning Point employees walk in. We thought they just found out where we were, and they showed up unannounced just to cause chaos. We weren't with it. We saw them, and we just retreated up to our hotel rooms. We weren't going to deal with it. But last night, we discovered that these Turning Point employees were invited to our hotel. Our location was given to them. They were invited to our hotel by Brandon, allegedly, so that some viral, confrontational, messy content could be filmed between the Enough America Tour members and Turning Point USA employees. We had no idea that that was happening. We had no idea that that was being set up. We didn't consent to that. And
if that's true, that is insane. Someone to pretend that it's not true, because that would be crazy.
Never would have agreed to it. Like, we're not a social experiment. You're putting us in danger. And of course, while those employees were there, they all got a really good look at all of our faces. And we wonder why the Charlie Kirk employees, the day of, when we lined up to go debate Charlie Kirk, would not let us debate him. They knew our faces. They knew who we were. And
that actually makes a lot of sense. I saw those clips. But also, that wouldn't make any sense, though, because, like, why would you cuck your own content for the next day?
Put us all in a situation where we thought that we were genuinely unsafe, that we could have been genuinely unsafe, is unacceptable, especially for an organizer. Again, we are not a social experiment. We were there to volunteer our time and talk.
I will say, I will reserve whether or not I believe this, because that is an insane thing to do if true.
Our intentions were pure, and it's really unfortunate that the organizers were not. Pause to read. I'll put these all up on my story so you guys can read them too. But Mr. Jones, basically, this whole situation was so much more confusing than it needed to be, specifically because of Mr. Jones, unfortunately. And I hate to say that, I've respected Mr. Jones for a very long time. I had no reason to believe that Mr. Jones would not have all of the Black creators' best intentions at heart. But he placed himself as the spokesperson for all of us and spoke for us, and basically told Z that the only way that we were okay with the entire situation, top to bottom, being remedied, was if Z were to step away as the face of the On of America tour, and Jones's now ex-partner would become the face of the tour, and Jones would step in and do operations. That's just not true. None of us agreed to that. Why would we agree to that after we have had multiple incidences of Mr. Jones not taking our concerns seriously and brushing us off? Him being an advocate for us and being a spokesperson for us didn't make any sense because he wasn't listening to us. So many things were happening behind the scenes. There's so many, I can't even address all of the things that we were lied to about. There were so many lies. There was just so much manipulation. All our concerns were being throttled because, in my opinion, Jones wanted to ensure that the On of America tour was not damaged because he wanted this to be his thing that he drove off into the sunset. So, very long story short, we were hearing different stories from Mr. Jones, and he was telling us
influencers would try to set up confrontations for the camera. That's not hard to believe at all. I mean, it's stupid to do that the day before you planning on doing the exact same thing. To then cuck your own content for the next day because now they know your faces and they won't let you like debate. You know what I mean? Not saying that it didn't happen, but I'm just saying that like it's so insane. I'm just like I will pretend like it doesn't happen for the sake of argument to get down to the things that we do know are bad.
Even he was telling to some of the other women on that panel who had initially been offended, we were getting so many different stories. And again, I encourage you to go watch Santana's live stream that's probably uploaded to YouTube at this point, because he breaks down so many more of like the specific lies that were told that caused us to be so confused and be unsure of where things even stood. Ultimately, from the jump, the tour was doomed to fail. Not only was it built on unsteady ground, there were players who did not have their peers' intentions in the forefront and were only thinking about themselves, which ultimately harmed everyone. And it's just not acceptable. Now, of course, I'm fully separated from this tour completely. I know I was only attached to it for a week, but still, I'm loudly distancing myself, separating myself from them. I just want to say the movement's here. The movement's we the people. The movement is not dead, but this movement cannot be ran by the figures whom I just mentioned. Political movements cannot be ran at this moment or any moment in my opinion.
Is there anything else interesting in this chat?
Just the loose ends of the situation finding on this mission and understood was, which that's his choice. And Dean, who knew well what was going on behind the scenes, confronted Peyton, and not even on live before that, but he texted him things that were going on.
Okay, this goes into the Dean conversation. Okay, we're gonna pause it here. Okay. Okay. Where do we go next, chat? Do we go into Dean's conversation on live? Or do we go into Peyton's video? I don't want to listen to the Dean stuff if I'm being honest, but that's the entire point. We're here. We're here to see the Dean stuff. I would say Peyton's video, but it's 14 minutes long. Okay, we're 2 times speeding this as well.
Drama and chaos there. And I mean, if that's the point of this, then, you know, that is what it is. And there's nothing that I'm going to say that's going to talk you out of that. But I just, you know, advise you to look within and figure out what the best option for you and your content and your following and your conscience going forward is.
Yeah. Okay.
The rental car needs to be returned in Philly on the 28th.
Yeah.
If it goes after, then I've told the rental car company they've got permission to report it as stolen.
Okay.
That's just, you know, what we do as a company policy.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, obviously.
We've gone ahead and we're going to pull you off the website tomorrow. We've gone ahead and deactivated your blue link, so that's, you know, kind of good on our end.
Okay. The creators are listed on the website? I guess not, never mind. Archive? Maybe he's on the archive, actually. That's a good point. I don't know why Archive of Our Own was the first thing to pop up, chat. That's so weird. That's so weird. Yes, there was a creators section. Oh, that was an archive. That sucks. Featuring Dean Withers and Parker. That's crazy. It wasn't archived. That's a roughie. Dang it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Is there anything on your end that you wanted to bring up or talk about? I don't know what would have made anybody uncomfortable about me calling her out, I guess, personally.
I mean, she was standing up for her people. I mean, I watched the live.
She was standing up for her people?
I think that we had incredibly different interpretations of what was said, as does the fact that, you know, we haven't had a single influencer decide or reconsider their involvement in the tour other than yourself.
That didn't age well.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
As the lead organizer,
wait, is this
it the best look when being told not to go up there, to go up there anyway and behave the way she did? Because honest to God, these are 5 people who have nothing to do with any of this at all, who were just voicing opinions that they had. I don't care if they said that we should all die. You know what I mean? Like, is that the best look for her to be doing?
That's a great question, actually. Who are some of these people? And why wasn't I invited? I feel like it was racism that I wasn't invited. All right. I'll say it. I'll say it. This is racism. Racism.
Especially as a white woman, I will say.
I think that she's always been very overprotective of the people that work for her and that support her, and she felt like those people were being called out in an unfair manner, and her mama bear energy kind of took over. And
her mama bear energy. Should be invited to everything, Sean. I agree.
And, you know, I think that that's an admirable trait to have. Whether the energy was channeled in the best way is really up for an individual kind of perspective.
And the individuals involved did feel that it was racially motivated, correct?
I mean, I haven't heard them say that themselves.
They did in the comments of my video, actually. You can go check if you like.
No, I'll definitely have my team continue to look into that and explore that.
Phenomenal. Okay.
Alrighty, well, you know, this is myself. If you have anything else, I'm more than happy to speak with you, and yeah.
Fantastic, thank you.
I hope you get what you want out of this.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Dayton.
You too.
And to top it all off, later that night, I had a conversation with a fellow content creator who I used to like, who used to be friends with me, and this is how that conversation went. I said, hey, he said, yeah. I said, I hope we could still be friends. If not, wanted to say, I like the work you do and best of luck. And then he starts telling me what I'm doing isn't okay, that I'm making the other BIPOC people on the tour feel so fucking uncomfortable with what I'm doing and posting. And he tells me that I should know better. What's the point of picking the same fights that have been tearing the left apart? If I believed in the ultimate goal, which I should, we don't have time for these trivial problems. These trivial problems. These trivial problems. And the first thing that bugged me, the first thing I asked him about was the fact that I didn't hear about any BIPOC creators who would have cared about my video. I've not lost friends over this. And also, why would it matter if they did find it some sort of way? Like, why would that matter in the case of her being racist? So after I got these messages from him, I started to think, why the fuck is everyone focused on the video that I made? The video that I made. The fact that my video was uncalled for. I shouldn't have made that video. I'm just trying to divide people, and not the actions of the subject of the video. But we'll circle back to that point. I said, if we take these things lightly now, we end up back here eventually. I don't know what you mean by arm themselves. I didn't call out any creators whatsoever in that video, and I have nothing but respect for the people involved outside of the person who chose to put herself in that position and behaved in that manner. That's not okay. And if we don't call it out when it happens, this shit adds up. I said the reason we keep having these same fights is because shit like this keeps happening and swiftly pushed aside as an overreaction and counter to the cause. Like it's something to be addressed later, like the problems of black people always are when it comes to the rest of these movements. All of the progress we've made in this country.
You didn't say as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. I keep this in the closet for just days of this occasion. For days of this occasion. Which is why I should go back to the Streamer Awards. You should vote for me for Rising Star in 2025. It'll make Ethan mad. It'll be funny.
Has been built on the backs of black women, organizing, putting in the work, getting on the ground, and then, when they raise any concerns whatsoever, they're swiftly pushed aside as counter to the movement, counter to the cause, something to be addressed later. He says, dude, fucking stop, you are doing the exact shit you are pretending to fight right now. How? And then he says, I'm way too white to have an opinion on this, when the people on the tour who are BIPOC, that I am making uncomfortable, don't feel this way. I need to stop.
Natalie, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Also, I love white people telling other white people that them speaking up for black women is inherently wrong and it's like counterculture and is cringe. Yelling to vote. Oh, it's not open now. It opens in like 6 months. But, 6 months from now, just vote for me then. Yeah, I appreciate it.
We'll get back to the way too white thing in a second. But, again, stop using the opinions of black people as a political tool to make your fucking point. Just because Candace Owens agrees with the right doesn't mean that all black people do. And if you feel like me interjecting myself to call out a racist white woman is me being way too white to consider her actions racist, especially when I'm echoing the voices of the black women who were on that live receiving her racist statements. And anyone would know that if anyone reached out to them whatsoever, instead of being like, what is my black friend?
Marky GG, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated.
And so I broke down
a good one or a bad one? This is a good one. That was a joke. I was obviously joking. Jeez Louise. Chat said it first. Mommy started it.
Why Z's actions were not acceptable. I said 4 hours into a live, being told not to interject herself. Not just because she's a white woman and shouldn't, but because she's the face of organizing for this entire tour, because she can say nothing to help and it's not her place. She still hopped on. She immediately started talking down to them. And yes, intentionally or unintentionally, spoke in microaggressions and was racist towards them.
This is true. This is true. The Great Snowman, thank you for the 12-month resubscription. Much appreciated. But yeah, like, she didn't call them like the N-word, but she did join the live. And she did speak down to them, insinuating that they have no idea what real organizing is and that they couldn't possibly understand all that she's going through as a real organizer. That's like textbook microaggression. You know? Textbook microaggression.
Horrible optics to the campaign, and then she tried to lie about contracts that I didn't sign, and she did all of this while taking zero accountability. And I said, this is what creates broken systems and twisted change. A foundation of things we should have been calling out if only the timing were right.
And calling it disorganized is offensive to the POCs working on it. Yeah. Like, actually, you calling my event disorganized is like disrespectful to the people of color that I employ. Have you thought of that?
Where we can fight against this.
I also telling them that they need Dean and Parker to speak to white people. That's why Dean Parker was leading the movement.
While not also being racist and allowing people who behave in this manner to lead our campaigns, and we live in that world. And I said, now it's getting a little concerning seeing absolutely nobody else even acknowledging any wrongdoing whatsoever. Whether you feel my video or reaction were justified, not at least admitting to an overprotectiveness that presented as racially charged statements and sentiments is disappointing. I said, I'm also not too white to call out someone who I was linked to professionally, who I witnessed behave in an incredibly unprofessional and racist manner. It's not right to allow it to be swept under the rug, which is exactly what would have happened as it did in the past for her. I don't need help getting views. I'm not doing this for clout. I could give a fuck about money. We are doing this because it's right. I said, if we are truly focused on combating regression and not just clicks and views, which are important, that also includes calling this behavior and those who perpetuate it out. And he said, "K dude, make your choices." And I fucking am. I promise this isn't something random. This is all relevant. Guess what? Do you see this nice car? Do you see this BMW? Guess who rented that BMW for me? I'll give you a million guesses. It's the Unfuck America tour. So they rented me this car, not for like 2 days, right? They rented this car for me for 2 full weeks. Every other creator was flying out there, right? That's what I heard. Oh, we're booking flights, right? And I was like, hey, what if I rented a car? And they were like, how long do you need it? And I was like, 2 weeks, I guess. Like, you know what I mean? Drove to Colorado. We're here in Colorado. Obviously didn't go to Texas. Now, why is this important? This is important because I know that some black creators who were going on this tour had to pay their own way. They paid for their own travel or lodging or both. That is not okay. I'm getting these things, barely even asking, getting these things. And these people have to pay their own way. Why? I think we can find the answer in the fact that there were black creators who were asked to go on this trip and felt like it was an afterthought because they were only asked after people were noting a lack of diversity on this trip. Now, I'm not saying this is true, but it does seem like...
Man, this is a common theme. And do you see a connection between what he is saying here and what I call out, not just in the political space, but in the entire streaming landscape? I've been talking about this for years. I've been talking about this for years at this point, right? About black creators not being broached as like, you know, or brought as part of the content, as white creators being, you know, uplifted without a thought in the world about diversity, and then only diversity being added once the call outs begin. They would have made you pay to be there. You dodged this. You think I would have paid to be there if I had to pay? No, that wasn't gonna happen anyway. Yeah, I'm not plugged in, but you've definitely shined a light on this. Yeah. It's the Ludwig mindset. I don't even want to call it the Ludwig mindset because it's not like unique to Ludwig, but it's the entire ecosystem. The entire ecosystem. Right? People tend to gravitate to a larger number, and because white creators tend to have a larger number, they are the people picked for opportunities, which then reinforces them having a larger number, which then allows them to get more opportunities, which is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And somebody at some point, somewhere, needs to be like, hey, let's bring some black creators into this, you know? Let's spice it up. Let's add some diversity here. Right? This person doesn't have like 8 billion followers or whatever, but they have 100K. So let's bring them. Why not?
Being echoed by the people involved that you were reaching out to black creators late in the game because you had a noted lack of diversity that people were questioning about this tour. And instead of reallocating resources and being like, we need to correct our mistake ourselves, you left it up to these black creators to pay their own way instead of admitting your mistake and owning up to it
and facing the consequences. And that's not okay, especially when I was asked late in the game and I got all of these things. I was not asked that long ago to go on this trip, and I know of at least one black creator who was asked before me to go on this trip and still had to pay their own way. And that is not okay. That's why these things matter. We cannot take these things lightly when they happen just because you think this person who genuinely, truly has things to deconstruct should be in a position where it is crucial she is making the right decisions. And we've already touched on it a couple times in this video, but the thing that I want to leave you guys with is this. We have to stop this, well, we have our cake, what are we supposed to eat it to? Mentality. There is no reason why we can't call these people out for having to still deconstruct. It's fine. You're still deconstructing your racism, but we have to call these people out and push them to the back of the line until they have figured out how to address these things within themselves. She does not have to.
Exactly. 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 And I've been saying this. This extends to Ethan Klein. This extends to Dean Withers. This extends to these people. Exactly.
To be in this organization position, and the idea that you guys are protecting her out of some sort of like, well, it's going to ruin the movement. It's infuriating. Imagine how many people would have gotten on board if you guys heard about this and said, wow, fuck this person. Who should we have in this? What mistakes did we make? Get her to the back of the fucking line. She has a lot of things to figure out. Maybe we have something else that she can do that's not involving these critical decisions that need to be made for this massive tool.
Exactly. And this is what pissed me off, because when I said this, right? When I said this, people yelled at me. They were like, what, you want no white people? You don't want people to learn and grow. You don't want people to grow. You don't want people to learn from their mistakes, right? I'm like, I'm not saying you kick these people out of the movement, but they gotta go scrub the floors. You feel me? You're taking someone from the rival restaurant and you're making them the freaking manager. You're bringing in Plankton from the chum bucket and you're giving him Mr. Krabs' position. Like, no, you were just at the chum bucket. You gotta start from the bottom here. You gotta learn why what we do here at the Krusty Krab. You are not fit to lead the Krusty Krab yet. All too often, we keep giving Plankton the keys to the Krusty Krab. Saying, yeah, you're gonna do SpongeBob's job. Hey, you're gonna do Squidward's job. Like, no, you should have Patrick's job. Bro needs to scrub the floor. He needs to take orders. But not on the register, but like, you know, like a waiter style. Like, you don't get elevated to the top position in the leftist movement and you just join after being racist. Who's she in the story trying to catch up on Google? Z, the CEO or the founder, executive director of Soul Strategies, and whatever the other thing is. Always sounds like the SURJ meeting right now. This is technically calling people in and calling them out to help them re-examine themselves and their internalized racism. Yeah.
Sure, we can absolutely call out this behavior and get people like this out of organizing positions while moving the movement forward, like while progressing. I don't understand why whenever the voices of black women or black people in general are raised during times like this, when microaggressions like this
it is, and this is hard for people to understand. People who are calling him out for this, like his friends, are also racist as well. At least they have racially charged feelings, right? Their first thought is to defend the poor little white girl who's being attacked from these big scary black women, right? These angry and aggressive black women, and they're like, dude, why are you not helping the white girl out, right? Even though the white girl put herself in this position and was yelling at and antagonizing people who had nothing to do with the situation, and they're getting mad at Peyton because Peyton's not falling in line.
Look back 20 years on that, we go, wow, that behavior was awful. If only we would have called it out at the time. We can call it out at the time and get her out of this position while having someone more qualified to organize it. It doesn't make sense why everyone would be so apprehensive to this unless it's just about fucking money. But that's not why we do this. We do not do this for money. We do this to progress. We do this to build community. And you cannot build community without black women. You can't build community without black people, and constantly trying to silence them and call their behavior out as aggressive, their behavior out as counter to the movement. What do you guys mean you're calling all this stuff out? Well, then she got up there to be a mama bear, and now what, she's a bad guy for that? Yes. We have to stop this behavior, or it's gonna keep ending up this way. It will keep ending up this way over and over and over and over again, because little things like this, they add up. They lead to a fractured foundation, and eventually it will all collapse again, and we will be right fucking back here. And to the massive creators who absolutely knew about this behavior prior to going to this event, which absolutely bombed, we know who you are, and if you want, I can show proof.
Oh, please do. Peyton, please do. I live for the drama. All right, bros, invited to the cookout. No, he was chefing. He was chefing.
feel free to reach out to me because I'm sure you're going to have. You might have seen my video a bit ago about turning an abandoned hotel into affordable housing. And if you're one of the over 1,800 people who donated, I want to say thank you so much. Do you guys remember when the Browns drafted?
Okay, there's nothing now. Okay, now let's get to the Dean stuff. I want to see how is Dean involved? That's my question. How is Dean involved?
One final thing to say, go for it. And then Parker, Erica, or Mermaid, if you guys want to chime in, feel free. And then after that, I'll probably just talk to the chat for a minute.
Were there any other creators that wanted to?
I will say, I absolutely hate people who screen record lives, but then feel the need to talk about it or to type in it. I hate it. Just screen record. You have one job. You have one job, that is to screen record your stupid live. Stop typing. I don't care what you have to say. This goes for Instagram lives as well, because people do it all the time. When I see a screen recording of Instagram live, people type in, I know that's right. Shut up. I'm trying to listen to the live. Jeez Louise.
To join up. I don't really have content.
By chance, in the guest request.
I do see Chris.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I need to decompress.
Yeah, no worries, Erica. Erica, thank you so much for joining us today.
Is this the entire thing? Is this content? Is this content? I'm so glad I got off TikTok. In a parallel universe where I stayed on TikTok and making TikTok content, this could be me, chat. If I didn't leave TikTok for Twitch.
We appreciate you so much for being here.
Of course. Have a great day.
You got TikTok Live too and steal these viewers? I wouldn't get viewers on TikTok Live. Actually, I think I could probably go live on TikTok right now. I need my stream key though. I don't know where it is. Let me check. Wait. Okay, hold on. I think it's on my Mac. Whoever my Mac is. Hold on. I have an idea. Here, continue.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, Chris.
Was Becca also?
Did she say anything?
Okay. All right. I think. Yeah. Were you gonna have everyone speak real quick, Dean?
Yeah, I see Xander's in there.
Oh, it's Xander. This is the guy. Whatchamacallit? This is the guy that Ethan doesn't like. What a small world. The guy Ethan was sick hiling at. It's a small, small world.
And if Becca, if you're in the queue, let me know. We'll get you up here. But take it away, guys.
Okay, well, so first I want to preface this by saying to Mermaid, my bestie, I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to offer an absolute sincere apology in front of 7,000 people, because I don't think the one-on-one apology is more than enough. Mermaid has been relatively newer to the community, and we've known each other long before she started debating and having these conversations. And we've gotten immensely
there. This is the debate sphere. Okay.
Close. And about a week before the tour had unfolded, we spoke about how...
I can't 2x speed this for some reason.
Mermaid can, get more in the game, be more involved, use her voice more. And I walk through our communities attempting to avoid any drama or avoid any issues to ensure that we're keeping things productive. And that doesn't always serve me well. But in this case, and specifically, I really took Mermaid, and I feel personally responsible because the entire time I was trying to create like a enjoyable safe space, and I feel as though I did the opposite here because we spoke about the stress and the situation it's caused and the time it's consumed, and it doesn't seem as though it unfolded to be exactly as it had been originally envisioned. And so I wanted to take a moment to first off say, I am so sorry, Mermaid. Like this was your first event, your first event like this, and I feel really personally responsible for the fact that it could have been so much better. And I know you had a good time, but like
I literally know nothing about who this guy is. What he's saying sounds so fake. I'm being entirely real.
Really stressful event. So
like, because I maybe it's because people are yelling at him, but it feels like he's being like, I'm just like, I'm such a loving guy, right? I'm such a loving. Wait, what should my stream title be? Dean Withers cancellation, probably. I think Dean Withers would probably pull more viewers than Hassan. Dean Withers cancellation. Save. All right. Copy my stream URL. Go to my OBS. Put that here. Copy this. Right here. Okay. And wait, I'll change the name. Say TikTok. Okay. And start. Am I live on TikTok? Chat, can we check? Okay, let me check. TikTok.com. Gideon? Sorry. That was uncalled for. Hey, there I am. I have to log in to see it though. I'm currently live on TikTok too. That's right, chat. I'm live on TikTok. I'm a TikTok liver now. Say hello to TikTok, chat. See? Boom. You shut your mouth. That mangled sentinel. All right, let's get back to the drama. How is Dean getting canceled? How is Dean getting canceled? You've changed ever since you started streaming on TikTok. True. Is Euphoric Acoustic still here? What do I have to see Dean's statements? Do I keep watching this? Because this is about this guy, whatever. I'm skipping this.
And understand where I've personally went wrong, and to move forward in a better direction. So Sam, if you'd like to take the mic, please feel free.
Who's Sam? Who's Sam?
One, I'm outside. I'm going to try going somewhere quieter. Two, I'm angry, so if I stutter, that's why. Now, this isn't just you. But for the last week, directly after Z said the racist bullshit that she said to those people, I immediately went to Mermaid's Live to try and warn both her and Johnny about Z's racist actions toward the women on that live.
Okay, we know Johnny. Johnny was the guy from the last live stream. All right, we know some of the characters. We know Dean, obviously. Sam was mad at Z. We know Z as well. Johnny was the guy from the last live stream. And Mermaid was the black woman who was on the last live stream as well. Who Johnny was like, I'm so sorry, Mermaid. This was your first event. Right? That's what happened. Okay, cool. We're learning, chat. We're learning.
Before I even got to finish my sentence, as soon as Johnny heard the word racism, he shut me down because he didn't want the conversation to be going toward, quote, negativity. And then he wanted to
Did I miss that? We didn't see that part, but I'll take her word for it.
Focus on the people that might lose their Medicaid and their food assistance, as if I'm not actively affected by Medicaid and food assistance. So first of all,
wait, hold on. Run that back by me one more time.
And then he wanted to focus on the people that might lose their Medicaid and their food.
Okay, so weaponizing working class people's struggles against black women, saying like, sure, your race issues are whatever, who cares about that? People are gonna lose their food assistance. We should focus on that instead of calling out races. Sure. Hey, we hit 28K on Twitch. Huge W. We didn't make it. We made it.
Assistance, as if I'm not actively affected by Medicaid and food assistance. So first of all, Johnny, if you're listening to this, you betrayed the fuck out of me and black people. And if you call yourself an advocate, me and Ray are owed an apology. Number fucking
I have
one.
no idea who the other person is, but I agree with her. She's totally right. Dang it.
Everyone can understand where
lose their Medicaid and their food assistance, as if I'm not actively affected by Medicaid and food assistance. So first of all, Johnny, if you're listening to
this.
Hey,
Chad, did you know that Marvel Rivals Season 2 is live now, apparently? TikTok is telling us about Marvel Rivals Season 2. It's live now.
You betrayed the fuck out of me and black people. And if you call yourself an advocate, me and Ray are owed an apology. Number fucking
Dean is racist. The other day, he's just trying to save his platform here. Is this Dean's first statement? Where is Euphoric Acoustic? Or Cybeast? Where... I need to know what Dean said that was like pretty bad.
One. Number two, moving forward, the day that man came up on your live to tell you about what Z did, I sent both you and Parker links to the live stream where Z said what she said. And I also posted when Johnny shut me and Ray down, and posted the live link YouTube video in my Discord with timestamps.
Okay.
And after that, the day before yesterday, when Dan did a 7-hour live.
I have no idea who Dan is, but all right, I'm with you.
About Alina.
I have no idea who Alina is, but I'm with you. Keep going.
Jaden.
I have no idea who Jaden is either, but I'm with you. Keep going.
And me told him in the comment section that Z was racist, and Dan went out of his way to say that he didn't want to talk about that out loud, and he wanted to talk about that off camera. Now, as far as any other thing that happened, I can't say anything about that. But what I will say is, when me and Ray and other creators
Boo Alina and Jaden? No. It's yay Alina and Jaden, right? We're saying yay Alina and Jaden. Alina and Jaden are good because they were holding Dan's feet to the fire to speak out against the racism of Z. And he was like, I don't want to get into that on camera or whatever. He didn't want to speak out against racism on camera, right? So it's boo Dan, yay Alina and Jaden, and Sam. I think this is Sam. That's what I've gotten.
This for over a week, trying to tell you all, especially to your faces sometimes, what she did, and you treated us like we were fucking crazy. That felt awful.
That's entirely fair. New follower, but I was banned from Daddy Hassan. That's rough, chatter. Wait, your name is James too. Wait, no. You have another James here. James, you two Jameses have to fight it out, and whoever loses have to change their name.
So you know what? I can't tell you what you knew. I'm not in your brain.
I can.
Okay. But what I'm going to say is, when we try and tell multiple people who were part of this tour what happened, and you shut us down, that was disrespectful as fuck and also racist.
Okay, and then something else you said there. You said that I lied about...
Sorry. There's a lot of things playing.
Sean the Black says,
wait, did I close it?
African princess.
I didn't close it. Wait, where'd it go?
Just subscribed.
Where'd it go? Okay, let me close some of these other tabs. I'm getting lost in the sauce a little bit. Okay. Did I close it? I'm so stupid. Oh, okay.
And understand where
I accidentally put the link over it. I found it. I found it. Okay.
Our live that he didn't want to talk about that out sometimes. What she did, and you treated us like we were fucking crazy.
That's fair. I will say that's fair. Dean and Parker were directly associated with Z. And I think that expecting Dean and Parker to say something about what Z said very publicly in the way that she was belittling and putting down the black women that she was talking to is fair. And if Dean did not say anything, that's worthy of criticism.
That felt awful. So you know what? I can't tell you what you knew. I'm not in your brain.
I can.
Okay. But what I'm going to say is, when we try and tell multiple people who were part of this tour what happened, and you shut us down, that was disrespectful as fuck and also racist. That's what I wanted to say.
Can I tell you a little bit about like what I knew and when I knew it? And then also I just want to thank you for coming up here and sharing your thoughts.
Is this live drama? What's going on?
Day,
yeah, it's kind of live drama. It's the drama about the live debate TikTok sphere. But like, I don't think the criticism is rooted in liberalism. I think the criticism is fair. Also, I don't like Dean, so it's kind of funny to just see Dean be put in a position like this.
Even if it's like not for my personal self-interested advantage, I will always think that
Dean is no longer formerly racist. This is more fun than Ethan versus Hassan. You just say that because why don't you like Dean? I've talked about why I don't like Dean extensively. Check my YouTube. I don't want to get into it.
Parent and clear conversation.
Multiple reasons. I'll distill it down into like this. One, I don't like formerly racist white kids getting promoted over black people as if their voices matter more to the leftist movement because they were formerly racist white kids. Two, I don't like people who decide to legitimize Nazis by debating them. Three, I don't like people who disregarded the fight and struggle of Palestinians of the over the past 18 months just so that, you know, they could bolster their own political clout and that their favored candidate can win the election. And four, he's just bad at doing politics. It's just bad. Yeah. And the debate perv, that was point number 2. Authentically Ashley, thanks for the rose. Sorry.
Is a good thing.
Is that still around? Do people still do that? Do people still do that?
And it's fuck. I'll stand 10 toes down.
Really?
I'll stand 10 toes down in that. All right. So Sam, here's what I have to say. I will always think that transparent and clear conversation is a good thing. And And it's fuck. I'll stand 10 toes down in that. I'll stand 10 toes down in that. All right. So
Okay.
Sam, here's what I have to say. You asked me when I knew about this. I knew about this the day after it happened.
Okay.
And I listened to a clip of Z on the live, giving microaggressions against black women. And that's a fact. And that was before I left on the trip to Texas.
Okay.
And that's also a fact. The reason why I still decided to go on the trip to Texas and my thought processes after listening to the clip.
That was me that sent the roles. Like I was on my Twitch on my iPad and have you live muted on TikTok. Gotta beat those lit debate bros views. Yeah, that's not happening. I have 20 viewers. I have to go live consistently on TikTok to even start touching those numbers. You need like an audience on TikTok for it.
Z being, perpetuating racist microaggressions to the black women in that space were as follows. First and foremost.
Oh, he's debate broing this too. I hate him so much.
I still decided.
I hate him so much. He's debate broing this too.
To go on the trip to Texas and my thought processes after listening to the clip of Z being, perpetuating racist microaggressions to the black women in that space were as follows. First and foremost, I heard about multiple fans that had bought plane tickets to go into Texas, so I felt as if I owed it to them.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So you have the hand wave away the racism because you're doing it for the fans. That's why. And not because you were paid a bunch of money to do this. Yeah, sure. No. Yeah, it was for the fans. It was for us, actually. It was for us.
To ensure that I was there. Second of all, I, at that moment, begun attempting to pressure Z into at least acknowledging what she did was wrong, acknowledging that she needs to hold herself accountable.
But you still took the bag, though, right? He was like, no. Like, chat, you don't get it. He was working tirelessly for a statement. He was working tirelessly to pressure Z into getting a statement. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't get it. He was working tirelessly. He was just like the Democratic Party.
Hopefully, she can deconstruct her racist microaggressions, regardless if they were intentional or unintentional. The impact was clear. Okay. In retrospect, I think that was a bad thing. I think I did something wrong. I think I fucked up. Quite frankly, Sam, I do. I think I fucked up because if I feel like.
In what way? In like still taking the money? Right? And still doing the tour? And not making a public statement about it? In what way?
In order to be willing to go the extra mile, you have to be willing to break the status quo. And I feel like in that circumstance, I didn't break the status quo. I went with the status quo. And what I should have done instead is I should have leveraged the fact that I have a large platform to either say that she needs to hold herself accountable or I need to leave the tour. And I didn't do that, and that was wrong. And I realized that, and I think that moving forward, I need to do better, Sam.
Okay. While I appreciate the transparency, I have to ask, because this was my main.
Wait, why'd you end it there? Got started. Okay. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see what else is going on. This is how Peyton gets involved. Okay. I am very curious about how Peyton gets involved in this situation.
Okay, then something else you said there. You said that I lied about not knowing about like what was said and the fact that Z had made racist remarks on the live.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have the Signal group chats screenshotted. You were at least made aware of what was going on.
Peyton, if you read my
I
messages,
read the message.
Peyton, will you please show me a screenshot of my chats in the Signal chat from that?
Yes, it was you saying that you were at your grandparents. What's going on with Z on this live? In the middle of them explaining what was going on with Z in this live.
So I commented 2 times in the Signal group chat, like specifically saying that I was not there. I was at a dinner with my grandparents. Tell Z to get off this live. I was made
You said
aware-
what's going on with Z on this live, by the way, but
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I put my phone in my pocket and ate my food. Okay.
Fantastic. That's great. And then
Come
forgot
on,
about
bro.
what was going on.
Come on, dude. Come on. I was like, hello. Did I text you back? Sorry, let me check. Okay. But the point that is being made here is that he doesn't understand that, like, what Peyton is saying is that you were at least aware. You can't claim to have been unaware of the situation when you commented on the situation. Like in the Signal group chat, he commented, what's going on here? That means you're at least aware that something's going on, right? If you were completely unaware, if you were too preoccupied to get involved in the situation, you wouldn't have commented on it 2 separate times in the group chat.
Going on, and then tried to push it aside, and then go to Texas A&M and party with Z after Texas A&M, and then act like you weren't okay with all of this.
It's like he knew something not good was happening, but avoided the details. Yeah, and that's what he's being criticized for. Right? His bag was too important to get involved with what was happening.
So, I mean, do you want me to kind of reiterate some of the sentiments that I've shared so far in this live as it relates to the fact that I still did go to Texas A&M, the idea that I think that was under
Yes,
the
I think you
conditions
did
of
not
boundaries of
care
landing,
about this.
etc.
I think you did not care about this until these videos started to take off and their voices started to get out there, because you have a personal vendetta against one of them, which is fine. But at the end of the day,
Wait, I'm so sorry, dude. Okay, so you just said I didn't care about this because I had a personal vendetta against
no,
one
not
of them?
just that, but I did
Wait,
say you did
wait,
have one, and you do have one with one of them. Yeah,
who
You're not gonna lie.
Who are you referencing?
You know who I'm referencing, Dean. Like, can we fucking not, dude?
I mean, I don't know if the 10,000 people listening do.
Yeah, but you do. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not gonna send her.
We have an audience of 10. Okay, so sure, we don't want to send them an audience A. That's actually fair. That's a good idea because
Yeah.
of what I'm about to say. That's fine. So you're referencing one of the women that was involved. Okay, and you're saying that I have a personal vendetta against them. I feel like that's a very unfair way to describe reality.
I said that's one of the reasons.
Will you just allow me to
focus
finish?
in on a single.
Okay. Let me explain what's happening here. Let me explain what's going on here, chat. This is Dean being a debate bro. This is him doing debate broism, right? He first tried to pretend like he didn't know about whatever personal vendetta Peyton was talking about. Step number 1, deny, right? He was denying. He was like, what personal vendetta? What are you talking about? And when he got called out on it, he then tried to demand that Peyton out this person. And when Peyton was like, I'm not going to do that, he was like, oh, wait, that's a good point. We're not going to do that. And then he somehow remembered the person he has a personal vendetta against, right? And now is arguing about that personal vendetta that he has. Even though Peyton was like, it could be partially due to your personal vendetta.
Reason.
Will you allow me to finish?
I gave
Dan?
multiple reasons, Dan.
And I will happily address them, but I just want
Please
to have a
address all of them.
conversation about this one specifically, because you're saying that I have an unfair, like a personal vendetta against one of the women. So, I mean, it is the case that one of the women has called for my public execution before.
After what, Dean?
After a friendship that ended.
Okay.
What do you?
Are you recording?
Oh wait. What do you mean after what?
I would appreciate it.
No, Peyton, what do you mean after what?
Dean.
What do you mean after what?
Dean. Dude, like, you've got to be fucking with me, right? Like,
Peyton, with all due respect, you're the one that just said after what when I said that somebody had personally called for my death. I guess I'm going to ignore that if you want.
It's not my story to tell, Dean, and you know what the fuck happened, man.
Quite frankly, I have no clue what you mean by saying after what. But here's what I was going to say to begin with. I don't think it's okay to equivocate the fact that, yes, like, one of those women had said some very like hurtful and harmful things about me in the past. And like that has definitely does mean that I do not like that individual. However, I don't think just because I do not like an individual that therefore microaggressions being perpetuated against them are like justified, valid, or therefore okay.
Then again, why not speak out about it?
So I mean,
why allow people to keep silencing these black women?
That's a great question, actually. Peyton's kind of cooking here. I'm gonna be real. Like, so Dean now acknowledged that he does have a personal vendetta against this person, right? Which Dean was trying to deny because it made his point look bad. But now that he's acknowledged it, right? Now he's saying like, well, that doesn't mean that I won't talk about microaggressions when it happened to them, but you didn't talk about microaggressions when it happened to them. You know what I mean? That's reality. You didn't do it. For whatever reason, right? You had a personal relationship with Z, right? You're getting paid by her pack to do this event that she's the event organizer of, and you appreciated that relationship, maybe even that money, and maybe even the fact that this other person who was calling out Z, you know, you have a personal vendetta against. Maybe the cherry on the top for why you thought it wasn't important enough for you to talk about. Potentially. Maybe.
Until you felt it was appropriate to speak up about it. Whether it be for your fans who you could have easily reimbursed for their plane tickets, whether it be for the
Didn't Dina Parker weaponize Tashika's trauma against her, which is why she said what she said? I don't even know who that is. I'm going to be entirely real. I don't even have any clue who Tashika is or what she said or what the situation was, right? Because like again, I don't know. So y'all know better than I do. TikTok chat. But regardless, like Dean's being dishonest here with the way he's coming into this conversation. First pretending like he didn't have a personal vendetta until he realized that it could work in his favor, and then he did have a personal vendetta, and even then he still did not have a good argument against Peyton here.
Or the group, why?
So
like,
I mean,
why would
so
anyone?
You did say like that you've been listening since the moment I kind of came on this live stream, and I've kind of like I've repeated this a couple of times now, and I don't mind going it over again with you, man, especially because that means that there's also a lot of new people that are tuning in. So the reason why I didn't speak up about it loudly before I left for Texas was because
it's because your fans paid for plane tickets and you felt like you'd be letting them down, and I understand, but like you make like $700.
And do you mind if you let me finish for myself without interrupting me?
$700 alive? I feel like you could.
I'm gonna interrupt you now because you interrupted me while I was speaking.
I love this. I love him being like, you're the person getting emotional here, right? You're the person getting emotional. I'm gonna mute you because you're the person getting emotional. Like, that's literally what he said, though. To be fair, like, you know, maybe Peyton shouldn't have interrupted him, whatever, but he did say that. Peyton clocked his argument exactly, right? He did.
And hey, I DM'd you in private because I thought it was a big enough deal for me to privately DM you, ask you not to share.
Well, this was beforehand.
So I could personally turn around.
Okay.
Okay. Then something else you said there. You said that I lied about not.
Yeah.
You did say like that you've been listening since the moment I kind of came on this live stream.
Yeah, here it is. Okay.
And I've kind of like I've repeated this a couple of times now, and I don't mind going it over again with you, man. Especially because that means that there's.
You also realize like how he kind of deflates when he's not talking to someone who is like an express right winger, right? Uses the same tactics, the same debate broisms, but like it's more of like, well, I'm trying to have a conversation here and you don't want to have a conversation with me. So I'm going to mute you so I can talk over you with no issue and no problem, right? Because that's what's best for this conversation that we're having here, actually.
People that are tuning in.
You're totally right. It's the exact same as the event organizer. You are totally correct.
So the reason why I didn't speak up about it loudly before I left for Texas was because
It's because your fans paid for plane tickets and you felt like you'd be letting them down. And I understand, but like you make like $700.
Hey, and do you mind if you let me finish for myself?
Also, and I want to point out the fact that like Peyton didn't necessarily interrupt him there, right? Dean was letting him speak, right? Dean was letting him speak until he realized what Peyton was saying was not what he wanted Peyton to say. Then he was like, well, actually, it was my turn to talk, actually. It was actually my turn to talk, and you've interrupted me.
$700 alive? I feel like you could.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you interrupted me while I was speaking. So anyways, to finish what I was saying, yeah, it's because I didn't want to let fans down that either had plane tickets or were driving into the event. But like, in retrospect, like that is me describing why.
But also, like, nobody is saying that you had to cancel your appearance at the event. People are mad, right? People are mad that he didn't say anything. He could have just like denounced the behavior. You feel me? He could have been like, yeah, because he was so quick to denounce Harry Sisson. He was so quick to denounce Harry Sisson and make a public statement against Harry Sisson and to publicly end his friendship with Harry Sisson. He was so quick to denounce Harry Sisson. But when it comes to actually holding the event organizer that is paying him accountable for the racism that they were displaying, radio silence. Radio silence. Now that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. You don't have to real let them fight energy. I'm not a TikToker or TikTok debate person, so this is purely to kill time until the Ethan Klein debate. I'm gonna be around. Is everybody mad at him though? Why about everybody else? Why not just be mad at Z? You can hold multiple thoughts in your head. You can be mad at Z for what Z did, and then you can be mad at Dean for taking his bag to basically excuse what Z did. You know? He's like one of the largest creators. He's one of the faces of the tour. He could have said something. Dean didn't get paid. I heard differently. I heard differently. You chat the child left behind. Oh, right. I'm reading TikTok chat and Twitch chat, but not YouTube chat. It's like YouTube chat.
RLLY_James_SMH just subscribed.
Really, James SMH, thank you for the prime. Also, Espada, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciate it. It's safe to handle everyone in this situation, except Peyton. I don't know Peyton, but Peyton's cool. We have an embargo on Peyton hate. The rest are fair game.
What I did.
How does it feel to always be right? It feels great. Actually, it doesn't feel great.
Define it. And I just like want to continually repeat this. I had a conversation with another creator earlier today, and they kind of made me really recognize why that was a bad thing.
No way, OMG, you're the guy in the content cop. I am the guy in the content cop. Shout out, I got recognized in TikTok chat. I am the guy in the content cop. This is true. You might recognize me from some of the things like the content cop guy. Because that is I. That's so crazy. That's so funny. Wait, hold on. I should probably put that on the screen, just so people coming here knows. Hold on. Wait. Let me do it real quick. Boom. Text. Yes. ... I am the guy in the content cop. All right, we're gonna go ahead and put this in the top of the screen. Boom. There we go. Just move AF in your suit, dude. Yeah. Let's continue. Does that mean ACAP includes you? Nah. I am merely the police informant. That does not mean I'm an officer. It's a different person. It's not me.
I should have broken.
Snitch. We rebuke that term. That term is actually derogatory to my people. Rat, how dare? That's even worse.
Right? I should have been able to say, like, no, that was wrong, cutthroat. She either needs to hold herself accountable before I hop on my plane, or she needs to leave the position of being the organizer of the pack before I hop on the plane.
Also, I want to point out, TikTok chat is way more contentious than either YouTube or Twitch chat. Like, people just come in and just start arguing. People come into TikTok chat with opinions. They are like, I don't care about none of this. I got opinions. I gotta say these opinions somewhere. And I respect it. There's no waiting to see what side we're on, right? They come in, they see the title, they see the content on the screen, they were like, opinion. You feel me? And I do respect that. Because where the drama is happening, so people already know. He's been addressing it. He's been days addressing it. Where you been? Not on TikTok. I'm sorry. TikTok is not my platform of choice. I apologize. Sounds blast off meme. That's actually a pretty good meme. Is it an Oni Spumoni meme? It's pretty solid. All right, Chad, we have an hour and a half essentially. Mobile only. How do I pull up TikTok and Twitch simultaneously? I don't know if you can. Honestly, just pick your battles. Gosh darn, I closed something else. That's on me.
Understand where.
Okay. Okay. Let's continue.
I've personally.
Wrong one. This one.
Respect, like that is me describing.
$100 alive. I feel like you could.
I'm gonna interrupt you now because you interrupted me while I was speaking. So, anyways, to finish what I was saying, yeah, it's because I didn't want to let fans down that either had plane tickets or were driving into the event. But like in retrospect, like that is me describing.
If you haven't ever been having a conversation with Dean himself from TikTok, that's so funny. Wait, who said that? It might be a mole chatter. It might be a mole Twitch chatter who's trying to guide the content by disguising themselves as a YouTube or as a TikTok chatter. Be careful about those.
Did what I did. That isn't me justifying it.
Also, I do want to call out Emma was cooking. Emma says you cannot be discussing Trump and white supremacy and then be scared to call out racism. You better cook. You better cook, Emma. I don't know you, but you my favorite TikTok chatter. W Emma, you're Emma. Respect. Emma said W Emma. Respect.
Want to continually repeat this. I had a conversation with another creator earlier today, and they kind of made me really recognize why that was a bad thing. What I should have done is I should have broken the status quo, right? I should have been able to say,
yeah, but you didn't, and that's what you're being criticized for. So he's simultaneously being defensive when people are calling him out for what he acknowledges that he should have done, right? If you acknowledge that you should have done this, you got to eat it. You know what I mean? You got to take it on the chin. You got to be like, you know what? You're right. I messed up. I should have done that, right? But he's still being defensive. Is that what he's doing right now? He's being defensive. He spent the entire second or the entire first video we watched for 5 minutes being defensive. He muted Peyton because he couldn't handle any pushback. That's literally what he did. Right? You can't do both. You can't try to straddle this line about like, I'm going to be defensive and I'm going to punch back, right? But also I acknowledge when I'm wrong because you're not acknowledging when you're incorrect. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't simultaneously be wrong and be incorrect, right? And then not want to get called out for being wrong and incorrect. You hate Dean, you're being biased? Okay. I tend to be biased against people who said the N-word in the past. This is fair. This is true.
Like, no, that was wrong. Cutthroat.
Because of the work, you're right. How could I forget? He did the 3 stages of an apology, of apology, accountability, and genuine change in his character. How could I forget? He did the 3 levels. You know what I mean? He stepped up the 3 stairs.
Hold herself accountable before I hop on my plane, or she needs to leave the position of being the organizer of the pack before I hop on the plane, or I'm not hopping on the plane, right? That's what I should have done, okay? That is what a mature, mindful person should have done, and I didn't do that, and I fucked up, Peyton, okay? Listen,
I love him saying this while the person he's talking to is muted, right? Because this is the problem, right? The words he's saying is fine, right? The words he's saying is chill. It's chill. But saying it in an echo chamber where nobody can disagree with you, it's cringe. I'll say it. It's cringe. You can't try to claim that you are doing accountability. Yeah, basically speaking into an empty void. You can't do that. You gotta take it. When I say take it on the chin, that means people are punching back at you. You can't mute. You can't basically. You can't get the referee to stop the fight, right? So you can like punch and defend yourself. You know what I mean? The fight's still going. You gotta take the hits.
Care that we just got done having a conversation.
You think because Peyton was being rude to him? Peyton was holding him accountable. If we're gonna sit here, right, and act like Dean was in the wrong, which he acknowledges that he's in the wrong, you can't then mute your opposition to do the apology the way you want to on your terms. That's not how that works. Like, I'm sorry. That's not how that works. Yes, you can, though. No, you can't. No, you can't. You're incorrect. You are wrong. You are wrong. Like be Shine Kevin actually on my feed. Oh, what's up, Hershey Nick?
Crazy
In
shit.
what world? Look up. Exactly. I'm talking to children. You are totally right, Nice Bastard. I am literally talking to children. I have to. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I am talking to literal children. I'm having a conversation with babies. You are totally right.
I will still tell you that you're right on this point specifically, okay? And you are right. I should have done that, and I did not do that. And I think at the time,
Issue Snark is back. I came back for the debate.
Like, okay, like she's inevitably going to hold herself accountable, right? Like, or okay, like this is I'm just one of the creators there. I'm going to talk to Charlie Kirk and have this progressive movement on campus. Like, okay, like I'm gonna talk to her and I'm gonna convince her that what she did was wrong. I was also scared and anxious, and I don't think that was the correct. Actually, in fact, I know that was a bad response of mine. It's not that I think; it's that I know that was a bad response of mine, and I want to completely acknowledge that to you, as well as to everybody watching.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
Well, you were in the content count? Some may say.
You're a cherub of a human being, Dean.
What's that?
Nothing.
That came out of nowhere. That came out of nowhere. Jeez Louise. That was crazy. Ugh. No, he said you're a cherub of a human being. That's what I heard, at least. You're a cherub of a human being. Is wild.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
He's like, whoa.
You're a cherub of a human being, Dean.
What's that?
Nothing.
Well, I'm so sorry. If you're gonna say something, say it with your chest. What did you
I said
say,
you
man?
were a cherub of a human being.
What does that word mean? I'm sorry, I don't know what cherub means.
That's like a nice little doll, but like a nice person.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm like gonna assume that like you don't actually mean that.
I did actually. I think you're half right. I think you realized what you did was wrong. I think you saw that a lot of people agreed that what was going on was wrong. I think you were okay with them silencing these black women's voices until it fit your ability to be the cool guy again and be like, I shut down this tour. I think it's a little gross, man. That's why I met you with hostility last night. And to be fair for everyone here, I did not know for a fact whether or not Dean was
I swear to God. I swear.
Whoa, hold on. Whoa. Why is Dean interrupting Peyton now? I thought we didn't like interrupting people here. Let the man speak. Let the man speak.
I know you're not gonna believe me. I know you're not gonna believe me, but I'm just trying to be honest. I'm just really trying to be honest. And
Dang it! Sorry, I didn't mean to scroll. That's my bad.
I have no clue what you mean by saying after what, but here.
Speak out about it.
So,
Wait.
You did say like that you've been had occurred based upon. I asked you to keep a conversation private. I think that my initial reaction. I swear to God. I know you're not going to believe me. I know you're not going to believe me, but I'm just trying to be honest. I'm just really trying to be honest. No. I think that is wrong, and I don't think it should happen. And I never think that you should be okay with those actions occurring. And I think that my initial reaction was completely fucking half-assed and I stand by that position, regardless of the amount of eyes that were on it or how it impacted
watch the debate
me.
live.
In fact,
Do you think I'm not gonna watch the debate live, Chatter? Of course I'm gonna watch the debate live. 100%. That's content. It's content.
You know, like I hope that like you believe this too, because I personally reached out to you and I asked you to keep a conversation private when I was trying to like remedy.
And I kept it private. I don't know why you keep saying I asked you to keep a conversation. I kept it private.
And when I was trying to hopefully remedy some.
Wait, he's not going to acknowledge that? Okay, that's dishonest. Okay, that is 100% dishonest. He was trying to paint Peyton as a leaker of the conversation by saying, I had a conversation and I asked you to keep it private, right? And then when Peyton was like, well, I did keep it private. Like, I don't know why you're insinuating I didn't keep it private. He just moves on. No, he doesn't apologize for that insinuation. He doesn't address that insinuation at all. He was very clearly insinuating that Peyton leaked the conversation. Like, very clearly insinuating that.
When I was trying to like remedy, I hope that like you believe this too, because I personally reached out to you and I asked you to keep a conversation private when I was trying to.
Like, he was 100% insinuating that like Peyton leaked the conversation.
Remedy.
And I kept it private. I don't know why you keep saying I asked you to keep a conversation. I kept it private.
And when I was trying to hopefully remedy.
And then he just sidesteps. That's crazy. That's a crazy sidestep. That's wild.
Unjust things that had occurred based upon your claim that some of the black women on the trip weren't paid. But listen, at the same time, I know what you're saying as well. Because when you're saying like, oh, I was okay with it until it personally started impacting me because the videos you made got attention. Well, I feel like I've seen that a billion times where somebody does something wrong and they fuck up. And then the only reason they speak out about the fact that they think they did something wrong was because they got called out for it on the internet and it was going to start affecting their livelihood. And I guess that there's no way I could prove to you that that's not what I'm doing.
Yes, you can actually. I have a perfect way.
Okay.
The money that you've made from this tour and the videos on this tour, give it to those creators who were affected by Z, or any creators on the tour as well that need to be reimbursed.
So overall, to this point in time, I have net loss income over the tour.
That's dishonest. Nuh-uh. 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 He said any money you made on the tour. No one's talking about your net income. No one's talking about your net income. You got paid money on the tour somehow, some way for the videos you posted, maybe from the pack itself. You can't even claim net losses. This isn't taxes. You're not doing like tax deductions here. You got paid money. You monetarily benefited. You were compensated for the things you did on the tour, whether it was for videos, right? Whether it was from the organization itself, whether it's from the lives you do talking about it. To be like, oh no, I made no money. What are you, Jeff Bezos? No, I paid myself a $0 salary, so I don't have to pay any taxes on it. Come on, dude. Bro's like, I got a Swiss bank account. Bro's like, I have no money. All the money I made is in the Cayman Islands. All the money I made is in the Cayman Islands. I don't have any money, right? My company didn't make any money, right? Don't ask about my parent company's, other child company. We're different companies. We didn't make any money over here. Don't look over there though. Like, I don't care about your accounting trickery here. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. You made money off the tour. Don't sit here and act like you didn't make money off the tour. Come on. Yeah, no, it's not ground game. It's soul strategy. It's different. Should I make me a TikTok mod? I don't know how to do that. Let's see. Moderation settings. Moderators. What's your account name? Katie on TikTok. Oh, it's the same thing? Okay. Okay, there's multiple of them. Which one are you, Katie? Three E's? This one? Kirby? You're not showing up. Okay, type something in chat. So far, I asked, what is the context of the fit today? We're laying Ethan to rest. Oh, I see you. There you go. You have the power. Okay, let us continue.
But I'm like still okay with having that conversation. I just want to make it incredibly clear that I've net loss income over the tour.
Net loss is so disingenuous. I hate debate bros, bro. I hate debate bros. They all do stuff like this. They all do stuff like this. Over the past month, I have net loss income as well. I have to pay $4,000 in taxes, right? That doesn't mean I didn't make money. Doesn't mean that doesn't mean that I don't have to pay taxes again next year. What are we talking about here? Sean versus D creator clash, please. I think I'm taller than he is. Like, I have more reach than he does. Also, I'm a pacifist.
I'm not asking. I'm not forcing him to do this. I'm just saying that's something that would.
If you want,
it's also weird because he's treating this whole thing like it's a debate instead of him literally apologizing to everyone and getting a mutual understanding. Like with Peyton, like, huh? Exactly. He's trying to debate bro Peyton out of like doing anything, right? Because he could propose something, right? He could propose what he thinks is like what he should do in the follow, like following this. You know what I mean? Jeez Louise.
Could have a follow-up conversation about that, because I mean I still don't mind having that conversation.
Like, he's saying that as he's getting gifted on TikTok. Right? He literally, the gifting is on his head right now. He's getting money. off of this situation. He is making money off of this situation. As I said, he's getting paid to learn better manipulation.
I think that that's a good thing to do. I think that's a great idea. If you want to talk further about that, that's something we could do.
Fantastic. I have a couple more ideas that I think you could be doing better with your platform.
Me too. Oh, bro, me and Peyton, we're up here. We're like this. We're like this. We locked in. That's my twin. That's my twin.
You did say, I do see that there were...
In terms of platforming voices.
I do see that there...
Bro, if Peyton says that he should not be debating Nazis, which he should not be, there's no reason why he's debating Nick Fuentes on Kick or on Rumble. That makes no sense. Why are you going on Aiden Ross's and Sneako's streams to debate a Nazi? That doesn't make any sense. He debated Nick Fuentes? Yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He went on Aiden Ross's and Sneako's stream to debate Nick Fuentes. Insane. Absolutely insane. You should not do that. That is a bad thing.
There's somebody else on the tour, Simple Black Theory, that has been requesting to come up on the live and specifically talk to you. Is it okay if I bring them up, Peyton?
I can't talk to Haji in public yet. I have to talk to him personally.
Okay, so you'd prefer to talk to him personally?
You can bring him up though.
Okay, it's up to you.
I've said all. I have to go anyway.
Okay. Well, he's been requesting to come up. I just want to make sure that it's okay with you because you did, of course, come up here for a one-on-one conversation. I just want to ensure that that is okay with you if I add him. I don't want to like.
If he's come, yes.
I assume it's gonna be a black person who like defends Dean. You feel me? One of the creators whose videos you've been watching is in TikTok chat. Wait, really? Which one? Messy tote bag? Oh, this person. Hello. Thank you for the content in the videos. And the content. Oh, think of the content. Think of the content. When was this live recorded? I have no clue. That is a great question.
I want you to add him, but I have to go because I have to talk to him personally.
Okay, well, I mean, if you have to go, then it may be better just to like not add him because like I'm just gonna be obvious. Like
recorded 4 days ago. Okay, wait. Okay, everybody pause for a second. I have a sincere question for the TikTok chat. Even if you're pro or against Dean, are y'all like following this drama? Like, are y'all engaged with what's going on here? I'm not on TikTok anymore, right? I was on TikTok like a few years ago. I am kind of 100%. Yes. Is this like a big drama on TikTok? Am I diving into the deep end right now? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I can try to recap what I know. Apparently huge drama. Am I going to get in trouble? Okay, better question. Are y'all screen recording me to put me on one of these videos that other people then react to? Because I look good while y'all doing it. Yes. I only record Dean. That's fair. I am not recording you now. Yes, I'm a hater. Shut up, hippie dog. Now you're chilling. Someone might. What did Dean do? I'm very confused. You do look good though. I appreciate that. I'm heavily following this. That's interesting. I love to dip my toes into the TikTok side of it because I'm not involved with that really anymore. Here's what happened. Here's what happened from what I understand. There is something called the Unfuck America Tour. Right? Unfuck America Tour. It is a tour, but it only really has one location. That was Texas A&M. Charlie Kirk was going to be there. Where they go and Dean Withers, TikTok Spider-Man guy, Jubilee Spider-Man guy, and Parker gets a job. Parker debates Jubilee guy. Would be debating Charlie Kirk. Right? That's the tour. It was supposed to happen in April, mid-April-ish at some point. Right? And so basically what had happened was a few days before the first tour date at Texas A&M, right? Which essentially was a bunch of creators going to Texas A&M, right? And doing content around Charlie Kirk being there and MAGA being bad and things of that nature. Right? Things of that nature. Parker's kind of cringy, not gonna lie. Honestly, I have more of a problem with Dean than I have with Parker. I've talked to Parker. Because you might all recognize me from this is from all my TikTok chatters. Y'all love Jubilee, apparently. I was also on a Jubilee episode back in the day. Back in my day, right? I was in a Jubilee episode too.
He's not
I was in the back of it. They put me in the back of the bus. Like Rosa Parks. Bro, what is wrong with Jubilee, bro? What is wrong with Jubilee? What? Should the U.S. deport its citizens? What is going on? Why is this even a debate? Why are we debating if the U.S. should deport its citizens? That is a crazy thing to even acknowledge as being two-sided. That's like anti-constitutionalist. I can't stand Jubilee. I can't stand Jubilee. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. You're right. Go on with the recap. You're right. But, okay. Unfuck America tour, right? This thing was basically just like going after Charlie Kirk, and we're going to debate Charlie Kirk at Texas A&M. A bunch of creators were flying out for it. The leader of the Unfuck America tour, who is the executive director of Soul Strategies, who was also leading the ground shoe pack, I don't know what it's called, the ground shoe pack thing, was Z. Right? A few days before the tour was actually supposed to happen, Z caught wind of people talking a little bit of trash, talking a little bit of mess, right, about the event. It was a live of a bunch of black women who were talking about the event and saying like how the event was disorganized, how it was potentially unproductive, things of that nature, right? And so Z, catching wind of this, went on the Instagram Live and did not a very great stuff. You know, legit said things that I would classify and deem as microaggressions. Going to A&M was a dumb mistake out the gate. True. Boo. Why are you booing me? I'm giving you the tea, right? And so, not you. Oh, okay. Just making sure. I gotta check. Radisson, thank you for the whatever that was. I appreciate you. And so, yeah, after Z went on his live stream, said things that were microaggressive, and basically was talking down to these black women. Tip in YouTube chat. Oh, jeez Louise. Tobias Dogwalker, thank you for the $2 super chat. Much appreciated. Anyway, sorry. So the event, so that happened, and then people wanted Dean as one of the faces of the event. Like he was on the website. Like Dean was the face of the event to speak out against it. Right? Dean did not speak out against it. And so people are mad at Dean for not speaking out against Z doing this thing that a lot of people felt was microaggressive and was racist. And Dean was addressing those concerns in the way that we just saw. There's a lot more that gets into it, and that is like black creators finding out that things are happening behind the scenes, and Peyton finding out that he was given more preferential treatment over black creators who were invited before him. And that the whole event was just very much disorganized. Did not put diversity at the forefront of the event. And there were a lot of things that could have been done better, but a lot of emphasis is put on Z and Z's statements. That's the overarching recap of what has been going on. Does that make sense? Not how it's financed. I'm not even getting into how it's financed. I'm being entirely real. You got it? What did Z say? I went into what Z said earlier. not to mention the lawsuits. But yeah, if you want to see what Z said, you had to find the creator who posted about it. And Dean and Z basically threatened Dean. Wait, Dean and Z threatened Dean himself? Oh, Peyton. Wait, Dean and Z threatened Peyton? Yes. I'm so okay. Yeah, Dean on Dean violence. How do they threaten Peyton? Oh wait, with the car? That was weird. It wasn't Dean, but like them being like, you know, return the car and don't come anywhere near our space or we'll have armed security escort you out to Peyton. That was weird. I want to know who told Peyton that he was too white to speak up. Honestly, even if y'all knew and y'all told me, I would not know who said that because I don't know any of these people involved. I'm gonna be real. I'm trying my best. I am trying my hardest to figure out what's happening here. You're in it like I'm in it. You feel me? Dean said that. Dean said that. Mermaid said that. Isn't Mermaid black? Wait, so Mermaid told Peyton that Peyton was too white to speak on this issue? Isn't Mermaid black? Dean said he was too white to speak up. Wait, no. Okay, so which? Okay. I'm getting mixed signals here. Some people are saying that it's Dean. Some people are saying it's Mermaid. That was simply Black Theory. That's a different person. Okay, we have three it was Dean in them. How about that? It was Dean in them. It was that space. It was that area. Mermaid is a pick me. I don't know Mermaid, so I'm not gonna call Mermaid a pick me. Right? I'm not gonna speak on somebody I don't know. You know what I mean? So it'll show you a couple more minutes into that video. Okay, well, I'll play it.
Only went wrong.
Wait, this is the wrong video.
And
we're watching this video. Yeah. No, it wasn't Dean or Mermaid. It was another white creator. Okay, I'm getting mixed signals here. I'm sorry, why are you doing a live on this? You don't know the context? Content, chatter. The content. Is it not fun to see a dashingly handsome dude fumble his way through TikTok drama? I think it's fun.
Is like a conversation is going to begin between you.
W Mermaid, hey, they are transphobic.
Theory.
Then why are they speaking at a progressive event? Why are we letting somebody who's transphobic speak at a progressive event? I'm so confused. What is even happening? We have Brandon who's over here loving Israel, defending genocide. We have Mermaid who's transphobic. What is going on? These are my progressives, dog? These are my progressives? Dog, if these are my progressives, we're all dying. We're all dead. We're dead. This is the opposition party. This is the opposition party? That's crazy. That's crazy. Honestly, Dean should be criticized for even cozying up to any of these people in the first place. Like, because like, what are we talking about? I'm just learning who half of these people are. Can we not love Israel and be against genocide? No! No, you can't. Israel's doing genocide. That's not compatible. Okay, you don't mute them. I want to know what they're gonna. Okay, come on, Katie. You have to unmute them. I have to know what Julie's gonna say about this. I need to know what Julie's gonna say about this. Come on, come on. Okay. I love TikTok. This is so fun. This is so fun. I love this so much. She thought everyone was gonna agree. Stop. Stop. Oh, Sean's about to get banned from TikTok Live? For what? I didn't even say anything. I didn't even say anything. Simply Black Theory defended Z. Okay, that's where we are. Sorry. We are at the point where Simply Black Theory is here. I want to see what Simply Black Theory has to say. I will say, right? I will say. Wait, but Trump has fully supported Israel more than any lib has? They're both pro-genocide. I don't know what to tell you, Ellie. I don't know what to tell you. Democrats, Republicans, they're both pro-genocide. We're not going to sit here and litigate who is more pro-genocide. I think genocide is bad regardless, personally. Simply as a misogynist and still defended Z? Okay. Okay. Brandon, organizer, loves Israel. Zionist. Cool. Mermaid, black, but transphobic. But defended Z. Simply black, misogynist, defended Z. Am I getting all this correct? Am I? Who's Brandon? I don't know. I don't know. Apparently he's an organizer or something.
And it'll likely like keep you on the live longer than your.
I will not be speaking.
Mermaid defended Z. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you what Chad has told me. I'm just trying to understand this. I'm trying to understand what's going on here. Okay, don't yell at me. Yell at somebody else. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. So if you can hold these people accountable, why can't MAGA hold their man accountable? Because they're in a cult, chatter. Listen, we all know this. You know this. I know this. You know, everybody in the chat knows this. They're in a cult. I don't expect Republicans to hold Trump accountable. If I debate, it's not debate in 10 minutes. They said 12:30. Did they move it up? Wait, who's debating? Okay. For those of you who don't know me and don't know where I am a Twitch streamer. I originate and come from the Twitch sphere. We're watching Hassan debate Ethan Klein, which y'all can stay for, I guess. Who debate who? Yeah. So we're seeing what that's about. Who are they? Who's Ethan Klein? I'm online too much. I am online too much. Show them an Ethan hit? No. Ignore TikTok chat? No, they're so fun. They're so fun. I can't ignore them. They're fun. I like them. I like TikTok chat. It's good to see other people who are kind of like unfamiliar with me and the things that I usually talk about, and see what they have to say about other things. To the chat, goated, true. Wait, somebody tell me, is it true that Hassan moved the debate up? Did you know that there are ads playing on YouTube? If I don't play any music, then yeah, ads will play. But if I do, then no. Wait, okay, Katie, who did you mute? What did they say? I didn't even get to see it. Dang it. HHH stream starts in 10. I meant. Okay, they're gonna go through a bunch of other stuff. Trump fan? Oh.
There's just a lot more stuff that.
Let's see. It was Trump 2028. Oh, wait. He does know Trump can't run in 2028 unless he's talking about changing the Constitution. If we're changing the Constitution, can we at least add a clause where like people whose names are Sean get paid $1 million a year? I'm for that. Trump wants to run again. Trump is like 80 something years old. He ain't making it that far. I'm gonna be real. Even if they can manage to like legislatively change that, like he ain't making it that far. It ain't happening. Bro is struggling now. He's looking like Biden. I'm gonna be real. Like everybody said there's like no difference between like the 79-year-old Trump and the 81-year-old Biden, but like those 2 years make a difference. He's looking like Biden. Like bro is like moving like Biden now. He lost all of his sauce. He ain't doing like rallies and speeches like he used to. Like bro's kind of cooked. You're afraid his son could reign for the next 50 years? Listen, Barron, I assume we're talking about Barron because the rest of them don't matter, right? Barron is too busy, right? Barron is too busy trying to make Discord friends. Trump's always been worse than Biden, whatever we are. No, I agree with you, Emma. I'm just saying that like Biden was old. Trump was old, right? But like he didn't feel as old as Biden did. Because Biden felt slower than Trump did. I just Biden over Trump for real. I mean, to be fair, Biden was also committing genocide. But like, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying is that Trump has now slowed down. He's getting into the ending ages of his career. He's no longer Trump 2016, right? Trump 2016 had energy. He's now old man Trump. Rest in peace, old man Trump. Well, he's not dead yet, but it's coming, Bro is old. Sleepy senile versus rage senile. Exactly. This is debate VIP lounge, sir? Yes, this is debate VIP lounge. Barron's probably chatting in an Andrew Tate live stream. But I hope not. Also, isn't Andrew Tate in jail? Maybe not anymore. I don't know. No, that's a shame.
That we still got to talk about, like interpersonally.
Basically, he's in Florida. Fair.
Can't, but I'm happy to listen. I'm happy to stay here and listen.
That's fair.
Cool?
Here's what I want to say. There was at least 10 plus Black creators that came on that tour that were actually there in Texas A&M. And I can sit here and say that I promise that you didn't talk to all 10, if not half of those creators.
Wait, okay.
Intimacy underscore just subscribed. Here's my VIP pass.
I'm telling people you're a MAGA communist, Katie. Why would I care? That's the truth. Got him. Name every Black person. Intimacy, thank you for the 4-month subscription. Much appreciated.
I talked to 3 creators, yes.
3 out of 10. And one of which was me. And I told you should have spoken to.
Wait, he spoke to 3 out of 10 and one of which was him?
All of them. I even took the time to explain to you that the situation I had is a lot deeper. And in that message, you told me that the people that you were protecting, you didn't even know. So to sit here,
I'm lost. I'm lost now.
And to hear all these things, I feel like it's totally unfair. And when we have this discussion, you're gonna get a real mouthful because what you did was so unfair. You not only did
he's talking about Peyton.
Did you put an idea amongst me, but other Black creators? There's Black creators that were on this trip that now has to protect their ideas because they were seen as they didn't want to protect themselves, that they didn't seem less than. We were called DEI hires because of your video. And I feel like that was...
What? Come on, bro. Come on, dude. I don't know this person, right? I don't know this person, but like, we watched Peyton's entire video, right? Like, Peyton did not insinuate that the black people on the trip were at fault. I'm pretty sure he explicitly called out that the black people who were on the trip weren't at fault. And you're defending the person who didn't speak up on the behalf of the black women who were wronged to the person who did speak up for the black women? Am I getting that right? Like, that's, notice how he's not being specific. It's literally, I'm black and you're wrong for this. Yeah. Like, why? Okay. Why didn't you speak up for the black women? Now I have questions about you. Now I have questions about you. Why didn't you speak up for them? Sizable black creator who has a platform, who was invited to the event. Why did it take Peyton speaking out on the behalf of the black women instead of you? Why didn't you do it? Peyton was also going on the trip, but he took time to call out why that was wrong and why that was bad. And we saw the other homegirl speak up on it with receipts, even though she used ChatGPT too. True. She spoke up on it. And you you use your energy, your time, you fix your mouth to defend this white man, right? Which by proxy is defending the racist white lady instead of protecting the black women who were wronged, who had nothing to do with the situation, who were speaking about what they saw about the event. Like, literally just say you didn't know all the black folk there, and now we are called DEI hires. That's on you. Yeah. Also, mind you, Black Theory was crashing out in a live saying what he said wasn't racist and was making degrading comments about the black women who were on the panel. No, you're lying to me. You are lying to me. No, he did not. No, he did not fix his face to say those words. That's crazy. How big is this person's audience? I need to know. He has 38K on Instagram, 100K on TikTok. Okay, what does he do? His profile is like, screens like radical. It's a simple Black Theory. Like, what does he do though? Is that a DEI debate video?
All right. So let's restart. Mr. Simple, you've said some very nasty things about me online. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Simple question, Simple Black Theory. What do you think about blind hiring? Are you for blind hiring?
No.
No. So why not? Because blind hiring, for those who don't know, is based on merit, where you don't
it's
look.
Not.
So what's blind hiring?
Blind hiring would be that you do not put the race actually when you submit for, you don't even see the person when you interview them for a job.
No. That's one part of blind hiring. There's multiple ways to do blind hiring. But at the end of the day, blind hiring is exactly not knowing the person's race.
Okay, this is separate. I'm getting a little bit in the weeds. I don't understand the usefulness of like debating Charlie Kirk. I mean, I do get it. It's for an audience. Right? It's not productive per se. It's to garner an audience and increase your own political capital. Hi, Concept Cop guy. Hello. It's for the views, yeah. So I've never liked this style of content, especially because like, so who's this guy? Can he not? So can we not get a better angle here, please?
No, actually, I don't.
Honestly, simple black theory. I would fire whoever's filming this. Fire him.
Why? Because that's basically merit. You're focusing solely on merit. Order, it says, literally, y'all can Google it too. It says that DEI focuses on both the workplace and hiring.
Oh,
now,
got it. So does it
now
focus
let
on
me
diversity?
explain. Now let me explain a
Does
DEI
it have the word
initiative.
diversity?
Yes, but
We should not.
Honestly, okay, let me get my take. Let me explain this. Some people in the audience had their minds changed. I highly doubt that. I don't think that this style of content changes the minds of the people in the audience. That's my personal philosophy. Like, I think it's just grandstanding. And it just laughs at you. Like, I think there is a usefulness in like capturing this rhetoric and putting it online so that people can change their minds from there. But, you know, I think that could be done without engaging with and giving Charlie Kirk what he wants, right? Because this is Charlie Kirk's, you feel me? This is Charlie Kirk's field. You are entering into his arena and you are a part of his content as well. And you can change people's minds without giving him this back and forth, right? By doing other styles and other forms of content, in my personal opinion. That's how I feel about like debate style content in general, right? Which is why I'm not a big fan of Dean or any of the TikTok debate bro spheres where like I debated 100 conservatives or whatever. I'm not a fan of that, right? Because I feel like there is a different, there's usefulness in putting out rhetoric that people who watch it can use in their own personal lives. But I don't think debates are as conducive for that form or that type of rhetoric. First time in the chat, found out it was you from the Concept Cop. Oh, hello. Did you see me from TikTok? Hello, welcome in. 9:55. What's 9:55?
Because hold on, because you know what they had prior was a form of racial stereotyping, and you want more racial stereotyping. Your worldview is indecipherable from the KKK. So what you want, it's indecipherable because you are race obsessed. I am not race obsessed. No, you talk about the race. You talk about race more than the Grand Wizard of the KKK. Right. Because
I'm the Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Well, think about it. I said your worldview. Think about it. Yeah. Because you're around talking about race.
So he has a counter to this, right? I'm gonna be more active on TikTok from now. I mean, if y'all want to see me on TikTok, I have no problem. There's no lift on my end to go live on TikTok. I just never do.
All the time. I'm talking about character. Which of
you talk about race all the time. You literally said DEI is based on race, but it's not.
Because I'm explaining
with accessibility.
Man, you're getting really upset. You should take a pause.
Keep lying. For instance, right? I've been trying to say this. DEI, one part of DEI is literally giving women tampons or pads at work. Oh, yeah, you're laughing because you don't know that.
Giving women tampons is a form of DEI.
Yes, it is. You know why? Let me explain. Yeah, y'all know.
Like I don't, again, maybe I'm wrong. I think you do well. I'd support you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see the people who come out to listen to this are going to have their mind changed. I told you you can't damage Kirk with a smaller audience. You can't, right? You cannot. You need your own. You cannot damage him on his home turf. This is his home turf. You have people wearing 47 hats, right? And MAGA hats, right? And especially in a conversation, in a debate format, right? This is why Steven Crowder pioneered this format of going to college campuses, setting up a table and saying, debate me, right? Now he fell off. Steven Crowder. But you are approaching them on his terms, right? You're approaching them on his terms, on his turf. where he has the binder full of notes and you come with nothing, right? It's not productive. And even if you say something factually correct, they will laugh you or they'll boo you or they'll, you know, change things away or shift things in a way that makes you look bad. Because like in a debate, the audience reaction matters. It's like a rap battle, right? If you're watching a rap battle where like somebody says a bar and it's a good bar, but the audience doesn't catch it, it'll flop, right? And it will kill the energy, right? Because the audience is a part of the content. They're a part of the debate, right? They're a part of the debate. And so you will never do it in this format to change their minds. And you should put our energy towards, you know, putting out other styles of content that can get people who are MAGA in the door, make them amenable, and shift their perspectives. And I don't think debates are that, especially in the way they're conducted on like TikTok, for example. Anyway, I do want to see him defend Z though. Bring it back to what matters.
So unfair because you took the time to talk about the black creators there, but didn't take the time to talk to all of us.
May I respond?
Yeah.
Are you the guy in the Cosmic Cop? Okay, I recognize your username. You know I'm the guy.
I don't think it's fair at all to put on me in a video where I am simply calling out the behavior of one individual on the tour, where I multiple times say, I have an issue with a singular individual. This does not reflect the Unfuck America tour. I have an issue with one person who did this thing last night that was horrible.
And I had no problem.
At the end of that video, I then said, my opinions are my opinions alone. Any creators that are going on this tour, I have nothing to do with them. I'm friends with a lot of them. I hope they have a great time. I'm gonna be like literally
yes. But look, I didn't disagree with that video. I even said, listen, I didn't think you said anything crazy in that video. And then you made that second video, and I wasn't even notified. That second video was with the real problem that I had.
Did we finish the second video? I think we did finish the second video. There was nothing off base in the second video.
Feel free to reach out to me. I said, now it's getting a little, we're noting a lack. It's going to ruin everything. I don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw this. There was nothing off base in that video.
Was that second video. That second video put the understanding as if these black creators was treated as such, while you did not know in the background that these black creators was working on stuff.
But he spoke to his experience that he talked to black creators about, right? That's like being like, well, I didn't experience any racism, so it didn't happen. Why are you, as a black man, using your race as a shield to shield Z from criticism that maybe you didn't experience, but that other people could have experienced? That doesn't make any sense. Like, this is what I think it is. And I've seen this before. And again, I know nothing about this person's content. I have not seen Peyton before today when I started watching this and getting into the drama, right? I think, this is what I see, Simply Black Theory appreciated Z and the Unfuck America tour for reaching out to him and bringing him on the tour and giving him a chance. And he feels now that he has to go out of his way to defend them because they gave him that opportunity. Because he understands, as I understand, as y'all understand, that as a black creator, you don't get many opportunities like this. And so he's essentially kind of tokenizing himself, right, in order to show appreciation for being invited on the tour in the first place. So he's defending the bigger creator, Dean, and he's defending Z in order to be like, I'm black and I didn't have a problem with it. Does that make sense? Kind of like the way that Russell defended, okay, this is for my TikTok people, you might not understand this. Kind of the way that Russell defended Skara after Skara said a thing about Sydney about a year or so back. You know what I mean? That I've talked about before. That's Twitch lingo for you TikTok people. So this is who Z was referring to when she said POC's working behind the scenes. Not even. I think Z was talking about this person, not this one, not this one, not this one.
And a very long time.
This person. I think she was speaking about Mr. Jones X, who basically elected himself as the spokesperson for the Black creators there. I believe.
Actually trying to remedy certain stuff.
Also, I do want to point out that Dean Sam-seated Peyton here. Or, yeah. Dean brought in Simply and was like, debate Peyton, even though Peyton was like, I don't want to do that. He hasn't gone live yet. I think it's possible he might bail. Yeah, he H3'd Peyton. It is 20 minutes. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, we should have predicted it early this morning. I got too distracted by the drama.
It couldn't be remedied because we have someone out here trying to expose stuff without having the full things. If I asked you, who are the 3 people that you were talking to? Are you able to give me those 3 creators?
Wait, yes. Wait, why? Okay, but why do you want Peyton to like snitch on the creators he talked to? That seems weird to me. I don't like that. Right? Because like what authority do you have to demand Peyton give up his sources here? Like, that's so weird. You wanted to know that's why, that's what my assumption is. And that's kind of weird. Kind of weird to do. And they all basically try to get him to snitch, basically. That's crazy.
Personally, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But currently, right now, Z is trying to find who else was giving me information, and I just can't give that up.
That's fair. I just felt like, honestly, I honestly felt like what you did was exactly what you're adamant about, and it's the white savior complex. Honestly, I wanted to talk to you in a deeper understanding of this was because...
Okay. But nothing... Okay. Okay. I don't think this person's read theory. I need to see his TikTok. I need to see his TikTok. I need to see him talk about things from a theoretical perspective. Or his Substack. The Nation of Black Liberation. What? Is that a... What? Okay. Is this like an actual like organization? Or is this guy's thing? Like he's trying to like launch his own like FBA style like movement for Black people. And if that's the case, I'm not a fan. I feel like he's trying to insert himself as like the Malcolm X figure of like, I'm starting my own thing here instead of building on the infrastructure as it exists already. And there's one post. Because if you don't compare yourself to Malcolm X, stop. You are a liar. You're lying to me. No, he does not. 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 No. I mean, so for real? He loves this debunked sticker.
Lock in, fuck niggas. We about to fact check this shit. I want to first start by saying I think the left is wrong about Donald Trump doing market manipulation. While I do think there is inside trading going on, I don't think Donald Trump is doing market manipulation. And let me explain. We know that on April 7th at 10:26 a.m., Walter Bloomberg announced.
Okay.
You wanna know why some of the white community is over the black community?
Lock in, fuck niggas. We about to fact check this shit. First, if you fuck with me, make sure you hit the follow button. Let's get it.
It's not because they're racist. It's because they're tired of having to apologize for things that we didn't do.
What the fuck are you?
Okay. I'm curious if he has anything other than debunking Trump supporters. Because black radicalism is not just like anti-Trump content. Not saying that that's inherently bad, right? But like, it needs to go deeper than just, that's basically all he does. Where's the uplifting the black community stuff? Is it all just like, these are the bad things Trump has done? He doesn't? What do you mean he doesn't? He's called simple black theory. Where's the black theory? Where's the black theory? I must be mistaken. I must be mistaken. He has to do something other than debunk Trump supporters, right? Does he even talk about the historical black liberation movement at all? It's all just anti-Trump content. Which I'm like, that's fine, but don't call yourself simple black theory then. Oh, that's false advertising.
See, this is exactly why I stopped listening to this crowd who cries racism at every single turn.
Here we fucking go.
Y'all said that the reason why Beyonce was not accepted as, you know, the queen of country music is because she is a black woman.
What are you talking about? That's literally what Beyonce said. When she was talking about the construction of her album, she said that she didn't feel welcome in the industry.
That's why they didn't hate
Okay. I need to see his thoughts on black capitalism. I need to see his thoughts on black capitalism. I need it. Wait, see his black philosophy.
When you
wait, 2023. It's in descending order. I have to go this way. There.
Let me explain in a philosophical way why black people in America are dehumanized, and we're gonna use the Dexter Reed incident for an example. But first, this is simple black theory. Go ahead and hit the follow button. Our goal is 7,000 followers, so help us out. What we first have to understand is that both Dexter Reed and the police officers involved in the shooting were both facing the nocebo effect. Now, the nocebo effect is just the opposite of the placebo effect. The placebo...
Say the weird thing. People are desperately seeking realness.
Most black people don't know how to love, and we have to blame white supremacy for that. Hey, this is simple black theory. If you like...
Okay.
I will allow you, Mayor Scott, if you choose...
So I guess he stopped it because they were getting no views? That's fair, I guess.
You guys ever think about whatever happened to the slave ships that grabbed our ancestors and brought them to them?
Yeah, so like early 2024, he used to do like things about black people, and then he just stopped to move straight to debunk content. I mean, I guess so. We have to say what happens when you do theory vids. People just want mess, and that's fine. But like you can do that. That's fine. But don't then turn around and like defend microaggressions against black women. They realize that bigger white guys won't let you ride their coattails on that content alone. True. Like,
against
I
black
still really want to hear us take about black capitalism, though. Like, legitimately, I am very curious. The only thing I saw was him defending Beyonce, which could be contextually appropriate.
Lock in, fuck niggas. I'm about to explain how Florida could save America. So y'all remember Matt Gaetz, right? You know, the guy who stepped down from his seat in the House to become Attorney General, and he had to resign his name from consideration because everyone realized his ass supposed to be in jail. Yeah, that seat that he left vacated.
Okay, well, why? Okay.
It's here. I hope you could join me. Peace. The day to vote. If there's an opportunity to come, the biggest goal in my bio, and check out the nationalgroundgames.com. The biggest goal right now is to get people to canvas and get the word out that April 1st is the day to vote. If there's an opportunity to fight, why wouldn't you? I already signed up to volunteer. I hope you could join me. Peace. Lock in, fuck niggas. I'm about to explain how.
Okay. Did he get paid for that video? Or did it feel a little bit like an ad? This guy has controlled op. Why hasn't he talked about Kamala, AOC, or even Crockett? It's only right wingers. That's my question. Right? I'm here. Oh, hello. I'm curious about your thoughts about black capitalism. That's it. I said it before and I'll say it again. I am genuinely curious about your thoughts on black capitalism. I want to know. I'm genuinely curious. I didn't get paid for it. That's the only thing I want to know. Like capitalism don't work. Okay, I agree. That's it. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, actually, now I have another question now. Because people were saying you were defending Z on this. I want to hear your thoughts. I'm a fair man. I'm magnanimous. Ugh. I want to hear your thoughts on the situation. Tell me you got 10 minutes? Oh, yeah, you got 10 minutes. Well, if the debate even happens, chat, Ethan's not even live. Wait, he is live.
Long awaited Leftovers reunion.
He just went live.
How nice. We're back together. And it's going to end a lot better than the second time, right? I mean, it's going to end a lot better the second time than it did the first time, right?
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Because I am curious about your takes.
How could it be worse?
I would love
Time for me to dip? Sure. You were here only for the TikTok style drama? You know what? Fair. Fair. Honestly, I look better in the suit than Ethan does. All right, I'll say it. I look better in the suit than Ethan does. There's nothing in chat? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll say it too. He was wrong for entering the live, but the panel were bullies. Even if I grant you that, right? Even if I grant you that. And again, I don't know the situation. I don't know like how large the creators in the panel were. As a leader of an organization, you have to accept some level of responsibility for the decision to go on the panel in the first place. And again, you got to kind of take that, eat that on the chin. And I think insinuating that those creators weren't organizers and wouldn't understand what it takes to put together that event was pretty gross without understanding or acknowledging their organizing experience. And I say this from a perspective of like, and TikTok chatters won't know this, but Twitch chatters, y'all will know that I got into a situation with somebody that insinuated that I was a fake and false organizer, and I did not appreciate that either. And so I think that was unnecessary from Z. Katie, how do I change the title on the TikTok? Can I come up? 1, I don't know how to do that. 2, we're gonna watch Ethan Klein debate Hassan. But 3, send me a DM. That will be good content for tomorrow.
Similar. It's
a weird coincidence.
It's a Mbappe day.
I felt like I had to point that out. It's such an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, important.
I mean, I just can't watch
Ethan was tweaking. I didn't know he had that shit.
Should we watch Hassan's perspective or Ethan's perspective? Probably Hassan's perspective.
Boomer, as y'all know. I also have to pee real quick. You'll be unclippable without it.
He puts on the pause and
No, I
invite.
know. I'm gonna show the convo. Like I'm gonna show him as well. Volume seems low. Oh, that's because whenever I use a
I'll be watching with 12 perspectives, including yours.
I use any sort of audio like any sort of like Google Meeting or anything like that, it automatically lowers my audio for some reason.
Ethan's perspective for pausing, then I'll be behind. Here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the entire debate today. We're gonna watch it all, and I'll just mute when I want to say something. Knock. That would be funny. I'm not knocking. That would be funny though. I'll just mute when I want to say something, and tomorrow we'll go through it again, and then if Simple Black Theory wants to come on and chat, we can chat about the Dean situation. Just because I think it would be funny. I am literally not even at all invested in the TikTok debate sphere drama, right? But I do think it would be funny. And so I'm totally down to have a conversation.
$36, right?
Okay, Katie, can you do a poll? Or not poll, a prediction.
Notice how it's going down.
Does Ethan do some fuck shit? Does he bring on Destiny? Does he bring on Diddy Saltman? Does he I don't know, Button or something? Like, I'm curious. Does Ethan do the debate in good faith?
Try Zoom settings, audio, and uncheck automatically adjust microphone volume.
Oh, I got a Zoom message about a meeting happening. Well, I should probably tell him I'm not there.
It's always funny because like it's the classic.
I think Loner Marks is more likely. Maybe.
Who don't support the position.
Here, let me open up all my chats.
Of your position. I don't actually support your position. I think.
But is he debating Ethan? Yes. Is Ethan right or left? I feel like I recognize his face, but I don't know, to be honest.
Is it like off of the volume mixer? Control panel sound settings? How do I get there?
Are you a fan of Hassan because he gives misogynist? I heard that was to be fair, chatter, I heard that was a discourse that was going on, right? Going on TikTok. I'm not tapped in and I'm not keyed in, but I heard people were saying it, right? I think he addressed it a few days ago, but like, you know what? You should ask Hassan. But maybe I'll ask Hassan. You know what I mean? Are you playing bingo? No. I'll leave the bingo for y'all. There's on 67,000 viewers. This one's on 72.
Night.
It was a long night, but his cuteness made up for it. I didn't sleep last night at all.
Jeez. Send us on a message right now? No.
I think it was him combined with today's episode.
Nervous, yeah. It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
I can't.
Also,
right.
you usually.
This is a question for all of my TikTok chatters. Are you keyed or tapped in with the Ethan Klein H3 drama? Are you tapped in?
Click more sound settings and go to communications and click do nothing. Trust me, I work in IT, bro.
No, yes, absolutely. Yep.
Morons, go back to where you were.
Sort of. But Ethan declined exactly.
Why is this so hard all the time?
No, fair. Okay.
Roadcaster properties.
I was gonna give you a recap, but like, no, let you sit, let you rock. YouTube chat, sound off. Are you tapped in?
I don't have the Zoom desktop app. I'm logging in through the browser. Sound communications do nothing.
YouTube is dead.
It's on do nothing. Windows can
YouTube is basically Twitch, but they don't have to see any ads.
It is on do nothing. So
right. So most YouTube chatters are lurking.
It automatically lowers it.
Well, except you see a little bit of ads. Am I too early for the reckoning?
Keep changing it unless you go to Chrome.
3 minutes.
No, I know. I think
3 minutes, chat. Oh, I saw this open.
I already have it. I already have it on Do Nothing. Just increase the gain in OBS. It doesn't matter. I think it will.
I'm not even opening
again.
that.
Here, let's take a look. Let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna increase the gain.
Check on E. Sure.
Well, is he?
We'll do it live.
Yeah.
Is he queued up? Folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time.
Oh.
Welcome to the show, everybody.
It's time, chat.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Okay, it's happening.
I'm doing a debate.
It's happening.
What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you gonna show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Oh, here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're gonna talk, like that's fine.
Hey, Hassan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. You did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible.
Is that allowed?
But yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay.
And of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Of course. Absolutely.
But
I'm trying.
Before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
In the historic Palestine area.
All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine.
Honestly, that's exactly what Ethan said, if I'm being entirely real.
This is a religious,
he's just fine with it.
Ideology.
Like, it's not like he didn't say that. Like, he said it. He's just fine with it.
That you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was a tragic.
All right,
and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the.
Come on, dude.
We'll get
that. No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine. Did you not? I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
What was happening? I can't
really
remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient.
He was being.
I think you were embarrassed, frankly.
I talked about it.
You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw.
He literally was being interviewed. He was like, "Yeah, I have an interview to do."
I gotta get out of this.
And then Ian was like, "Yeah, we can do it."
Credit for that.
I mean, like, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
Not in that. I mean, shit.
Really?
Yeah.
You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done. Done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What is he talking
the likes
about?
Were botted on the content cop?
He's deflecting.
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted.
He's deflecting.
And it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
He's ulting.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm asking.
Plug in.
But I don't know why.
Honestly,
You did say it.
honestly, this is kind of a this job kind of sucks.
Hold on, let me finish. And then
Even him like deflecting sucks. I thought he would come with something better.
I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and
Okay,
I've
good.
addressed him
All right,
thoroughly.
just-
Do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the
iDubbbz's
video.
content cop.
Correct. That's
about
correct.
The CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean,
Yes.
I think it was more so about. Like your.
He's not even trying to.
Your year-long conquest.
He's not even trying to like actually have a coherent argument.
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were from that episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
He's literally reading off a script.
I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call CPS.
No. That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hassan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like, dude,
Go ahead.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this. When
Hassan,
we
I
were,
don't care. Let's
when we
just
had a
go
podcast.
on.
No,
I don't.
He's talking.
I brought it up. Hold on. Let me say my
I know
piece.
what you're saying. We've all
brought it
been
up.
harassed. The internet is
let me say
tough.
my
Whatever,
piece.
yada yada. Ask me a question.
No, please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting
You know who else
conversation.
also
Go
told me
ahead.
that? Andrew Tate. Please, just
Oh,
hold on.
oh,
and
oh,
wow, I have
try
wow,
to
God
explain my
forbid.
position to you.
Oh.
You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay, sometimes by the same people. Ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private.
I don't know what Ethan wants from this.
Before
been a while.
Before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I
Sounds
think
mouse.
it's completely
My mic is so
unacceptable.
quiet.
I know
am
you're
victim
against
to the same
CPS.
exact things
That's
that
not
happened to
even
you in this
interesting.
regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that.
Okay,
sort
ask
of
me a
thing,
question.
And don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know
Very
why
good.
you
Ask me a
think
question.
that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS got called on me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
He's crashing.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it.
I
Okay,
changed my
not if
mind.
you made it.
Stay
It's
on
pretty
the
fucking.
drama. It makes him so
pretty obvious.
mad.
Go ahead, ask me a
It would have
question.
been, I'm sure that he
Stay on the
I'm
drama.
sure that it would have been all
It
right if he
makes him
mentioned it.
so
I don't.
It would have
I
been
don't know
all
why
right.
This is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character is.
Hassan,
is
ask me a
so
question,
far
I'm gonna move
removed
on to
from
the
you
next topic
asking me
here.
about
So
iDubbbz's
funny.
editorial decisions.
Don't
in
ask him a
his
question.
content
It's so
cop.
funny.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Don't ask him a question.
So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great, awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian
Sure.
advocates
Well,
that you feel
I
like
don't know
you've
if-
been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
I never
do I
said
do
that.
I think
And
my
don't think that's the
coverage?
case. I don't think that that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply
No,
that
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have talked
Hassan, I'm answering your
every
question.
time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to
personal
let me answer?
vendettas that you have experienced from
I was going to explain that.
Every time Ethan deflects.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Come on, dude.
Okay.
He's not even
Do you disagree?
trying.
What's funny about that?
He's not even trying. He's not even
I think it's funny
attempting.
because you've made this
He's literally doing
a major
scripts.
point
He's
of
just saying,
contention. That's
well,
why I
the
think
next
it's
thing on my
funny.
script-
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course
already.
you're conceding
Such as
that
when
because we
such as when
fished
I
this
made
up,
fun
but
of-
yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think? Do you?
Yeah.
Do you think that
so
I-
but
do you think
anyway,
that I
my point
actually
is,
think it's
Hassan,
a-
if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Didn't he just say Hassan wasn't in any of the shots?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even. Was I?
Do you
I
think?
don't
Do
I
you
was in
think
the
it's
photo.
reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan?
Answer the
I was
question.
not-
Is it
No, I don't
reasonable
think
to
it's-
perceive
I don't
that?
think it was a deliberate decision that
Okay, well-
Idubbbz made. But I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
you have
that
10
I had
swords,
the
don't you?
week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
think I'm dog
Let me make a
whistling
point
with the-
here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hassan. No. Stop.
Can I just say?
You are
can I-
making a
can I just
video
ask you
accusing a
again?
Jewish
You
man
think-
of
you think
exaggerating
you think I used
anti-Semitism
a-
while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at
Ethan,
least
couldn't-
am I
couldn't hear
insane
anything
for
you
thinking
said.
this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep
I don't
breath.
need you to
I didn't
console
even
me.
hear your question. I need you to
Well,
answer
you should try
something.
listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's
Yes.
Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So you. Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they
the
weigh?
other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me
I'm
paint a
waving that
scenario.
shit around.
Let me paint, Hassan. Let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen. Okay,
What
this
is
is
even
important.
happening?
You participated in a video accusing a
I'm
Jewish man
now
of
confused.
exaggerating anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. One
Oh, he's
out of
reading
10
the
of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the
He's reading the
quote
script.
swastika sword.
You already
So
said
am I
that.
insane for
You
even?
just said that,
You're
Ethan.
treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty
You
reasonable.
just said that one.
I mean, it's a little insane, yes.
So yeah, microaggressions
because you're
just don't
asking
exist
me-
for Jewish
you're
people.
asking me why Idubbbz made
It's your
this
sword, bro.
decision,
I don't
and
believe that
I'm
you
not
weren't there.
Idubbbz, and I
You were
don't
there, bro.
know
It's in your
how to
fucking house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me why
because
chose
it's
that.
your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's most
just
likely
a
because I
cosmic
had
chance.
previously
Okay.
had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo
I'm
up?
not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
He's not in the photo.
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan,
I'm sorry,
not
Hassan.
iDubbbz.
Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay,
it's
so
what
you're
you
telling
are
a Jewish
perceiving.
man who's complaining about a
And
very
also,
odd
can I
coincidence
just-
that I'm
it's a
crazy
form
and
of
I'm
Magi on,
exaggerating.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen.
Oh,
to
you
me.
got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for
No,
exaggerating
that's not what I'm
anti-Semitism.
saying. I didn't
You
do
got
that.
me.
It's not even Hassan.
Yes, you did. You literally
I
did.
didn't do that.
Okay,
But again,
laugh about
it's
it. Go
not
on.
a swastika. And I don't even
Then
think
why should
you
he leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas,
okay.
considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a
So-
Jewish man. You
You
fucking
don't get to draw
moron.
swastikas on. Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
killed
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I
Nazis
draw
only kill Jews,
swastika
Ethan?
one time
Do you
on
think that-
on?
do you
Oh,
think
yeah,
that
push
Jews
him,
have
push
an
him, press him,
exclusive,
press him,
an
press
exclusivity
him, press
agreement
him.
with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times
Why
since
did
Elon
I
Musk
do
did
a
it?
Zig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because
a question
because
we
you
are all
only watch
wondering.
clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and
So
trying
you
to see
did
if
it.
it was
You
valid or not.
confirmed he
Thank
did
you.
it.
And by the way,
Thank
as
you
a
for
Jewish
clarifying.
man, are you
He
going to
did
tell
Sig
black
Heil.
people not to use the
Not even that
N-word?
it looked like a Sig
Wait,
Heil.
what?
He's saying,
Are
why
you
did I
going
do
to
it?
tell black
Why did I
people
Sig
not to
Heil?
use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Wait, I missed it.
Okay, so you think that being able to draw the your
missed
anti-Semitism radar is
I missed what he
completely
said.
out of whack.
I missed it.
You
And who
understand
are
that,
you
right?
to say that
that's
to
the
me?
point
You
of
posed with
contention
the
here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a
Not someone who used the
swastika.
Jewish N-word?
I mean,
no, he
it
did not.
it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe
Do you
you.
think this is a
I
productive
don't believe you.
use of our time?
Oh, come on.
Absolutely.
I don't think he thinks this works.
So anyway, you say it's a
I-
weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between
Dan,
the
please,
Hindu
but-
symbol
but
and
it's
the
not.
Dan, please.
okay, right. The difference
Dan,
between the
please.
Hindu
What you
symbol
drew on
and the
PewDiePie,
Nazi
on the other hand, was a
swastika.
swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I
right,
depicted
it's
a
cool.
swastika,
No,
a
I'm
tasteless
just-
joke
I'm
on,
just making sure.
on,
Okay, so
on
you can-
iDubbbz's shirt 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't
I
even
jokingly
concede that
referred
looks
to it
bad.
as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If I
So let me-
genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Not Israel.
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but
Then
it
what are we
is
talking
literally a
about?
swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
What are we
If
talking
you
about?
ask a
He just
Hindu
didn't see
person,
the
would they walk
point.
around with a swastika
Wait,
sign?
so you know it? So you know it's
fuck
not a
no,
swastika,
they know
but you
that
keep
looks
calling
like
it
a swastika.
sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
no.
interesting. So anyway, it was a cosmic
do you think
fluke.
that
You
only,
brandished
do you
what
think
I.
that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
True.
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on the
he lifted
decision
up.
making of a person.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted
I'm not
it.
him. I don't
Go
know.
ahead, ask
Again,
me.
I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing this a lot.
You don't need to. Go ahead.
I am not iDubbbz.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on in his
I'm
mind.
not accusing you of being iDubbbz, Hassan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because
No,
you're
because
not
I already
iDubbbz.
made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on
Yes.
it's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the
Yes.
next question.
Yes, I don't
Do you
have
think
a problem telling
if you could go back,
you're being crazy right now. You being
if-
Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows
I
where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So,
ask me a question.
Since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take, against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians, that's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate,
killing
civilians, time and time
civilians
again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
What do you think is appropriate?
That's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I totally
good. So then
agree
we don't
with you on
disagree.
that. Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra tier list.
Answer the question.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone's
You didn't
complaining
say
about
what
my
is
volume on my side because we're
You
using
said what-
Zoom instead of Discord, so my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your
My
time to
audio
get the
keeps
audio.
going
I'm
up and
sorry,
down.
just
Okay.
subscribed. JFK rot flirt stupid
So-
sexy Hassan.
One of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hassan.
Can I just?
Hassan, I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hassan. Hey, Hassan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement with
him.
So
it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hassan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah, I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on after this.
The video can play, please.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say "from the river,"
someone's going to hit me with the Cherry Act,
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says.
You must agree with
so
that.
I have, in recent weeks,
or you agree with,
I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea,
my goat.
One person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're laughing at Norm.
targeted campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
I'm telling you that
it's
I
not
can
even
have a
my opinion
disagreement with him on that. And you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When
he
have I
doesn't
opposed
say
it?
It is
You said it's anti-Semitic.
exterminationist.
You
When have
opposed
I
it.
opposed
That's
it?
what people think.
What do you mean?
If you
When
think
did I
that-
oppose
If
it?
you think that Norm Finkelstein
You
would be
100%
in agreement
did.
with you in any way,
He
shape,
literally
or
is
form
in
on
agreement
any
with me.
issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like
I would
verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually,
You said
even
it was
more.
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan,
I
do you
want
remember
to
me
ask Norm
advocating against it?
Finkelstein-
Yes!
I
Do
want
you
to
remember
ask
me
Norm
advocating against it?
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything.
You did.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
Yes.
I
Yes, you
believe in
did
that
say that.
conversation you said
No,
it was
it
that
didn't happen.
You said
You're
it was
lying.
anti-Semitic.
I said
that
it's
you-
perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra
Norm
tier
does not
list.
believe
Now,
it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
very good. I'll ask him about it. Now,
Are
let me
you
ask you
actually
about
going to
the.
do that? Because that would be wonderful. I think that would
Yes,
be
I'm gonna
incredibly
talk to
productive.
Norm. We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask a question?
No.
Wait, no, you
it's
did.
my
Go
turn.
ahead.
You
know
spoke,
what?
and now it's
know
my
what?
turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you
Yeah.
seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know.
you
The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that.
You already.
Is it my turn to ask a
recognize
question or
that there's a
what?
genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think? That
I can care
your
about two things, my
incredibly
friend.
narrow framework surrounding
Very
your own
easy.
personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
you think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did
than
I say that? I
actually-
said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Then why are we not talking about that?
So you recognize that the genocide
Hassan,
is a more urgent issue.
Hassan, please,
but
let
you
me
spent
ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary
Yes, very
surrounding this
good.
issue on talking
Very
about
good.
your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you
Wait,
claimed on.
answer that question. Does
No,
that make
Hassan, you
sense?
asked your question. It's my turn.
No, it's not his
I
turn.
talked about how
He's lying.
gracious you were, man. What happened?
It's not his turn.
Wait, but does that make
I
sense?
said
to
you're
you?
so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What
Does
happened?
that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make
All right,
sense?
let me ask you a
to
question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about
Jagger,
it.
how's it going?
Despite the fact that it was very
I'm so
damaging in terms of deplatforming.
This is worse than I thought. It's worse
a
than I
bunch of
thought.
content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
And,
pleasure.
Yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very good.
identical to
Let
the
me ask you
cracker
a
band that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
For what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier
Uh-huh.
list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Because he ain't saying Habibi.
Ethan? I'm gonna walk
Whoa,
you
answer
through
the
this
question.
again.
What you're
I'm
dodging?
not iDubbbz, and I'm not
Oh,
Frogan.
but you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
I
don't.
do.
Like, this is so,
I think it's
this
great
is-
you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's
fucking-
Jewish?
What? Because it's
the most
Jewish?
most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be
100% without a doubt. Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell
look
me then.
Kind of dumb right
so
now.
why
you
is
look
Ben
kind
there?
of insane. That's
okay,
why
very
I'm
good. Why is Ben there?
Have you seen the actual tier list? Yes.
I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he is a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences, eh? Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned. His name
Very
is
good,
Rafi.
and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
You called him a token Jew,
and I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. He's
watching Sean.
Yeah.
You are a liar. And I
so
don't
you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra hummus.
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her
lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus, is the lowest tier.
Ben
and
Shapiro.
The highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do.
Live.
You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben Shapiro.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage.
Is it?
This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
No,
I'm not criticizing. By the way, I'm not. You think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now?
Yeah, a little bit.
By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS national BDS.
Are you
list.
sure?
Yes,
we'll double
I'm 100%
check.
sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes,
and
it was.
ever since it has
You're
been
lying.
on that official BDS list, I
You're
have
lying.
not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait,
no, it wasn't.
What is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love Diet Coke.
You know what's funny? You told her.
It's like not.
You remember what you told her,
significant.
son? You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this. It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good,
Ethan.
Go ahead. Next question.
Again, I'm not Frogan.
I know,
and I don't know why.
I know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish
Ben
and
Shapiro
non-Jewish,
and me are in the
on
F
the
tier.
Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but
right?
I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point. But you know, it's
I feel like I'm not giving
Are you
It's a
not embarrassed
joke.
by this armpit hair? It's so cringe.
Come
bro.
on,
It's like
dude.
so
What
weird.
are we doing?
I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note,
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like
What are we
probably
doing?
the symbol of
What are we
capitalist
doing?
excess.
This is so bad.
Yeah.
This is way worse than I thought.
I
This isn't even
I got
fun.
a free
I'm
Rolex
taking the jacket
from
off.
a friend of mine. I still wear it every now
This
and
isn't
then.
even fun.
And you're so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway,
Wait,
Ben
I'm so-
Shapiro was
wait, what?
accidentally in the
What does
F
this have
tier.
to do with anything? What's going on, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I know it's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like
Yeah,
a car
there's
crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man?
So
in
this
the
is a
A
cosmic
tier
mistake.
on
Let's
the,
move
on
on.
the tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't. I really
well,
don't.
that's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're like you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents
Of course.
that even
The Jewish
come across
man
as
is
remotely
crazy. He
anti-Semitic,
sees
and you're having a
anti-Semitism
really hard
everywhere.
time. Well,
There's-
you want my
these are
answer,
just
you want my
cosmic
perspective, I'm telling you.
mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, okay? I think genuinely at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
Yes,
open
I know. We
out
can't
and
talk about anything else. That's
anti-Semitism,
very convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well,
And
they're
you
not wearing
want
a
to
shirt that
make
says
that-
"I hate
it
Jews,"
seems
but they're
to me-
walking around
it seems to me like
swastikas
you-
and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom.
It
I mean, that's as
seems to
close as you
me
can pretty
like
much fucking get
you-
without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you
And I
want
think you're
them
acting
to
really
be
silly and obtuse
anti-Semitic.
right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating
Yes.
anti-Semitism and
I'm
won't
doing
even
that.
concede that this looks bad.
No,
okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not
Very
saying
good.
anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in
Very brave of
popularity
you to
in
say.
American
Very brave.
politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're
I
trying
really
to
don't.
find anything you can hold on to.
It's
Because
really
once
not a
again,
stretch, man.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why
Let's
we've
stop with the
devolved
value judgment thing. Like you
conversation
can't make a
away from-
decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound
Let me
stupid
ask-
as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know what you're asking me. What their genuine decision making is.
Why would I
and
want my
don't know.
best friend
I can't
Idubs to
tell
be
you what their-
anti-Semitic?
What their process
why,
was.
why would
But
I
don't
want
think
my
it's
best
an
friend
issue.
Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people
Can
around me
Can I be
being
honest? Do
anti-Semitic?
you want me to tell you why? I don't
would
think you're gonna
love
like the
to
answer.
hear. Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal
True.
positions that you have
True.
explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against
True.
Israel.
100%.
And
This
that if
is,
they are
what
actually
an
out and
analogy.
about
No
anti-Semites,
kitty
that'll
gloves.
make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the
Yes.
argument in your
Use that
mind,
guy's number.
and that your community would also finally
True.
go,
What's that
oh
guy?
yeah,
Think
you're
of
right.
the-
You're a permanent victim in this
Stem of the
situation.
description.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism
Sean the
everywhere
Black says,
online,
"She's my
it comes
African
across as
princess."
shocking that you
You can
laser
hate
in
Twitch, just
on what you
subscribe.
perceive
We need
are
Ethan's
dog
code
whistles
guy's
when they're
number.
very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Vaughn podcast appearance.
Sure
My
did.
Theo Vaughn podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Vaughn didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Vaughn and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull
I'm
that
sure you
clip
didn't see
up,
that.
Hassan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Vaughn, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
What?
so
Bow,
do you
bang.
think- Do you think
Hit him with that
Ethan-
anti-Semitism,
no,
boy.
Ethan, as your former
He was-
podcast
he was on a
co-host,
vibe.
as your
He's trying
former
to joke it
podcast
away.
co-host,
Ah,
do you think
he doesn't like
that
this.
I am anti-Semitic, one, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are you
point.
as anti? Well, let me finish.
Then let's
Let
move
me
on from
finish. You
Frogan
asked me two
and let's
questions.
address
No.
what you think
You
I'm doing
asked
that's
me.
anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hassan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay. Or yesterday.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that. What's his stance on Israel? Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. Can you everything?
Can you
and by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that this
let's
is
not worry
a
about
sign
that.
of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
All right. Well, look,
unfortunately.
Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say in the clip.
Bro, you
I said
literally look like the dude from
story.
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On your
the small head
Ethan,
guy.
I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I only see like
in the waiting room. Bro, that's crazy.
Oh, he's crashing out.
Do you see the resemblance?
Oh, he's
what?
He's crashing out.
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's losing it.
You are a comedian.
He's losing it.
I sure am, buddy.
Oh,
I see you laughing. All right, anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right? $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, there's a lot of fraud happening.
Did he run out of scripts?
There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
sorry about that one day.
Yeah, so you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something, and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate.
Wait, why are you showing me this?
Senator.
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah,
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know,
this looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
It sure
I'm
does,
sorry.
buddy.
Okay.
You also notice how Dan listened, by the way?
If you want,
and
you
it's
can
not
also
just
pull
because
up
of the video.
post as well, but,
he did switch it back.
The post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why. And you guys were hitting that same flavor
on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right,
very
cool.
good.
What do you
very good.
say?
So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Officially, not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic? Because yesterday,
we're kind
2
of
days ago,
getting
you said
there.
I wasn't, but also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have
2 days ago,
literally
you said I
answered it
wasn't
probably 2
anti-Semitic.
times.
For
The
a
reason that
year-
I'm saying
for
you're
a
anti-Semitic is
year-
because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid
No,
anti-Semite.
you never did.
You did. You went back
did
and
not.
forth on it.
I have
Even
actually
Dan
went
checked
back
you
and
on it.
checked. I
Even-
had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back
so I was
and
just
checked.
simply
You're lying.
spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree
Ethan has
with
taken that
of
from you.
working
I
with the
apologize.
ADL?
No, I don't. I
Here,
don't think
for
it's
example, is
appropriate.
someone
But if you're
using it
talking about me
anti-Semitically.
saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
I do think that that's a
You're getting
valid
ahead of
thing
yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for sure.
phone. Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree.
I got nothing for you.
Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of
Was
sense.
that slime?
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This.
You
wait,
remember.
Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking F slur.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not? The point is,
hold on. You brought this dude up.
It doesn't matter.
And I believe
I'm
this is not
showing
the
him
first
as
time
an
you brought this
example
dude up.
of you.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay,
You brought
fine.
him
He's
up.
not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up.
You said it.
What do
You
you mean
made
you
the
don't
claim.
care?
You can't make the
Now,
claim
if I
and
brought
just
him up,
turn around and walk it
if I
back.
brought him up,
It doesn't
let me
matter
finish
anymore.
my
Fan of
point.
mine. Why did
Save it.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of
Hassan.
mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You
No,
asked
it's
me.
there right
It's
now.
my turn to ask a question.
No.
Why do you
Just
think
because I
this
brought
random
him up
fucking guy
doesn't
is
give
a
you
fan
the
of mine,
space to
Ethan? Is it
interject.
because he rolled up to me and tried
Let
to
me
fucking
finish.
clout farm? Is that why? At the
Yes.
encampments
Okay,
where I
thank
was
you very much.
clearly disturbed by his presence? Is that
Hassan,
why?
I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Ethan, can you
Yep,
answer the question? Why
let
did
me
you falsely claim that this fucking random
Because
dude
he's
who
on
does
video
not
saying
like
he
me
loves you, that you're his
is a
favorite
fan of
person in the
mine?
world. What do you mean?
Wait.
All right,
didn't
Hassan,
you
here you
use
go,
him
buddy.
approaching you?
Here we go. You
Didn't
wanted
use
it,
him
I've got it.
approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro? I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry. I love you.
I love you,
This is
bro.
an environment
You're the GOAT.
for me.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because we spent
Wow,
a good
dude,
deal
I
of
love
the
you. You're the
encampment.
GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions. For
Okay,
his
but that's
own
got nothing to do with he's a fan.
For his
Listen,
own dumbass
Ethan's
podcast.
please. You're derailing this, and I need
I'm not
to
derailing
make
it.
an.
It's not
You
called derailing.
absolutely
I'm
are.
telling you, I was
Doesn't
there,
call him
and
a
I'm telling you the
Hassan fan.
situation.
Months ago.
You
Very
are
good.
nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need
He
to
was
play
just
the
trying to
clip
clout
again?
chase.
I'll play it again. You know.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also happened.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
okay?
think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when
Thank
you
you.
interviewed him?
Thank you.
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's
Thank
a
you.
crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video
Okay,
again?
well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck it.
producer and my camera
play it
op,
again.
March. My producer and my camera op, March,
Can I give you a hug?
was
I'm so
there.
sorry, bro. I love you, bro. I'm so
And he's
sorry.
in the
I love
chat
you,
right
bro.
now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you.
I mean, we have devolved.
Coolest guy in
We have
the world.
devolved. Hey, here. This is what I'll say.
Hold on, I think I
Right?
look-
This is what I'll say. I'm gonna mute it for a second, and I'll say this. Right? I might miss something insane, but I'll say this. This is what I was afraid would happen. It's funny seeing how far that Ethan has fallen, but like, he's going full on like talking about drama. full on just drama. I think Hassan should do a little bit better job redirecting back to like Israel Palestine, right? Making Ethan concede on that framing, because Ethan has shown that he's just going to be like, yes, I agree on that stuff. Force him to do that instead.
I recognize you.
POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
Wait,
So
now
let me
you
move
don't
on.
care.
Do you want to
It
talk
seems
about
like-
this for 2 hours, or do you
it
want to
seems
actually
like
have a
this is
conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who
I'll play it again.
is
True.
a fan of mine. You said
True.
he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in your
Okay,
one
I
of
lied.
your videos.
Yeah,
you
I
said
lied
he was a
about
fan
him
of
being a
mine, and I was
fan.
sending harassment your way.
I concede. Yes.
Don't you think
very
that's
good.
a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point
I
of contention?
concede. I concede. I want to show you an example
do you
of.
see my side of this though? Because
I
like
think-
a
no,
random,
you're
a
being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
A
wants
random
the clout
Hassan
chase,
fan comes up to
and
you.
wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point
Hate to
that
weaponize
I'm
nihilism.
to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel
That's
like
not
that's
what I implied.
appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
That
you
is an
didn't-
outright,
you did not
horrific,
imply that this person that was a
bad
fan
faith
of
lie.
mine was
Yes, I
actually
did.
harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way,
Did
I
he
mean,
not
you
harass you?
are a liar. You know that,
Did he
right?
not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking
Did
about?
he not
you
harass
send
you?
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video
who
that he was a
cares,
fan of mine?
Now who
leading
cares?
the
You're
done.
audience
Go-
to
go-
believe-
I'll
leading
wait.
the audience to believe.
Now
Here,
who
we have a
cares?
clip, by the way.
So
Dave,
it's
if you
who
want to play
cares when he gets proven
this
incorrect.
supposed fan of mine.
When he brought
Since
this
you
up.
guys are playing clips over there.
By
you
the way,
can
this was
probably play
a
its
while ago. He
timestamp.
turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No.
Uh,
Even before he actually
bro, who
meets
cares?
me.
I'm not
Oh,
even
now
mad.
it's
I don't
who
care about
cares.
this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought
I'm
him up
just-
here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm
you
showing
used him in
it.
the past to act like I was sending hate your
Bro,
way.
you're terrified because you
losing
know
his
where this
own
is going.
argument.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey
play
together.
This clip, though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
Oh!
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
Going
first
through Dan.
I'll play it.
Putting
character
Dan
onto
on the
stream where he's
spot
like, "Who's
directly.
this guy?"
Dan was
I'll
gonna
play it,
sit on
yeah.
it.
Pothead or pot man.
Dan was gonna sit on it.
Hey,
I can,
Oh, we can't see it.
Are you guys doing interviews?
We can't see it.
I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We can't see it.
The guy.
We can't see it.
Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming. It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Do it.
We can't see it.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking
We can't
about?
see it.
You're not even
later.
present.
We can't see it.
You're out. You're out
Oh, he
playing
didn't
with
show it?
swastika
Yes.
swords
That's
or something.
crazy.
You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why?
He didn't even show it?
on his side. You're not seeing the clip.
I played it.
Yes. Yeah. He's showing the
It's
clip.
really. It's
That
okay.
is that is
Can I-
the first
bro.
introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees
He didn't
cameras and
show
goes,
it.
"Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan, and then
He didn't
when he
show it.
saw the full
That's
extent of my
crazy.
viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
He didn't
Hassan,
show it. That's
in that clip, he
insane.
doesn't see you. You're not there.
That's disgusting. He didn't even show the clip.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
Fine,
fan.
bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
Let me
I
ask
do
you a
care
question.
because
Okay,
I
very
do
good.
care because you have made an inference that is
Oh my God,
erroneous.
dude. You are
have made an
dragging your
inference
I
feet
love
on
that
this
is-
topic. Bro.
Keep him on
It's
it,
getting
actually.
ridiculous.
You've
And
made
don't
an
even move
inference
on.
that is
Keep him on it and make
ridiculous
him.
This clip you
also
sent didn't prove me
false.
wrong
Make him
at all.
seethe for bringing it up. Genuinely.
You're not there.
Don't move on. Don't go to anything else. Just make him seethe for bringing him up. Anytime he brings up something on this, make him concede his framing and then stay on it for 10 more minutes to make him cry about it. Maybe then he'll start bringing up random stuff.
He's
Yeah,
not
I
a
think-
fan
no,
of
no,
yours.
no, I think that
He's-
guy. I
Yeah.
mean, from what I've seen,
Yeah.
any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right.
I don't know.
Dating coach.
But
or
keep him
something.
on it.
Yeah, he is. Dating money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Like
Keep him on it.
All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL.
What does it matter?
And I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL, bro.
Why does it matter if he's not a fan?
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as
I don't think you're in
anti-Semitic.
the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll
Really
quote a
making
tweet
faces
that
after
you
he
made.
extended on Ethan's mouth. Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionist a protected class on Twitch.
Yeah,
Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked
took
with the
credit over it,
ADL.
didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside.
Yeah,
I don't think you're in the
exactly.
ADL.
Real? Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL.
Yes, Ethan.
I worked beside them, just incidentally together.
Yes.
You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by
Didn't
that.
you say
I
you
think
choose
that
your words
worked
very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago.
concerns.
You choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Yeah, which is say he said you worked with ADL, which you did.
Not always.
That is
I'm
totally
famously-
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time to
Constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic.
That's true.
And making these inferences that
That's
I
what the
am,
word
and, like,
with me.
Partnering with like the ADL and
Yeah, you
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Again, working
You worked
with,
alongside the ADL.
Partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took
I
place.
have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that
I'm
mean?
doesn't
not
matter.
saying you
worked
directed
alongside
the ADL
them.
to
You
take
know
action.
how
Well, actually,
silly
you know
you
what? I am
look.
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed
Okay.
the ADL to take action. You are
Well,
a
that's
prominent.
that's
you are
a
prominent
defamatory
content
claim that has
creator.
zero proof.
You are
and
a prominent
frankly, it
content
sounds a
creator.
little
If
Jewish
If I
conspiratorial.
thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked
I have not
with
spoken
the
to the
ADL.
ADL.
I would have said
There-
you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is
Hassan,
that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with
That
your
is not
YouTube
working with the
videos
ADL. Would you
that
say that
falsely claimed
I got
that
nothing to
this-
do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a
That
viral
wasn't a
story
racist
independent
panel,
of me.
Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch,
Honestly,
and they
you chat
make
so bad about
erroneous
it.
bans.
We'll look at it tomorrow.
When they don't want
Tensions
people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's
caved
Frogan
and
repeating the
capitulated
same
to
lie that
public
you heard from
pressure
you.
on numerous
Acting like
instances.
Travis with the
Oh,
last
he's just
video
moving
where
on.
you
From
use
you.
everything in your
He's
power
just
to push
moving
people
on.
to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she
That's
said I
also not
weaponized the
inaccurate.
ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I
Yes.
spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you worked
Okay, well,
directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't
a
think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and you're
But then, for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides
you took ownership
them.
over
You
it.
are
What
a
are you
liar.
talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
Oop.
I think, yeah, I might have.
Oh.
Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
A little bit, yes. Yeah.
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with the neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
And the ADL also took credit for the
Do you work with them? Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi
he hates this.
anti-Semitic
He wasn't ready
incident
for
that
this.
took place?
He
Because
hates
if
this.
the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis
Swastika
actually
sword, baby.
engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be.
I was on the
valid
tier
in
list, bro.
saying that comparison.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list.
Especially
Why wouldn't I
considering
respond?
Ethan.
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing
Listen
me.
to
Are you
my
fucking
words.
He's
please?
crashing.
Listen to my words.
He's
I'm
crashing.
trying, but it's just
Listen to
fucking
my words.
lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is.
It looks
But
like
on the other hand, I can't
from the
say
jump.
that you have worked alongside the ADL
That's not what you said.
in getting streamers
You said I'm
banned.
partnered with.
That's
Partnered
anti-Semitic.
with.
You took
You are
credit for
lying.
it, my
You are
man.
rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You
credit
said
for
I'm
it.
partnered with the
Ethan,
ADL.
I can't take
Do
accountability
you
for your
think,
hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable
What
person
do you
would
think the
infer
average
when
person
you
would
take
conclude
credit for
from
the
saying
bans?
I'm partnered
Good
with
question.
the ADL?
What do you think
Good
a
question.
normal, reasonable person
question.
would infer when they hear you, Ethan
you are
Klein,
literally
make
gaslighting me.
numerous
It's
videos
so obvious
demanding
what
the
you
bans
meant.
of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What
Good
would a normal,
question.
reasonable person infer from
I was
that?
on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them.
No, you
I was
did.
on the tier
You
list.
did. You did.
There's been now 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
Because they're
and
not
also,
credible. We are not in agreement.
He
These are
called
not
for them to
credible
be banned
allegations
directly.
of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable
so
in the,
glad this is
in
on
the,
record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So
Yeah,
you think
I'm
that?
glad you. Yes.
So you think that the
Spin that Hassan now.
You think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working
I think a
directly with
reasonable
them?
person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever
didn't even
mentioned the
make that
ADL?
inference.
Have I
You
ever
took
mentioned
credit
the
for the
ADL?
ban that the ADL also took credit for.
You took credit for
Did I
the
ever
ban.
mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer
it
the
doesn't
question.
Matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Thank you.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I
Actually,
did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that
I didn't even
shit.
know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently
frankly,
banned.
If you have the thing, it was even. Did
Yeah,
I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, I did that
Okay.
shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying,
Well, they attacked
which
me.
one do you think? What do you think the average person would
Oh,
think
you
in
sound
this
so
situation
silly, bro.
when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
Bro, I was being silly. I don't
stupid,
care.
Oh, now
I-
he moves the
listen,
goalposts.
thing at
Listen.
all.
Now he moves the
I was
goalposts.
being silly. They attacked me.
I
I
was being
responded.
silly.
Do I know?
being
Do I know who?
Silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right, I guess we can
Oh,
move
he's-
on then.
he's
Well, do
so
I think I
silly.
got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know.
Yeah,
I
you
think
got, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because you
There's
cried
a reason
about
they
it,
call
and
him
then the ADL
token, my
actually
friend.
reacted
You
because they
spend
saw it
time
as
being a
great
token, you're gonna
opportunity.
get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them, right?
You want to
Silly.
cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right.
Exactly 2 years ago when leftovers
Do you know
was
any
announced,
Jewish people that
I
aren't
received a
anti-Zionist?
stockpiled in
Yes.
Hasanabi of me saying how much of a
Who?
slime ball Ethan Klein.
Name them?
I'm not.
As
I'm
I
not
eat
going to
my
review.
lunch,
I don't
I'm
want to. They're
enjoying that
normies.
everyone can
I
now
don't want
see
to.
who
Okay.
you and
Yeah,
what
you're
people
lying.
is.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded.
Come
Yes,
on.
you are. You're absolutely
Come
lying.
Dog, I live
on.
in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you
Come
talking about?
on.
Yeah, you do you
Bro
pass
said
Jews on the
name
street? Yes. Are
them?
you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes, I
Okay,
am.
Very good. I don't believe
they've
you.
treated me with much more dignity
Bro,
than you have,
what?
as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because
surprisingly
they're
enough,
not
we
on
can
the
have a more
receiving end of
normal
an insane
conversation.
fucking
I can have a more
harassment
normal
campaign.
conversation with
Why
them
would they?
than
Why
with
wouldn't
you,
they?
seemingly.
All right, so you
They would
think
most
that
likely laugh at
just to
all of
recap.
this.
That's
Just to
crazy.
recap here, but so we can move on.
Name Felix. He can't
I mean,
name Felix. He's
did
asking
the
for
random,
like he's asking for Zionist.
the
Jews.
random
He's not. He's,
Zionist
like,
Jews
what are you
that
talking
are
about, Sarah?
treated you
Listen,
so
listen to what he's
kindly,
saying.
Did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Wait, isn't it
Ethan,
Hassan trying to
I
ask a
didn't
question?
do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you
that has
don't, but
nothing
you're
to do with
acting
me.
up.
I'm not
Part
in
of
support
your
of
shtick,
that.
Hassan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in a corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel
This is
Palestine?
quick.
Please?
It's
'Cause,
very quick.
You see as a genocide.
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
You're
making
doing
these
the thing that I'm
inferences
so
I am,
critical of
and,
you
like,
on. Okay.
Partnering with like the ADL. And
You says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I'm quote partnered with the ADL, which you
Partnering
now
with?
claim was just a.
Words that
you
means-
didn't mean that I was working with
you're a
them. You
follower.
mean
Oh,
that we had
thank
the
you.
same
I
goal.
appreciate
Okay,
it.
very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. It's
You okay?
interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you
not
recognize
well.
is a
That's the thing. He's not clip farming very well.
consideration, and your only concern
It's not my only
revolves
concern. I care
around-
about multiple things, my
revolves.
friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's
And
easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just act. Let's
no
ask
one-
the
no
accused
one-
how serious their crime is. Fucking
Ethan.
brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious
Do you
court
think
case?
that
No, I don't.
Sabra
Well,
Hummus's
fucking
shit
there it
tier-
is. Let's
you
let
think
him
that the
free.
Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not. You're
Then
being
why are
obtuse
you
again.
bringing up
Good
stupid
question.
fucking
I like that
Because
question.
you're
parallels?
you
I like
are
that
saying
question.
that the accused
That question is 100% not in the best faith, but it's so funny.
dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I
you have in the
partnered with the
past-
ADL.
You
Remember
have in
what
the
you
past
said.
talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides.
That's so funny.
You have
Also,
talked
OJ
about
was
how you
also
gave
fides.
my
This is
fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause. You
Correct.
tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content
People
creators?
harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do
Like voting for Kamala
effective
Harris,
activism,
baby.
like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So
do
I'm
what?
just saying, my
Like, do
point
what
was
work?
not
But you
that.
wanted me
Raise,
to be
hold the
deplatformed
phone.
as a
Let me
virulent
finish.
anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
The least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
That's
those,
not the case. What I said or what I claim.
No, your claim is wrong. In
Okay, that's
terms
fine.
of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that
is audio bad?
claim to be a pro-Palestinian genocide coverage, criticizing people who are fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's
Still
not
bad.
Palestinians. Your criticisms are ridiculous. My point
that's kind of up to other people to decide.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
I'm so sorry. Is it me? Am I bad still too?
It's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability so that
Hello,
when
hello,
you
hello,
get
hello,
accused
hello?
of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You're a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me
Just
crazy
Chrome?
for very
Is
viable,
Chrome still bad?
very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least
It's
not
still bad?
insane, maybe a misunderstanding.
That
What's not the
receive
case?
those-
What I said or what I claim?
What about
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms
We
of the
disagree.
fundraisers not
Still
being
bad? I'm so sorry. This is like when an ad pops up when you're in the movie theater.
3 different times calling me crazy for
your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog
you
whistle.
literally think that people
Can we get a whistle
criticizing
soundbite
you or
every
not
time he calls me
liking you
paranoid or
is
hallucinating?
anti-Semitism. That's not
You
the
got a
case.
whistle?
I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
Well, I know. I definitely don't like you.
After doing a
let
podcast
me
with you for 2
stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you
I know.
well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody be well.
No, not.
Hassan said a nice thing about Ethan, but he couldn't do it in the video, and he couldn't tell me that like I didn't have to say thing. How dare?
Is that
I don't
all you
even
got?
need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? What?
No,
the guy that I
had to-
talked about fucking obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accused me of working with him.
He can't be Lord
Knowing
Voldemort
him,
and
talking to
talked about
him.
obsessively
What is
every
your
day.
evidence for that?
Lord Voldemort was he who
thank
must
you for
not be
asking.
named.
Not only
you're
is
very
there a
welcome.
video in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also
That's a
used
stretch?
clips
Okay.
that are unlisted called Hasanabi
Yeah.
when making arguments about
Who gives a
my
fuck?
virulent anti-Semitism from
gives a
a
fuck? I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So
But
that's your
also-
proof that
but
I
that's-
work
none
with
of that is
Destiny.
relevant. What's relevant
Okay.
is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that
feature him in my
ridiculous of a fucking
my
assertion to make, especially when
what it
considering
was.
the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment
How the
operations.
fuck would I know?
So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never
No, I
spoken
think you're
to,
doing
worked
enough
with,
to discredit
talked about
yourself all
Destiny
on
in
your
my
own. I don't
life.
need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
Okay.
I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
No,
and
that's not-
there
that's
was a
not the
guy
only
in your
reason. Did I bring
Discord
that
that's
up?
also in his Discord.
Well, yeah, he
I
didn't
think
bring
you're
it up.
hallucinating.
He brought that up by himself.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't say
Hassan,
that.
are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Like, this is an actual
Okay,
crash
Ethan.
out. Not how
You're
white people
delusional.
crash out.
You
This is a
featured
legitimate crash out.
Destiny's podcast
Like,
co-host
I said
that
he
you
discovered the
correspond
IP
with.
ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think
It is.
someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah, you
So
brought that up.
how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, Are you claiming that
Ethan?
you don't
Is
have
this what
direct
you do whenever you're
correspondence
trying to
with Dan
avoid
Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hassan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Sex crimes that he did.
He just said it. I thought he was going to deny it.
You are really hallucinating.
I thought he was going to deny it. He just said it.
Endorsing him.
He just admitted it.
Endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information
Have
from
you
him
ever
to
spoken
use.
to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly. That is, yes.
Well,
I
there
speak
you
to
go.
people I
Oh my
don't
God,
endorse. I'm
dude.
speaking to one right
Dude,
now.
you talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now. You
I
also
said I've
brought
spoken
forward,
with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie.
What do they
and
talk
this is part of your disinformation campaign.
Now I need to know what they talk about.
delegitimize-
Okay, now that he admits it, I need to know what what they talk about.
Isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think
Hassan?
I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And also...
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
Oh, he's
2
he's
years.
So,
That's right.
come on.
Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing. to
Year and a
admit,
half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty
What
much...
have we disagreed on?
The December of
What have we disagreed
2024.
on? I'm
What?
sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends?
How does it actually end?
What have I
tomorrow,
said
you're gonna
against
start
the
leaving us
Palestinian
alone?
people?
No. I thought that may have been the case.
What you choose
But
to
after what I've
focus
seen
on
today,
and
that
what
seem
you
significant?
think is the
This is
major
gonna start a
point of
whole new
contention
chapter.
here.
Well, that's first of all.
It's not over.
What I choose to focus on is certainly something you
It's
can
a little
critique.
frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about
Ethan's
me
gonna see
continually
his
for a
own
year and a half
number.
just because you don't like
He's
where
gonna
I'm
see
focused?
Hassan's
That
number.
seems
He's
immaterial.
gonna see
Lying about what?
Asmongold's number, and he's going to
About me being
continue
Destiny
this.
fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic
More
friends,
and more.
lying
and
about
more.
context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip
Absolutely not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
He's coming off as completely unhinged, and I don't think he knows this.
One of the major
And
points that you made
honestly,
that I've seen through
honestly,
people's coverage of it.
these are one of the examples of like Dan needs to be arrested for enablement at this point.
Okay. That I deny
Like-
rapes happening on October 7th. There's a clip of you when you first
Like, straight up.
encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until
To a lesser
your wife
extent
stops
AB,
you
but like Dan
and says
is
that's
like
inappropriate.
Dan allowing Ethan to do this, which is why I always say that Dan is an op.
Justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Dan is an op.
Ever since then, though,
Uncontested.
months later, you still chose to use
Her
that
name is
clip
Hila,
that
by the way,
14
Hassan.
seconds
I
long
don't
out
know
of
why you
context.
referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic,
she
frankly.
not
You
your
know who
wife?
she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is.
Okay,
You've written her
Hila.
emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, yeah, that's
So why
fine.
don't you say that?
Okay.
Why, who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no, she's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes,
Why
absolutely.
is
With
it-
with
why
great
is it
pleasure, I will
that-
respond.
Why is it that you
Because
initially
Hassan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Hila stopped you and said,
Very good.
No, no,
He
no.
said it.
He's gonna answer.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses
Wait, so
shows
he's going to
that you
acknowledge
do
that he was
deny
wrong?
the rapes that happened on October
In the
7th.
totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the content context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan?
Oh, we're so here. Oh, we're so here.
How you doing?
Oh, we're
I'm
so
waiting for the
here.
link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way.
Why
you
would
perceived
Hassan?
it
I
to
just
be
want to
going,
point this out.
but
Why would Hassan offer to do this if he wasn't prepared for this? By the way,
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations.
I mean, but like,
of working with the
actually,
ADL,
yes.
credibility. Ignore,
Like, legitimately, this is what a therapist does. A therapist does not feed into your delusions. A therapist does not allow you to harm yourself with the things that are going on in your own mind. They will slowly nudge you away from the ledge so that you don't jump. Like, legitimately, yes. That is what Hassan is doing. He described it perfectly. You want Hassan to feed into your delusions, and Hassan is saying that he's not going to do that, and you're getting mad at him for it.
Because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other
that's
people.
a little silly considering you're like, well, actually, it was Ela who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Well, that's not what Hassan said, but...
Okay,
anyway.
while we're waiting for the clip...
No, I got it.
Well, okay.
Oh, he doesn't want to hear it.
That took place,
Oh, he doesn't want to hear it.
Way beyond the pale.
Oh, he doesn't want to hear it.
But I'm hearing you.
There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy.
You just said I'm hearing it.
You grab that Dr.
listening.
Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you.
He literally
Don't
just said
worry.
I'm hearing
I
it.
was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that a...
There is one instance.
Did you put a
in
Hamas
captivity
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing
As
my
I said,
reaction.
Oh, you're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
No, I'm not giggling. I'm
You
cringing.
sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has
And let me explain this. Hassan wants to go into this so that Hassan can, to everybody watching, correct the false mass rape narrative that Ethan is claiming here.
Exactly.
That's why Hassan
I'm not exactly
wants to
doing
go
a lot
into
of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
Oh, okay,
but
so
I don't really...
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hassan. Watch this.
horrific acts of sexual violence and took...
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
But I got the point. You're
Hamas
saying that, like,
committed
you're
horrific
showing
acts
clips
of
of me.
sexual
You're showing
violence
clips of me saying
and
that
took
someone
women
is...
and girls,
Wait,
men
what?
and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen.
There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so...
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually... I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out. That was
the one that you misrepresent continually.
I did not
that you
misrepresent
fucking
the UN
continually lie
preliminary
about the
report.
conclusion.
Oh, please, Ethan.
Wait,
Please, you're
what
being
did I
baited.
misrepresent about the UN?
Ethan is being
Tell me-
baited
tell-
by
tell me what it said.
Hassan right now.
The UN preliminary report was
He's getting
not an
into
investigative
politics.
report.
He doesn't want to do this.
Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are
you know,
literally
let's be real.
women who have said,
do you
I
feel like
was
the Israeli
raped.
government lies?
Do
a
you?
lot?
I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend
I
Israel.
agree,
though.
I
You
agree,
said
but
there's
certainly
women
lies a
that
lot,
come out
right?
and said I was raped.
What?
There are women
Stay
on
on
the
topic.
record, on video saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is,
Correct.
as far as I understand, one
Well, you should look-
instance in
Well, of
captivity. It is
course,
not
as far as you understand,
systematized
because you don't
mass
give a
rape
fuck about the
directed by Hamas.
the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth.
What?
Wait,
You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please, calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually
I am
talking
not.
about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, you know,
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in
This is
the
a bad
immediate
idea for
aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah.
He's giving
body
Hassan
bags.
a
This was reported
platform
by the
to
Haaretz as well.
to combat Hasbara. Like, this is a bad idea for
The evidence pool. Okay? That's number one.
Like, he's giving Hassan the
Number
platform.
two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
Which, come on.
I can't pull
What's
it
the
up right now.
Haaretz
Dan can Google
article
it.
that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one.
What?
And
That's
by
not
the
what
way,
he-
while
that's
you
not what
look
he
for
said.
that,
Not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims
Of
of
course,
sexual
I remember
assault.
you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual
Show me
assaults that
that.
were taking place
Show me
were
the
then
source.
discredited.
He's doing the source
Show me
thing.
the source.
Source.
By the
Source.
way, Hassan, while you look for that,
Source.
I'm assuming that you're
Source.
quoting the UN Representative of Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang
still not
rape,
systemic
during
mass
the
rapes
October
organized by
7th,
Hamas.
2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial
that's still not,
information which
like,
may be
systematized
indicative of
mass
some
rape
forms of
committed
sexual violence,
or
including
organized by Hamas.
genital mutilation, sexualized
That-
torture,
that's a different
cruel,
claim.
inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real
Are
quick.
they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So
True.
credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
True.
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Explain.
Credible circumstantial
make him
evidence
explain
is not
it.
a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial
That's why I said
evidence
Pixar
is
didn't
not
happen, bro.
enough to
You need rape
prosecute.
kits.
Credible
Hassan needs rape
circumstantial
kits.
evidence is not enough to
Pixar didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter.
This is
Believe
not
all
on
women,
Newsfreak
hey?
on Twitter. This is,
Hey, are we
again,
believing
there's
all
also
women
an article
unless they're
that you can-
Israeli? Right after the October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
Dan the PBS article about how to debunk the counts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest of
there's way more than two accounts.
Can you?
Hey, Hassan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says.
What do you mean you guys?
Sound credible.
You asked for a source.
And all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the
Haaretz.
same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least
What
bit.
are we talking about?
So show me the evidence.
What are we talking about?
I sent the debunked narratives, and also here is
what are
the
we
Israeli
talking
prosecutor
about?
Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're
the
all
admission
dead.
is in line with the complete
Wait, the
lack of
victims are
any credible
dead?
evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence,
They're
which is
all
particularly
dead.
notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me
They're
this
all
link.
dead, bro.
Who's all
Do you
dead?
think- what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about.
Ethan,
do
where
you
are
think
the
that they
victims?
raped
Oh,
people and then didn't
the
kill
victims
them?
are all dead,
Victims.
but like,
Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes,
First of all,
Like,
I am
you
not in
can't
the
say
business
firsthand
of
testimony.
denying
Hassan
rape.
is saying
If
like
there
literally
are-
this.
If there are,
they're Israeli.
if there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play
as
it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas.
Now they're all dead.
as
Exactly.
The New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? You're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Why did he not come to this debate prepared? If he
Sheryl
was
Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself.
Doesn't know the name of the victim.
Outside of that,
doesn't know what
you
situation.
told me
that have to
that
do with
there
what's
were.
written in her
describe it so Dan can
documentary?
go find
Her
it.
documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly
Israelis sitting on a
found to
Congress.
be incorrect.
Even
but
then,
not
like,
only
the point
not
that
only is it
being made
unsubstantiated
here,
claims,
like,
it's just
even
a
then,
recycling of the same
right? Because
screams
Hassan
without
doesn't deny that rapes happened on
violence.
October 7th, right?
The
That's still an
Screams
evidence for a
Without-
mass,
or sorry, Screams
like,
Without
systemic
Words
rape.
article that the New York Times wrote
Because that would require an
that didn't
investigation
even meet
that
its own
Israel has
editorial
told.
standard.
You know what I mean?
Okay, we're having this conversation.
Let's not like lose sight of the forest for the trees.
You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking
This is
place
her.
against Israelis.
No.
Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli
How would I talk
pro-rape
about
riots
a
that took
crime
place.
that an Israeli did
Israel had
unrelated to
a-
the conflict?
Israel had
Do you
a
find it
January
interesting? There's
6th
something
style,
that I.
Israel had a
What?
January 6th style pro-rape
So Ethan-
riot where
So Ethan doesn't care about rapes that happen to Israelis when they happen by Israelis? That's insane. That's crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, they're not Palestinians, so I don't care. What?
guards from the Sideh Tayman facility that had actually raped numerous
listen up.
Palestinians on camera on CCTV
Are you done
footage,
grandstanding? Here's
including
a
one
victim.
that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here.
can
Is
you-
are
wait,
she
hold on.
lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at
Well, you
least according
seem-
to one credible personal testimony in captivity,
This was from
not on
years ago?
October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean, kind of?
I knew exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I
featured-
couldn't do anything.
Wait,
to
pause it for a
prevent
second.
No,
I was
listen to what
wondering-
she has to say,
You wanted to
Hassan.
respond?
I
The
don't
assault was
disagree
Hassan,
with
don't
this.
silence
You
her. Let her
literally
fucking
mentioned
talk.
wasn't
me.
even allowed.
No, because you're acting like this never happened,
You're
that it's
mentioning
exaggerated,
my
that everybody's
acknowledgement
lying,
in the
that
video that you
Israelis are just
played.
inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything
Ethan,
bad that's ever
you
happened. Listen
acknowledged-
to her.
Ethan,
Cry
you
or to be
know.
sad.
Listen to her words.
Ethan,
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act
Listen to
nice
my
the person who had
words.
just
Listen to
sexually
this
assaulted me
victim. Show her
in
some
the
respect,
most
Hassan.
horrifying way.
That's so bad.
gross the way you're
Not a
doing
day
That's
goes
this.
disgusting.
by that I don't think
That's
about
disgusting.
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that
That's
terrible
so
man
gross.
did.
You're
You were held in
definitely
sexual
respect.
That's so fucking disgusting. That's so fucking disgusting. That's so gross. He's devolving even worse. He's devolving even worse. That's so,
Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no
That's-
one ever got sexually assaulted in
That's
captivity.
crazy.
at the
First
hands
male
of a
rape
Hamas
survivor of
militant.
Hamas on
I
October
literally said
7th.
in the video,
A man who was
that
stripped
you
naked and
showed
raped by
from your
Hamas on October
context
7th
nuke, in the
has
video
revealed
that
for the
you
first
showed
time how he
from
was
your
spat on and
context nuke,
humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite, the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the
Okay.
victim who's
Okay,
hold on.
listen to me. Listen to my words very
They touch
carefully.
my private
because
parts,
you're not,
they rape
You're
you.
not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
Oh, you are
as
so
a fucking
pathetic.
prop. A victim that I also acknowledged, okay?
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged
new
it
footage,
because you
a gun-
posted it in your video that you just
Here it is.
showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please,
You're
go
doing
right
it
ahead.
again
Doesn't
in the
matter if
video.
fucking
ironically.
rapes
Listen.
happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most
Dozens
of
of
who
testimonies.
were hiding and heard.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan, in the beginning,
Are you denying
said,
that?
And
in the
each-
beginning,
Wait, he said
I'm
all
gonna
victims
use my
were
words
dead.
very carefully here.
Wait, there's
In the
more
beginning, you
stories
said on
coming out.
October
There's a
7,
UN
there were
report.
numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on
Showing you
October
people.
7. Because
Wait,
I
wait,
never
hold on,
said
hold on.
that there was
You're
no
saying
sexual
only-
assault
wait,
that
what?
took place. I, as a
Wait,
matter
you're
of
saying
fact,
they have to
looked
have
at
been
that
on a-
report.
What?
I looked at that same UN report, and said that there was valid, credible firsthand testimony on sexual assault that took
I
place
wish
in
you had the
captivity.
energy
That was
you
not on
have
October 7th.
for the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking about?
I'm showing you people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names?
Deny the
I don't
suffering
understand.
and trauma of the victim.
If there are victims,
because
you
you
said
need your
believe.
All right, you know
women.
what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on.
Oh, now you want to move on?
Yeah,
What do you
let's
mean?
just-
You can't just let's just
I
move
mean, I
on
gave you
from
two.
this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely
It's just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence, the one
You deny mass rapes
instance,
happened, and you're doing it right now.
instance of sexual violence
I
and
showed
captivity
two. I just showed you
we know
two.
of up until this point.
Just showed you two.
And I both agree on. You know that
showed
I
you
agree
two.
with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've
No,
acknowledged
you deny
it,
mass
and
rapes
yet-
happened, not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not
Yes.
that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do. I do deny
Okay,
it.
good. Well, there you
Because
go.
There is no evidence. And for the
I
record,
just showed you two.
The clips that
That's
you
not
used,
what
ironically
mass
enough,
means.
the
Actually,
reason
I
why
showed
say
you
it's out of
three.
context is
And it
because
wasn't on
at
October
that
7th.
point, at that point,
What are we talking about?
I personally took a position where I said
He doesn't
very
know what
carefully and
words
very
mean.
deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever. Okay.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare,
And
as
not
most
only-
victims were killed. Hassan.
Do you
Report
feel-
follows
wait,
earlier
wait,
testimony
okay.
from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October
not show?
7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony,
Why
the
isn't he-
Channel
why isn't he
12
showing
report
this?
is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you
Oh,
want.
he's not showing it to Hassan. It's
First-hand
from the
testimony
Times of
such
Israel.
crimes has been
He's
rare
quoting the
because
Times
the
of
victims
Israel.
have been killed.
Because
Killed, dipshit.
Ethan,
That's
do
why
you
he's not gonna
fucking
show it
kill
to
them.
Hassan.
According to the
think-
report, 4 individuals
Do you think
approached
when
the
someone
welfare
is murdered
minister with
that
their
they're
It's from
gonna
the
sorry,
Times of
actually
Israel.
examine?
sorry,
Do you
talk
think that
about
when-
being gross.
Do you think
Listen
that
to
when
these
someone
victims.
is murdered, there's no way to
Why
do
does he
forensic
tweet 24 for the
evidence
Times of
to
Israel? Why is he not
actually
showing it?
know
conclude-
the fucking
to
answer
actually
to that.
conclude that
Because
person
they,
was
It's
you
from
know
the
that
Times of
Jews,
Israel.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them.
Ethan, you
That's
just said
what happened.
dozens of victims came out in that article.
I'm
and I don't know
reading
where
you.
that
What are
article
you
is from.
doing, bro?
You said
I'm
dozens of
showing you
victims
the
came
evidence
out
that you're
in
wrong
article.
right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 1,200 people killed and 250
I don't know why he's
kidnapped.
not showing
The
it.
report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's
Oh, there
3
he
that
is.
approached
He's showing it now.
the
Okay.
ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason
Okay,
to
so
believe
then
that
what
they
the
are.
fuck
But
is your
from
point?
everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic
that's
examination
inspiring.
has
It
been
is painful to watch.
concluded,
True.
there
It's
is
so painful.
no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a
I
clip
just
from
read
a
4
Haaretz article
This is
that
so
was posted
exhausting,
by
bro.
Lisa
Uh-oh, here comes the Haaretz
Rozovsky.
article.
Wait, why
Wait,
are
just
you
read
using
you totally
first-hand
chill, but
Testimony
Haaretz
of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that they're
So
you're
Times
not
of Israel
believing
is,
the
is
victims.
totally
Ethan,
chill and
it's
totally
You're
not that
asking
I'm
for
not
pics
believing-
or it didn't
It's not
happen.
that I'm not
Incorrect.
believing the victims.
Where are they?
I'm
You said,
saying
where's
that
their
since-
bodies?
since
Pics or
what
it didn't
you have
happen?
mentioned, since the thing that
You're
you
saying
mentioned,
pics or it didn't
okay,
happen,
since
right?
the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they?
Yeah, how long has it been?
Why have they not led to
How long has this been
any
a shit show since the beginning?
real prosecution?
They're dead.
No, that's
They're
not
fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
first-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What?
Why are you saying
Are you
killed
okay?
them?
I said they. Why the fuck
Did
would
you
I
say
say you
they?
killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating.
I didn't hear it.
Are you crashing out?
Maybe,
Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm
He
pretty
said
sure
you?
said
That's
you killed them.
insane.
Sometimes when you're under
No,
stress,
he
you
did
can mishear
not.
things, but that's
No,
fine.
I need a clip of that.
My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
That's part of the
fair
reason
enough.
why.
Is it
That's part of the
misunderstood?
reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally
If
fair.
you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Are we done with this?
Go ahead. I mean, I just read
because
four
the question I have for you, the
evidence.
question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said
There
you,
is
I
a-
misspoke.
There is a.
That's my bad. By the way, I may have
it's
actually
fine.
said
It's
you.
Fine. You misspoke.
I apologize.
I don't
I
care.
didn't mean that.
Let's move
Yeah.
on.
I just
Let's
wanna
get
make
back to
sure.
the actual main point of contention here.
Sure.
The liars.
Charitability that he does
There
not
have
deserve.
been no rape allegations filed in the October 7
Yeah,
attacks.
Chad, don't bring it up to
Not
don't
one.
bring it up to Hassan.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Leave that for the clips. Leave that for the snark Reddit. All right. That's something we can interrogate after this is over. It's not relevant to this discussion to like litigate Ethan's Islamophobia because it was Islamophobia.
The Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks on investigations related to sexual violence. She says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
Four
and the
victims
speculation
just
is that
gave
the
firsthand
victims
testimony. I
probably
read it to
died,
you.
But there's no forensic examination. There has
Pixar
been
didn't
no
happen.
justice for these victims in Israel
didn't happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined.
Crack open a root beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to
Or
actually,
firsthand-
there is
are you-
no
are
way
you
to
actually, like-
bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base because
Hassan, are you listening?
think-
Four
you think-
firsthand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but what I'm giving
you know what?
is the
You're
Israeli
right.
prosecutor's
You know what,
office
Hassan? You're
own
right. Let's err on the side of
If there are
these victims
then,
lying.
Why are there? Why
Let's
have
err on
they
the
not?
side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
I'm
yeah,
not
they're all
saying
lying.
that they're lying. I'm telling you,
Yes, you
my
are.
confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing. It's
while
obvious.
previous
Most of this shit
reporting-
happened,
while
were killed,
previous
and it's a
reporting
religious.
came out-
It's a
while
religious
previous
part of
reporting
this
came
first
out-
responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable. Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which
Dude,
just
what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims
buried
deserve
the
justice? What's
bodies.
wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve
Justice.
justice? Why
Yes,
did
justice.
Israel refuse
Can we please
an
move on?
outside investigative committee to actually,
do you explain these four
under normal
accusers?
circumstances, the
How do you
United
explain these
Nations
four
or a
accusers?
third party
How
will
do you
come
explain
in
these
and
four
conduct an investigation?
accusers? How do you explain the four accusers?
He's like, justice. What's that?
I don't know. Why?
Justice?
How
Okay,
do you
very
explain
good.
the prosecutor
Well, let's err on
after
the
those
side of
four
them lying.
accusers?
That's
My
justice.
information is more
Chat,
relevant
I'm not
because
your
it's
personal
new.
Hassan walkie-talkie. Okay, you can type in chat just as well as the rest of them.
I guess we're at an impasse here. I mean, listen, Hassan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking about
Because you're a
something
liar.
that
You're a
came out
propagandist, and
after
you
that.
fucking hate Israelis. Can we
What?
move on, please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my
This is
God.
very
I'm
important.
just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude.
You
This is
have
exhausting.
claimed falsely that I do not
No,
recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took
Okay,
place in
yes.
captivity. That was
Yes.
false. Do you admit
Yep,
that?
it was false. Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
Say it.
So you're.
Can we move on?
Wait. So you're admitting that you falsely
repeat it
smeared me as someone
Make
who
him
is
say it.
denying a verifiable evidence,
Well, let's take a
verifiable
look
claim
here.
of rape from
Make
my
him say
first-hand
it.
account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Come on, bro.
Okay.
Okay, very
All right.
good. Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you can't see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay, okay.
Fantastic.
I got
very
so
good. I guess
excited.
what's
He was like,
the,
it's my
is just a
favorite.
little
I love
delay
this
for
one.
him?
No,
Dan,
I can
or-
see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest.
What?
You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
Yeah, explain for the
This
audience, not me.
is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil.
I'm having fun.
During
just a little bit of fun.
Literal Holocaust taking place. The monotony of the day-to-day existence. The beautiful garden that
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Huss and his family put together.
And your
while
your
in the backdrop, you can
implication
see there is a
is what?
concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and,
implication
there's a train
to
that
me is what?
most likely inferred to be sending Jews into the
This is the
concentration
Honestly, I love that Assange is not giving it to him.
It's completely based on my. Oh, I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel
can you-
proper.
yeah, play the clip, play
Explain
the clip.
Yeah, play the clip. Play the clip. Yeah.
it's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If
Play
somebody
it.
can find out.
No, play the clip. Play
Yes,
the full
yes,
clip. We have
yes,
time.
yes.
I'm not going nowhere.
Yes.
Let me see. Yeah,
Yes.
I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here.
Oh, I can't find it in the clip.
I
I'm
don't care,
sorry.
I'll just play it. Oh, this
Because
is a
now-
clip from the
This is,
critically
we can say that it
acclaimed
looks-
content
but I think it
cop.
looks- yes. Yes.
How's
it
that
is.
working out?
What?
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't
You don't
talked to
know?
him about it, but
I mean, he put out a really big video.
Just play
I
the
mean,
clip.
I would be stoked.
Just play the clip.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is
Just
thinking.
play it.
But I mean, I assume.
I
I
mean, you
mean,
were there.
it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So I mean, it's
yeah,
not
I mean,
that bad.
I think if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look
see
at the
someone
like
put you down a
ratio?
peg. It's probably
No,
the reason
play
why
the
there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what?
He's deflecting.
Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos to be
favorite?
false.
Okay.
Nah, I love it.
Why
Nicholas
am I
to eat
arguing
the
on behalf of
Oreos.
Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole
Play
show
the
of
clip,
doing it with you,
Ethan.
and it like just completely humiliated
Play the
him. I
clip.
think that's kind of funny and
Play it.
interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast. What I want to do is show you.
Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry.
Play the
his,
clip.
His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even gonna be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a
Ethan.
train wreck?
Ethan, I'm
I'm just
not
saying.
iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
You were in the
clip.
video.
Guys, how
Yeah.
I see Israel. 'Cause
You were in
don't
the
see that.
video.
When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these
Yes,
fucking
you
left-
ruined a
like,
charity
lefties
event.
talking about
I
it,
hope you're
super
proud.
racist, like,
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about
podcast.
Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on
Where's the original clip?
my lived experience.
Where's the main clip at? I'm just curious.
Living in Israel, my lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield
once.
your eyes.
We never
I think that's the-
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it.
I keep going.
No, okay.
Keep
Well,
going.
anyway, I said the phrase I said is that my experience
Keep going.
in Israel proper.
What happened after that? when AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Are you,
Well, it's you,
What happened
you know
there?
what's so funny?
It's
You know what's
crazy.
funny?
It
It's
felt
all
like
on
it
the
was both
audio.
AB
Go
and
listen to it,
Olivia
dipshit.
that
It's on the
were-
audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it
both
if you
AB
gave a fuck.
And Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why you buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you
All right.
implying?
Oh, he
here?
has no
What are you
answer.
implying with this photo?
Not a what
He
photo?
has no- he moves
with the
on.
photo. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Oh, he moves on.
let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what
By
you're
your own
trying to
admission,
say.
there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms. Do you
I don't think it's. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
you feel like
West,
you
I mean,
going
the
to
West Bank
Israel
has
amidst
checkpoints.
a-
It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of
He
movement. So
calls it
obviously
zones of
that's
interest?
more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that
Not
big
at
of a
all.
deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison. Well,
Well, I
Jonathan
mean, where-
Glazer, who
Israel,
made
you mean in
this-
Tel Aviv? So
Jonathan
you're
Glazer,
saying
who
that
made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold
He
on,
said
your
as
criticism.
much in his
You're
Oscar
saying
award.
all I said was
winning
my
speech.
lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds
didn't say Israel
racist or
proper,
something?
but-
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay?
Yeah.
And also
Yeah,
is an apartheid
I make a distinction.
on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't compartmentalize
I
Israel
lived there for
proper
5 years
from
in
the
Tel
crimes
Aviv.
that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So saying
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6
I don't
miles
know
from
how
what?
many miles away it is from exactly
It's
where
a
you
lot
live
further
in
than
Tel
6
Aviv.
miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close
No,
enough
so
that you
you're
can
po-
see
well,
it. If you
the-
go to set it off, you can watch it. They call
The
it the night
point you're
cinema.
making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes. A death camp.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life
no,
as
you're
people
not
are
directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the
is
one
that-
with the guy standing in it?
Well,
Come
I'm
on, dude.
actually giving.
Come
I'm
on.
actually.
You chose
interpreting
this specific
the work
frame
of art
'cause you
in the
said this one
exact
was
same
me.
way that Jonathan Glazer, who
This
made
one was
this
me. This
piece
one was
of
my
cinema,
IDF
interpreted it. The entire point is, you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course, you
someone
can have
gave
a
me
wonderful life in
$20.
Israel.
Thank you for that,
That's
whoever
the
that
point,
was.
because Israel is
I'm not talking-
a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the
Wait, why'd they go
entire-
into? Why'd they go to email only mode, chat? What happened? What happened? What did y'all do? What did you say?
was founded That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist
Welcome in.
principles
I
of
know
indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather
were people calling him a baby killer?
To show
Elon
how
Musk probably.
multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand? I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz, and I'm going to."
I thought you did it. Nice bathroom.
Looks like because it's German territory.
Okay, thank you for. Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Yeah,
you don't see.
That would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual
I lived there for 5
totality
years.
of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology.
Bro, you're just gish
I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong. And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific
do you want me to respond?
And starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
To you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I see. This is. I wish you were. I wish you were
actually more than I
open-minded
expected,
for the past 16 months, Ethan. Because I feel like
I'll acknowledge
the conversations that have taken
place.
My
problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately
last time too.
The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They heard your
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
I mean, you just
that I am worthy of the scorn of you
just
and the entire
how
left.
Wrong that was what you just said. So that's one.
Okay,
that's one example.
Does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't. And there's
so what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
What
did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's Zionist? You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things. As recently as last month,
list one example of me saying something Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals. And that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay? Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
I don't defend that.
in your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever.
Never.
But
Never called it a
that,
war.
in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is
Look
that
at
pro-Zionist?
the Gaza Strip. Do you
How
think
is
a
me
bomb
criticizing
shelter would
Hamas
actually
pro-Zionist? Would you like to
survive?
explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you
Be a lot
talking
fucking
about?
safer
There's not a
than
standing structure
the
remaining in most
seventh
parts
floor
of
of an
Gaza.
apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
You're
hospital
okay with Hamas
implies
spending
that a
the
bomb shelter
totality?
would just simply
Can I
be
ask you a
fucking
question?
crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're
I
claiming.
mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know
can-
exactly what I
You can
said.
have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against
because
any kind of resistance against the state of Israel, because the
Because they don't make bomb
Palestinians-
shelters?
Because your expectation
they don't make
from the
bomb shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason why people
time
believe that
and
is
time
because
again.
of your hyper focus on
Name one.
you, and your distractions.
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
And your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
So I'm
Houthis. You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which
myself.
is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their
about the-
habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American
Okay,
Constitution.
very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that
I
this
want to have
definition is
Can
intentionally
I
vague.
give
and
you?
it's
Can I
fucking-
ask? Can I request something?
Is silly.
Can I ask? Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The
we're going to
American
be here.
terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, I don't know. Yes or no?
Here, I'll be more
Answer the
precise.
question.
Definition without ever actually thinking about
You're right.
it. What do
Fuck
you mean?
it. Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Allah is a paramilitary organization.
Wait, he still didn't answer the question, by the way.
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly.
You're
All right,
welcome.
let me explain. I do not have a single issue
And if he was like,
with
"I
the
made
way
it."
that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon. I do
Me
not
neither,
have a single
actually.
issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region. The very fact that other countries, the very fact that other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force.
I'm honestly surprised that Hassan is able to get Ethan
everything in the fucking
region. It's because Hassan is tiring him out. Hassan is tiring out Ethan, and Ethan wants to move on, so he just says whatever, okay, right?
Let
me
me
move on.
So what
Which is a very good strategy.
Hassan, please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay.
Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
you're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Okay, yeah. You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths.
He did not say he participated. He said responsible for it.
That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore, what? They did nothing wrong?
You can't make a false claim.
That's not what I'm saying.
So
at
what
all.
does it matter?
You can't make a false claim when you get called out for it. So, so what? Your inverse of your claim is entirely incorrect.
They collaborated.
Footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? Yeah. By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending
that. You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that.
Do you think
Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria?
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Answer it.
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
The government, bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
When did he say that?
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
You are taking away the responsibility.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian military.
I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly?
You're lying.
You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
What do you mean?
You said
lying? I'm telling you what my position is right now.
You were talking to a normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, well, how do we feel about Hezbollah? A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hassan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
What?
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said because
Dude,
you want to be
just,
precise.
You made up.
I do not like them.
You
Well,
I like what you like.
You
I don't have an
stupidly
issue with
said
them,
that they
let's
killed
just say.
500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
That's the point.
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
sounds like it.
Ethan made a claim that was objectively, verifiably incorrect, and he's claiming that anybody who says that his claim is incorrect is then defending Hezbollah's action in Syria.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand. I'm not
How can you
minimizing
lie
what
to
they did.
people? Like,
I'm
we
minimizing
just watched the clip.
the arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths.
Which is wrong.
My claim was that they participated in it.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
You were not critical of their actions.
Why did you put that? So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect on
numerous
that.
times. You actually said you
I don't think about numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that.
Oh, okay.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
mean
work
I'm Zionist?
like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing people,
responding to
who
harassment,
are offering analysis and not justification, but
can
analysis.
Can I
to
flip
how
it on you
these
a little bit?
formed.
For real.
You're upset with people learning
Hassan, you're doing
about,
it. You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're just
hoping
talking,
to
bro.
explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you
so
don't need to
this is
explain anything to me.
now.
I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when you say?
Do you believe the State Department's
Answer.
designation for terrorism
Whoa!
is
Answer the
valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa!
Department's
Answer the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
gotta
is
answer
valid?
that one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid
you
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the
Please
terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging-
Oh, Hassan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why
did.
you say that. You say that to disparage
literally
me
just did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're doing it
issues,
again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being
beginning,
like, Ethan
shit
defends
changed.
terrorism? I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
and we'll get to
actions
that in
were
a
noble.
second.
I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I
was
said their
a
actions
noble
were
one.
noble.
You said
Yeah.
Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble
Is
organization.
it? Is it really different?
But I really need you to answer.
Is that a different thing?
Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But
presenting
people can
a
assume I'm
position-
Zionist. But it's
What?
okay for people to it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes. Because
Got it.
No,
The
you don't
logic
understand
is
what I'm saying.
clear.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why people assume you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel?
Do
okay,
you?
let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically
In my
fucking
space?
It's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of
Hassan's
shit.
not what Hassan
I have
asked.
never once in my entire life, Hassan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life.
Dude.
All of my
Dude.
stop. All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
Has done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
Wait.
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I have never even
your-
pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true, but
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized
you're
you
lying.
from your own fan base have left your
Hassan,
community
you
for this
said your
reason.
community
because
has
you can't
nothing to
take
do
a
with
fucking
this.
ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
If you want to talk about it, if you want to talk about it,
Hey, you can't leave now. You must suffer like the rest of us.
The reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Jesus Christ, bro!
that
I just want to have
your
a conversation. I don't want to
your
just
own
like
audience
just
that you've
gish out
cultivated
forever.
has a
Hassan
difference
turned
in
him
opinion
down.
in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Hassan turned him down.
If you demonstrated a
Has
fraction,
nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you demonstrated,
please,
Ethan,
Hassan, let
listen
me
to me.
finish a point.
If you demonstrated
Hey,
a
dude, you
fraction,
gotta let me finish a
I'm gonna
point.
mute
This is
you.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing this.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me. If you
So I'm not
demonstrated a
muted.
fraction
So hold
of
on,
the
let me
humility,
finish. You gotta let me say something.
if you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now,
You've
most
got
people would not have
to
left your
let me
community. By the
say
way,
something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous.
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said
Who
they're
called
primarily responsible for
CPS?
harassing me.
Who called CPS?
Ooh, yes, yes.
What the fuck?
Yes.
So I don't know.
Yes.
Did I claim they did?
Yes.
You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely
Yes.
dodging. You
Ethan.
claim your community has nothing to do
Yes.
with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Yes. Virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like
It's
that is
the
called
fucking
CPS.
tone.
And now you're
No.
claiming that
Yes.
my community is
Yes.
responsible for it.
Cook.
I think it's the tone.
Cook.
No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say
Yes.
your community called CPS?
Yes.
The harassment
Yes.
campaign is a
Inferring
much
it.
more
Yes,
broad than
you're
that.
inferring
Absolutely
it.
not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically.
Okay.
I'm
Hassan
saying
has
your
basically
community is
absolved the
responsible for
denims with
participating in
this,
this
by the way.
harassment campaign.
Hassan has
You
essentially
said
absolved the
sent
denims.
you this
Like,
link, did they not?
they cannot use this anymore. They cannot use this
Okay, so
anymore.
your
Because
chat is
Ethan
involved
himself
with
could
H3
not,
Snark,
when
which, by
being
the
pressed,
way, funnily enough,
could
H3
not
Snark
say
is
that Denim's called
called
CPS.
Leftovers H3,
Which means his audience cannot say that Denim's called
Shout out
CPS.
to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't
Wait,
you think that's
you
odd?
did it.
Denims is free.
No, I
Also-
think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these
Yes.
subreddits? What are you talking about?
But you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much
That
evidence
is
of the
also,
disgusting
that's
shit.
also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Oh, come on, dude.
Ethan, I can't believe
Why
you would. I
did
can't
you
believe would bring
criticize
this up. Here, let me tell
XQC
you, okay?
for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling.
They will. They will.
Attack me.
Stans chimes in.
Okay, there is a difference between
And
someone
that's
doing
different
that,
than what
don't
your
you
community
think?
has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different?
Is Stan's watching?
I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024, where I actively defend you. That is moderating my
Please,
community.
bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare
with
me.
my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
You, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hassan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan, people don't
My
like
objective is not to be liked, Hassan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Yeah, because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan.
Oh, there we go.
There you
Put Dan on the spot.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment.
I love it.
Bro.
Go ahead.
Honestly,
Show your
Hassan
audience,
cooked.
because you've been saying that I've been like,
Hassan cooked.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting.
He got a lot better during this discussion. He started out at like a solid 8. Now he's at like a 12.
Now, ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on.
AB, go ahead and play the video.
You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had,
AB, you're not a producer.
Inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually
I'm not going to let you stunlock me with, again, another pathetic
Jewish
fucking
people.
lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. You say all of that. If it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck. Most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get stunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them.
You haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is
rest
that
of
the
the
same as
movement.
capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone via token the same as calling them
Why
capos?
would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this?
Token
This is the clip.
Jews that are not
Here's what you said.
representative of the broader movement.
Well, they're
You also
statistically
called
not.
Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb
Jews
specifically.
that you
Yes.
don't like, and you are quick to call them
I have a
capos.
problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how
Yes,
crazy he
but-
was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But
Here's the
suddenly, when he
difference.
starts
Here's
talking
the
about me,
difference,
he's your
Ethan.
best friend.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Don't look at Aspen Close chatter.
You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada, and I've
Why do you
maintained
love
this
his videos
position- I've
suddenly?
maintained this
Before you
position-
pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he was he did not want me reacting to his videos initially.
That is a insane, pathetic,
That's true.
No, that's what it is.
That's
Lie.
legitimately
He said-
true. That is actually true. Like, no meme, like no glaze. That's exactly why. that is actually the truth.
Let's watch it. You asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked.
Like, it's so funny because it's like it sounds stupid, but like that is actually the truth.
You know, whipping their communities when
Whipping their
chat
communities.
is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you
I didn't know that. Yeah, that's true. Bad Empanada did not like. He was a React gay Andy.
And I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so.
Okay, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Yeah, okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But
Sean the Black says she's
There you go.
my
I'm gonna pull it up
African
for you.
princess.
Baby Dan.
TikTok. This is gonna be good.
They
Ethan
love
Klein
my-
debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute
No, you're
clip.
not gonna
Where do you want me to
watch 7
watch?
minutes of it.
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Oh, you'll get it. And you can
All right.
skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong, okay? Trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Play the
Again, I've
video.
spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care.
I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck.
Keep going.
What you said.
No.
Oh, why?
Come on.
It's
We watched a
7 minutes
lot of
long,
your
bro.
clips. Keep going.
Spare the
This
audience.
is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
No, I don't want to finish it. I know what it is.
Go
you
to the
talk
middle.
kindly about. Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community? You think I'm
You
not
absolutely
trying
are
to get
not.
people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Wait,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
my turn.
Whoa.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
Moderating my community and claiming that.
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment.
Okay,
you claimed
go
that
ahead.
you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
On a video on
Nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind.
That's the
okay?
point.
You think I want him to
That's
write
literally
like
what he said.
700 hours worth of new YouTube essays?
That's literally what he said.
I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Day genocide propaganda will come.
Wait, that's
Thanks
in
for
the clip.
watching
Ethan, you
Free
keep doing this
Palestine.
thing.
I'm
Thanks for
playing the
watching.
clip.
Yeah, go
Dude,
support this.
yes.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching Bad Empanada videos initially.
Oh my God, Hassan,
disagreements with him
you're talking over the
on
clip.
his
You need to
stream.
let it
I
play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can.
Is he okay?
Will come. Thanks for watching Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
Because
Patreon?
ultimately,
That's-
his product is
I'm confused.
as a standalone entity is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on
Wait,
Twitter.
Hassan was
7,000
correct though.
accounts, as you say,
He said he wasn't going to watch the video because Bad Empanada does not like when he watches the videos.
videos about me.
This is
So
correct.
just saying,
I
your
don't know
community
if you
doesn't do
understand.
harassment, right?
I don't know if you have a-
let's just
I don't know if you have a
promote Bad
command over
Empanada,
the
who
English
literally
language.
exists to harass people by your
None
own
of-
fucking
none
definition.
of the things that you just
Being on
showed
Twitter
is
ridiculous.
None
He's
of
not
these you
just
showed
Well,
is
you're
inconsistent.
He is the
No, you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking bad empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry.
Like, the entire point was Hassan said he didn't want Bad Empanada video because Bad Empanada was like anti-react.
Anyway, let's continue.
Is he a terrorist? He's an Arab.
Like, that's the entire point.
By the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative that you've presented.
It's almost done. It's almost done. Hassan, it's almost
He
done.
would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely, provably,
do you wanna
empirically
hear
true.
my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good. So Bad Empanada is crazy.
Okay.
I still say
Hassan's starting to feel himself. Hassan's starting to feel himself a little bit. I respect
I'm a
it.
Jewish
I respect
exceptionalist
it.
Zionist, okay? Like, there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you noticed in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada on his
What
YouTube
about his videos
essays,
attacking me? Are
especially when
those?
it's
Is that part of
issue-specific,
his
Bad
great
Empanada
body of
on
work?
his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you
very
watching ones called
informative.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection?
Well,
is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not.
Yeah.
But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak who literally hates me.
Klein
But
is
in
a
terms of the
Zionist dog, and
blockade
by the
on
way, I
Bad
want to kill his
Empanada,
wife.
the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why
How
that
many?
blockade ended is because
How many of you watched Not About Me?
What? The reason
How
why...
many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe
I have no idea.
I don't know. Maybe
I've
one.
watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
I mean, that's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh.
No, he's not. He's not going to pull up the industrial complex.
From one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's
These
over
are
the
most
60.
likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me.
These are
over a
fan channels.
60-day
This is
period, that's
disingenuous.
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right.
You're presenting
Right.
the same. You're presenting.
Okay,
fan
first of
channels
all,
that
I'm
are
just showing how
posting-
much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan.
defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think
Oh, he
that's
prepared
regular?
that one. Oh, he
You think that's
prepared
regular?
that
Control
one.
over my fan channels. What do you
Oh,
mean?
he prepared that
You're
one.
Showing the same.
He thought he had it. He was like, I knew he was going to say
On
this.
my Twitch
66
stream,
videos about
I say
me.
one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and
And
over
you
again.
love
so of
it.
course
It's
gonna
all
look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
No,
the
no, no.
same moment.
No. This
It's
has the same
usually
moments.
the
The
same
last one
moment
does not.
multiplied. Go back to the
No,
fucking
this one
photo.
does not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
That's not even that
For the
much.
past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because
so
I
and
think
I'm
you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think this is
I have
reasonable?
some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hassan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day?
30 minutes a day is not
I don't talk about you
crazy.
that much, not even close.
Ethan,
That's so wrong.
I have some information as well to present to you. Okay?
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On
okay?
your
Last 60
Instagram
days.
stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly.
So Ethan sees your VODs? Don't tell him.
Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
posts
From what period?
since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
No,
what
that's
date?
you, not fan channels.
I'm
This is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date? What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st, since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories, not
year?
inclling clips.
What
You have
year?
mentioned me.
What year?
Ethan, this
Oh,
year.
2025.
This year, Ethan.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
Crazy, isn't it?
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
100.
Show me the evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this somehow this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate
stories.
with your
When you
approval,
look at-
under your direction.
when you
He
look at-
dropped the whole 24. He dropped the whole 24-hour thing.
It's
He went back
almost
to all the
always
clip channels.
in the context of you literally fucking Haas tweet. When are we in agreement? Hassan called me
you
stupid,
say-
and I said my video is bad.
You're
but
streaming
wait.
it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This
What?
is what you
he's
stream.
crashing
I
out.
make
Even your
a
entire
story.
fucking stream is a hate video.
So many people in his
What are you
chat
talking
are saying they
about?
believe it.
Your
Yeah.
entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why.
Okay, that was
Reddit
actually
literally got back to
that
you
was very good from Hassan. That's A+.
channels and said,
That's A+ keeping that in the chamber.
You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?
Have it in the
Not only
chamber.
that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them,
what?
which you
When did I try
openly
to sue?
stated
Whoa,
you wanted to
whoa.
dox them
When
to
did I-
their families.
What?
You
This is on
sent
you're
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can
Ethan.
anonymous
I know you
anonymous
think
Redditors
Instagram
defame
stories
you
go
and harass
away.
you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay,
I
and
don't
that went
even know
viral.
what the deal was. I don't even
it
know what
got
the fuck
picked-
that was about.
Well, it's
Did
an outright
you or
lie.
Did you not?
Hold on, dude. Let me
Did you or did you
respond. You
not
just
get your lawyer to.
You need to stop because
did you or
I'm gonna.
Did you not get your
I'm
lawyer
gonna
to
answer.
try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors?
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they
extorting?
said some shit about you.
Bro, let me
it's fucked up.
answer.
It's
Are you just
bullshit.
going to fucking gish? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
I'm having fun.
Go on.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters.
He's gonna try to justify it. Go ahead.
Pictures.
Please.
Of the front of our office, organizing to meet there.
Please.
They were. I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan. That was posted to Snark. That went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck, I will give
I'm
you $1 million.
I'm explaining the context, dude.
I didn't even
You're
know
accusing
about
me of something.
What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
You're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue
what
I'm
you're
talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hassan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well,
they
were fucking.
Do you think, about this instance.
Well, great. It's not that
one
crazy.
One of the Redditors that you sued. Okay.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did
First
you
of all,
sue for copyright infringement, but in the
Hassan,
process,
you are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So you have to stop.
Them for
I have not sued anybody.
Your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark.
I love it. We've devolved. We've devolved, and I'm a fan of it. What does that mean? This is everything to me.
Office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. What does that mean? And then your lawyer says,
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me, what does it mean, bro?
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just make people dance if they got him on a copyright claim?
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
This person, by the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hassan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
How? By posting?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you. How? By posting on Reddit?
That's what I said.
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
Come on.
So you're
really?
Admitting that you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous, frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit. Do
you know what a lawsuit?
Ethan Klein.
You know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
A frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit. Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit? Do you know how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my God,
Imagine
this is so
pointless.
Imagine
if I was fucking suing them. How much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something.
They're posting paywalled.
They were posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't support Ethan." Okay?
Hold on now.
Spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever you. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr. Ferry,
you've watched.
Hassan, click there.
11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero.
Bro.
I have had 0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. You see, whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos?
Wait, that's not
you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
That's not what straight means.
No, I don't. Because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past 4 months.
I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't going to look good.
Oh my God, bro.
As today has demonstrated.
I said,
that's
just watch
why you tried to add additional qualifications to it. Like, oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know the clips.
It's not a biography. You understand
Ethan,
that, right?
Can I ask a question
Do you understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
For all the
it's
people
not
who
a
are
biography,
tuning in right
Hassan.
now.
It's not about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen.
Very
so
poorly. by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched 11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
true.
Also,
by the way, I said I would debate you if you watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
On my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his video.
You didn't watch the video.
Darren, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Much appreciated.
Do I have the capacity to see the future?
So where'd you get the list? Someone send you a list of all my points?
How? How did
Why
I
not just
answer
watch
all
the
of his
video
questions?
then? Why not just watch the video? It seems cowardly. You're like, I don't want to watch the video. Just send me a list of all the things. So I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe he's making a good point.
You have, in the cringiest
Why not
way
watch the
possible,
video?
considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially, that I didn't respond to until you try to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay? So let me explain to you something.
Being pro-Palestine means you are infallible and can never be criticized. That's awesome.
Why did I have all the information that I actually responded to?
Hassan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke.
Wait, we just
name
did.
one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch
Go
my
ahead.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's out of context?
One of the clips that you used, in your
there was actually like 3 of them so far, by the way.
The claim that I deny rapes happen, it was from
I showed evidence.
It was from
that wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me.
Why are we going over this again?
Defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan. Do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that I was a rape denier?
It wasn't out of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have?
Do you feel like? Wait, what do you mean?
I showed you
that wasn't out of context. That is the context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
what about all the other ones?
Might have happened because rapes
What about all the other ones?
Hassan's crashing out hard. Kendrick got an entire album about reflections and compassion for all, bro.
Evidence. I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
What? Okay, so So
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small.
Context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
What else?
Great. All right. Let me give you the master list. Okay. If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do?
Just shifted the goalpost.
Give me examples that was out of context.
Goalpost shift. Goalpost shift.
One of the other.
Okay, that was 1. Okay, that was 2. Okay, that was 5. Okay, that was 10. Okay, that was 99%. You have to prove 100%.
Now you admit wasn't my fan that you falsely slept. You falsely said was my fan.
Criminy. Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, why is he still going? Why is Ethan still going? I don't understand it.
The term inbred. I use inbred as a wait. What? What is going on?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay,
play it. Then you can.
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred.
Thank you.
White supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay. Every week there's another fucking.
Honestly, it may be a humiliation fetish. I don't know why he's still going.
These inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs.
He laughed at the same time.
inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
I've been here since 11. I'm locked in. Baby numbers. I've been here since 6 a.m.
You want to?
You gotta watch this part too.
Inbred, 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 inbred,
I want to pause so bad.
inbred, 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 inbred.
What EST?
What is that?
The clips there, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't
You
exist.
said microaggressions?
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
A pussy. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video. You looked at
so again, Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan opens Comrade Casey tweets and snark posts and
wait, this isn't even the original clip.
Reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands.
Fucking be real here.
Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping.
They're doing
and he's
charity.
going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you?
By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
You're referring continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No, I call
you don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybully claiming that he was a victim of harassment.
He was walking through campus.
Come on, Ethan.
He was walking through campus.
He's not gonna do that.
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? What is the bully aspect?
To be a crybully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
No, I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you.
No,
how is me saying why
you're defending them by attacking
Hassan? Crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
Nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people won't see
I literally
that and go,
took it back immediately. What's wrong with you? I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
There's a lot more.
Have
do you ever keep going? Piece by
have
piece?
you ever? No, it's fucking boring.
Oh no!
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar. I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay?
I
Maybe I
went
wasn't
back.
afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you've backtracked
let's do
on.
this.
Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that. I do not.
That's rewriting history.
I'm going to say this very clearly.
No. It's not that you care. It's that you fucking glaze
right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're saying that it's a genocide. What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel?
That's
like
not
fucking
true.
bravo.
That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the fucking islands.
It was partially owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes. And
it was bound for fucking for
described
from
it,
India.
What do you think
They
BDS
kidnapped
is, dude?
5 totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept them prisoners for a year.
Video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
Take what back?
Wow, what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked on?
I don't know what I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
partially owned by an Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
Conglomerate
it's owned by a British company.
Ship.
So it's owned by a British
company. You literally claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy is if this Israeli guy
fingers on the button,
how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that even if they even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you lied on your fucking
That's
video.
an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie.
You said
and
it was
you're basically
an
running
Isle of
defense
Man.
for a terrorist
You said the flag
organization.
was on
Now,
Isle of
do
Man.
I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country on
not
the fucking
hijacking an
planet
unaffiliated boat and kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people... By the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released. What would you do, Ethan?
I remember.
What would you do?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
You couldn't.
They were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah,
were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were. They were held hostage.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year? Well, how's it deterrent?
Ethan still needs to say what he would do. He still hasn't answered.
The concept of deterrence.
Sailors.
Yes.
How is that a deterrent?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So what
scares? I mean, it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein said.
Pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate.
Were your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated, but even if it was unaffiliated, as I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't
they are blocked.
unaffiliated.
I don't even know what
lied
they
about
say.
that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was,
people can look
into
it.
Even if it was,
why did they kidnap? They didn't need to kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors?
Still hasn't answered.
You know what's terrorist?
You're defending
shit?
them kidnapping these
Still hasn't answered.
unrelated
You know what's
foreign
terrorist
sailors?
shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla.
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending
as
terrorism,
of this conversation taking place,
and you've
Israel
done it many
last
times
night
during this conversation.
literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian
Assange
aid
press him.
ship
He still has not said what is acceptable for him.
the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance, and it's not only moral, but it's just and
very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Is served,
do you think that the Filipino hostages who are held there for a year agree that
Still
that
hasn't
was
answered what he would do.
awesome? You know, that was awesome.
Probably not.
Still hasn't answered it.
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good?
Damn, dude.
They're doing
it's
it
not an
bad.
unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
Oh,
you
so
want to
he would
explain
do,
how it's
he
affiliated?
would do exactly what they would do, by the way.
Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now.
He would do what they would do. He was just like, oh, I would just do what they're doing, but like better. I would do what they're doing, but like,
it wasn't even, he didn't even
but better.
Connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved
co-owned
in.
by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected. I'm
it's
telling you how
owned by a
connected.
British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well,
and
you're
now
lying
you don't
about
like
how
that
it's
connection.
connected. No, you're lying. That's what I don't
What
like.
I'm not lying. The ship info
said-
is readily available,
Okay,
Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay, that's point
but
number
the
5
larger
that you
pro-
also presented falsely on your
Very good.
context puke.
The problem is more
Someone's gotta
the
be keeping
kidnapped
tally
sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
Wait, it's still the ship though.
I don't, Ethan.
It's still the ship though. So is it good or is it not good or is it what are we talking about?
With me through
It's
this
the same
carefully.
ship. It's still owned by the same person.
Please explain to me how it's
do,
justifiable
Ethan?
to
What would
kidnap
you do?
15 sailors.
Ethan, what would you do? You have
ahead.
a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
During the
unaffiliated,
Holocaust,
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that
He
actually
actually outdid
impacted
Sam.
the civilians.
Yeah, actually.
Okay, impact the civilians.
He had a lot more time
Do
too,
you
though.
feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Oh, what? Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So the people
Filipino
that
guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call
What
a
do those
genocide
sailors have to do with
are
that?
actually terrorists because you don't agree with their
Kidnapping innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way. You have no
Kidnapping
alternative.
innocents.
You have no alternative. You call
That's
it a
not
genocide.
true. I
they're
said just don't
supposed to sit
kidnap
around.
innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people.
Wait, so you don't agree?
They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Damn.
Oh,
Okay,
is that possible?
Fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously...
You are totally correct, Chatter, that commandeering to some other place is also still kidnapping. Right? They wouldn't have been held hostage for a year, but that's if they kidnapped them off the ship and put them on a different ship, it still would have been kidnapping. And Ethan still would have complained about it, by the way. Ethan still would have complained about it. He would have still cried about it.
I'm ready. What do you mean?
People is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize
Is
it
the
that
IDF
way.
terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing.
Is it?
Why is it a different thing?
Why is
You
it
think
different?
The Ansar Allah movement
the
doesn't have a
Houthis-
standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are to like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government.
That's Israel.
They also own slaves, by the way.
We're gonna talk about the Ansar Allah movement's history.
But I'll say yeah, Israel. The IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that.
Come on.
Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power. What?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
No.
That's really
you should try
interesting
saying that
because in
sometimes.
your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Bro.
And it turned out that actually the
Saudi
videos
outlets
that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet.
Yeah, because Hassan called him out directly.
That's not even
weren't
contested.
the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it, and you used
the Houthis have
Saudi
slaves,
propaganda
undisputed.
papers that at a time when Saudi Arabia
I just don't
was
understand why
doing
you're
a
defending
fucking
the
genocide.
Houthis for having slaves and kidnapping.
I do want Hassan to circle back around to the IDF being terrorists, and I want Hassan to ask him if he thinks Elah is a terrorist.
That they do terrible shit.
Now we're getting catharsis. Yes.
Actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement.
No,
of
the
fact.
Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a man-made famine.
How's that blockade, by the way,
Saudi
helping the
Arabia
country?
and the
How is
UAE.
the blockade
Why
helping the
did you
famine in
use-
Yemen? How's the blockade helping the
It's
famine in
helping
Yemen?
Palestinians.
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were.
What is he talking about?
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
And their violent takeover.
This is
of
not the
Yemen.
take he thinks
so
it
I was
is.
like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit on this
so
issue.
explain to
but
me why it
seems like
matters.
You don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
their blockade is awesome.
No, why it matters? How they came to power?
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International.
Oh, now we've arrived at just asking for a source. This is a debate bro stalling tactic, right? A debate bro stalling tactic where they just say source to force you to go find the source or give it up. We've arrived at that portion
that had their
of
own
this debate.
Personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banners, right? Their banners
Justified
which
kidnapping.
was also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkel?
I said he's thinking about it, and then Franco says, "Why is his hand a fucking cock?" That's crazy.
Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how's that
Houthis'
relevant?
actions and the
How's that
blockade
relevant?
against the Israelis. You
How is
used him
that
as
relevant?
a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for.
Can
What
you-
does that have
Dan,
to do
can
with
you play
every
this
other
clip?
take he's taken? It
Can you
doesn't
play
mean
this
that I
clip?
support that we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean? You
want to talk about?
you
Here,
use
listen.
his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you. I want to
He
see if you
does.
agree with him on this. Just play
Do
it.
you? All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm gonna play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim I'm gonna play it. I just want to set this up. You claim that the worst
sure.
thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
He did do Nakba denialism.
Yeah, perfect.
They
And
said,
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you
I'm
want
sure you
to.
can. Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no,
kids.
that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed.
It's very odd.
There it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's,
why?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth. What are they doing for peace?
The Houthis have created.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
Deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Wait, also, it's still
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps pushing back to me on my end. Sorry.
Ow. I hit my foot on my
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Can we get an I don't care count? I don't know where we're at.
It doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you
like 15.
come across a point
no,
that
it's
you
irrelevant,
have to admit is wrong.
And you just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric.
Okay, do you think that Ethan won this? Sorry, I don't mean to mute Hassan here. Do you think that Ethan thinks that he won this? I'm genuinely curious. No. Do you think that Ethan won? Do you think that Ethan thinks that he won?
This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think?
So?
Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem, and the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. And again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method. Now,
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong. Again, a liar.
So you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF is
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that stays with the Houthis. And I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English, you kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family. Because if he was a part of the Houthi family, his last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay? This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad. This guy's fucked up.
Let's look at it.
Of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen. Are you stupid?
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
You dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch.
No, it's not
Let me
because he's
show you
poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Because
I'm
the,
sure
the
the
fighter
Yemenis
jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews. So of course, for everyone in that side
Israel
of the
doesn't
fucking
claim
world,
they're doing it
when they
on
say
behest
Jew,
of Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including Refat
Do you think he's like
al-Ra'ad-
Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government.
that the only-
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad.
Okay,
that's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said,
would you
fuck
think
Jewish
Anne Frank
people.
would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out of the
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them,
took up
yeah.
arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For
Say
something
Anne
that
Frank
didn't
would be
happen?
bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same for sure.
Oh, it wouldn't be the
she's-
same. Why wouldn't it be?
She's famous for being a pacifist
Oh,
and
so he
seeing
was
the
the
good
per-
in people
he
despite
said it?
living through a Holocaust. Do you understand that?
He wants the perfect victim.
That's not what.
Anne
Let
Frank.
me show you. Let me
okay.
show
Do
you.
you think that if Anne Frank
Israel isn't.
Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you would call
Israel
her
isn't
a bad
occupying
person?
Yemen anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they
You say
have
the Saudis.
known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why
Because
is
they're
it damn
directly
the Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia. What are you
Oh,
talking
but I thought,
about?
oh, you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, which
Damn
I
the
have
Jews,
said time
curse
and time
upon the
again
Jews.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate
That's
by
nice.
Western standards. But if you listen to
Why
Norm
does it
has
say
a
Saudi
clip on
Arabia?
that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see? Do you want to see
No,
it?
and I don't. let me show you this.
Do you
Because
want to
you've
hear
been going
Norm
on and on.
Finkelstein
Let-
explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn
He
the
said-
Warsaw Ghetto Uprising,
Hassan,
Ethan?
you gotta stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay. He says, "Ready for sacrifice." Maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support?
Okay.
Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool
You timed
military
the P1
Hamas
question
thing.
so
This is a
well,
butt
yeah.
plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay,
It is.
but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes to "Are you a soldier"?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
Oh.
Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
Just like
posted-
Anne Frank,
if
by
Anne
the
Frank
way.
if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis
it
of
would
Anne Frank
change.
change
Yes,
even
of
a little bit,
course.
even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking
Okay, well,
tweeting
you and I
out
have
that
a
we want to nuke
disagreement on that
Israel. What do you
one, because
mean?
I would not give
That's
a fuck. I would
crazy,
be
by the way.
loud and
That's
proud,
wild
going, "Hey,
to say.
that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So
Get it."
after hold on, after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes. And
Okay,
Frank,
very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she did,
she was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against Anne Frank?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen who is
you really like to do
years
that.
old. Okay.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
Here's some clips that you haven't
Hold on.
shown.
Besides being wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure.
Here.
Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist. That is your
do you want me to
perspective.
watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
Can't see Dan. Dan, we can't see it. Dan, we can't see it. Thank you.
It's like shot by a fucking propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
It's a TikTok.
Our problem is not with the Jews, guys.
Buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen.
Jamie,
you pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate to show.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not at
He
odds
both believes
with
that
what you
Jews are our
presenting.
friends and also
The
we need to
problem
murder
is-
them all.
Okay.
He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
You conflate.
No, he said Jews. He, in the tweets,
Judaism with
said this is what
Zionism
we're
from
going to
a
do to
Western
Jews.
Perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect it as
And that's
Jews.
the Jews' fault,
but
right?
Listen
That's-
to me.
and you're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically, and he said he loves them because
That
he
is
does not
such
have
a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this
He
person,
said,
Ethan.
I
He has
watched
no
it. That's
reason.
not what he
has
said,
no
though.
reason to
He said if
lie.
they
He's
support
in
Palestine,
fucking
then I
Yemen. He
like
could be
them.
dead by
He didn't.
now.
You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying.
Wait, what do you
mean?
mean?
He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good.
That's the point.
Well, that's what he said.
Okay.
It's fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
You didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say?
said
Hold
like.
on, Hassan. What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine.
What?
All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care. Dude,
we got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally. I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet that.
Okay,
He did tweet
the
stuff like that.
conversation would go very differently. But even then, I
He did
probably
say
wouldn't
that.
be as vicious as you assume.
He literally
I would,
said that on
or
social
you want
media
me to be,
continually.
because I understand the material conditions and
Gonna
what
kill all
plays
Jews.
a role in people's.
He did not say that.
Recognition of the world. What their
Nobody needs to
upbringing
fear
looks
us but
like.
Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip.
Okay.
He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. He's
No,
always
why-
too dolled up.
But you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you. Stop.
By the way,
being
is
so
this, I don't know if this
spoiled.
is, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can,
It's fine.
It does matter,
it's most likely
unfortunately.
not
You're on
fucking
Twitch
claimed.
where
Come on.
stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted
things
is
out of
sometimes
you.
warranted. Where's the
Mr. Fair
link of-
Use? Mr. Fair
That's
Use.
pretty funny.
Yeah,
That's
do you know
pretty
what
good.
fair use is? You fucking
That's pretty good.
moron? It's using it fairly. There's a
Yeah.
big
No, I
difference
know.
between
fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get your high-powered
course I care about
attorney
my
to fucking
monetization
sue them
status.
and make demands about how they have to
Does that have to do with fair
release
use, man?
information about their
All right,
allegiances to
let me
Reddit.
play this for a minute and then we'll move on.
All right, play it.
Dan, we can't see it. Dan, thank you.
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen. And the fact that you actually think this is credible is such a... It's
Wait,
so
so-
hilarious
Dude,
to me.
you-
Wow.
look,
Let's
man,
keep it going.
look.
No, I love this. This is great. Let him...
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why? Was it... Sorry, hold on. We're having...
I pulled it back up.
Oh, the crew's still
Taylor
there.
Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the
What was
MSM was
legitimate
chasing."
journal? Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser. Who's obsessed with you,
Not
okay?
Taylor,
Of course you would
no.
say that. She, by the way,
Not Taylor.
What was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay, great.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you
they're
asked
cool.
me
If
one.
they're-
I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
True.
What about
Israeli
why?
Jews,
Do you
what are
think?
talking
Hey,
about?
what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing,
Yeah,
pathetic.
because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace
Oh,
and they
is
look
that
like
right?
a human being.
So
and
you're
not a
resorting to
fucking
call me
barbaric
racist now.
monster.
By the way, this
Because
dude's
you're
white as fuck. What are you
Islamophobic,
talking
Ethan.
about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the
All
fuck
right,
are you
let's get
talking
back to
about,
the
dipshit?
IDF. So
Hold
you
on,
said
you
the
accuse me
IDF
of being
could be
racist. Are
declared
you talking
a
about this
terrorist
guy?
organization,
Are you
and
talking
your
about
wife
this
is a part of
guy?
the IDF. Do you think it's
He's
appropriate
right,
to call
dude.
your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
Wait,
you don't think it's appropriate? Okay.
No.
You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets. Who do
Right.
you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid
The IDF
military
is
targets?
protecting them, and it's
in
fucking
the
insane.
process,
Yeah,
in
it's
the
horrible.
process of their
Was
pogroms
my wife
that
out
they're
there
doing.
protecting? Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record, until a couple
She was a
months ago.
fucking yeah.
She was
You're
out
gonna
there
do the Raider of
doing night
Ramallah
raids.
snark
Do you
bullshit.
think-
Go on, yeah. Your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
described
18 years
the
old, bro. She's a
process of
secretary.
taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own,
Yeah, maybe-
living in his
Sorry.
own
Sorry.
fucking home. And
18
your wife
child,
went on
18-year-old child, 19-year-old full-grown adult terrorist person.
a terror city.
Yeah,
So
that was
there's an
an old
inconsistency
clip.
here.
I don't
Is
think
your
Ramal's
wife
a terrorist
valid
city.
military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist?
She's not a West
Ethan?
Bank settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank.
Bad
Where's
Empanada
Ramallah,
thinks she
Ethan?
is. Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think
Do
she's
you?
a valid military target? That's
Do
my
you think
point,
she's a
because
valid
there's
military target?
inconsistencies here.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I
Wow,
don't.
great.
Okay.
All right, can we please move on to this
No,
the Nafa
listen
thing?
to me. Listen
Hassan,
to me.
bro, you're making this
Listen
unwatchable.
to me. Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank. You say
You don't know
hate
who
the
was
West
kidnapped
Bank.
and for
You
what
say
reason.
You
We
hate
don't
the settlers.
Well, we don't know who is.
protects the
First of all,
settlers, Ethan? Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
So
what if he fucking stabbed civilians? Doesn't that happen? Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention.
Bro.
They are not
Mask
actually placed.
off.
They do not go through a civil court process.
Mask off.
Violence on civilians that would warrant them being arrested?
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
Well, it just belies some really bizarre thing.
Stop hyper-focusing
It's not random at all. It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words.
Please.
I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their...
Not yet. He's getting there, though. He's getting there.
Wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites. Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide? Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
Not done that. Not that.
There's numerous options. 1, religious exemption. 2, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do. Those are real human beings.
You can talk to her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude. She did mandatory.
Let
me ask you a question.
She's talked
Hassan,
on your podcast
please, you gotta let me talk.
How she went on a raid. She was
bored. Honestly, Hassan should not let him talk. This is fun. I like this.
Being louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay? It's good to listen to what I have to say.
Okay.
She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable.
It's understandable.
We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what.
He could have been a vicious terrorist monster. Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
justified.
If he killed people, of course. If he killed people,
go ahead.
Of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Not a Zionist, by the way.
A part of Israeli territory.
I mean, it's complicated, right? I don't.
It's complicated?
It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated, Ethan.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I understand.
Are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about how fucked up that was.
Okay, fine. My wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words. If she were to talk about
my wife is a terrorist.
As many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like
Frogan
says, only I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets
PTSD
too?
Change.
Okay? I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there. She is not supposed to be there.
She's a terrorist.
It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That is an act of terror.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in.
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
Sorry, chat. Sorry. We're back.
In these night raids in the West Bank,
you're making this unwatchable.
A constant feeling of terror.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay, gotta
reason
understand
why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating
participates
yourself.
in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror upon the
We
Palestinians.
don't condone
who
it.
are
She was
there
19. She
in
was
their
doing
own
military
land. Listen to
conscription. She
me.
didn't know where they were going
Listen
or what
to
they
me.
were doing.
Listen
okay?
to me.
Thank you.
Listen
I'm
to me.
listening, but you just keep repeating yourself.
The
This is what
reason
you
why-
do.
the reason
You
why
gotta
I
move on.
know-
I want to
the
have
reason why I know that. You
Son,
wanna know why I know
gotta
that?
stop.
Do
Do
you
you
wanna know
want
why
this
I
to be
know that?
unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is because
I'm
of
take that as a
Breaking
yes.
the Silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
Come on. Not the Oreo argument.
Why do you pay taxes?
Not
to
the
the United
niggers
States?
that eat the Oreo argument.
That
Answer
I
the
pay
question.
taxes and I'm morally culpable. I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against
Why don't
this
you go to
goddamn
jail?
government doing this shit
Well,
every
why don't you
day.
stand up for your? Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What
I
wouldn't
don't
stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the
What did she
Israeli
say?
occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him. Or
Well,
her,
I think
sorry.
I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you
Yeah.
is that
But you
everything's black
can't
and
see
white.
it from Rashid Al-Haddad's perspective, and you
Yeah,
know
he's a
for a
fucking
fact
terrorist
that your
who says he wants
audience
to
also
kill
doesn't see
Jews,
it, and
that you
that's
said's
why you
like
can
Anne
fucking
Frank.
constantly claim that he is a terrorist, whereas
Oh
your
my
wife,
God, bro!
well, it's
Please,
complicated.
I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You made your
Got
point.
it.
You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
in
just 'cause-
1948
yeah,
countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war.
How long
In fact,
ago?
there
This
was
is the
more
last thing. Probably like another 10, 15 minutes.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So my again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you. Okay. So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was
by
the
killing them
exaggeration?
and including
No.
by,
This isn't a
by
comparison
massacring
question.
them, and then
What was the
and
fucking
then
hell, bro?
letting
You are
survivors
incapable
tell the
of
tale.
answering anything.
Like he doesn't want Hassan to answer the question. He wants Hassan to be like, "You were right, Ethan. I'm wrong. I'm sorry."
On and on.
I am answering it, Ethan.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan, sit the fuck
About
down and
the
listen to the
historical
history
fact
lesson.
of
Okay,
not-
you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors
does that have
left
to do with that?
tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it
leaving
not?
sometimes voluntarily and sometimes
Wow.
because their governments had made deals with
How many left
either
voluntarily?
Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do
Take a
you?
guess. Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well,
Most of
you're
them left
lying and
voluntarily.
you're fucking
Ethan.
dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy One will send you to jail. The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180.
He's reading. People say he's reading off Wikipedia. I disagree. I think he's reading
1947.
off
Jews were
of
banned
ChatGPT.
from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the
Discord? Nah, it's ChatGPT.
learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary?
Okay,
Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip. You can play.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my
is
God!
An Iraqi
please.
Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a
Dan,
hand.
we can't see it. Dan, thank you.
After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer.
And so
Max
let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
Why?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government, benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return, why has that failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons? I know why.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hassan. Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened right as
Before
Israel
the
was
bombs
being
went off,
established.
before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea.
This is the answer.
So let me hear what
Avi.
Okay, so
you're
like
Israel. What do you mean?
Yeah, you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually said.
My research I established
Scumbag.
One bomb
okay, you got this from Destiny.
One hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and
You see how he got so excited there? 100% got it from Destiny.
And another another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar.
Hold on. Ethan.
Nope, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Listen.
If all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it.
Wait, also Ethan hasn't read the book either.
That's the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay?
He just moves on.
Memoirs of an
It's
Arab
about his
Jew.
time.
He just moves on.
In the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes
Okay.
about his own family, and he describes their departure from
Okay.
Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
You are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way.
Just subscribed.
Here's
Yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
No,
that's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely does.
Contend with what I said.
Let me
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay, I can't
Explain
wait
to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass. Let me
I
tell
can't
you
wait
something.
too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit. Because Iraq
What?
and the pan-Arabic nationalist
They
movements
left-
that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
not about Palestinians. You
Okay,
cannot
so
make
what
this
did the Jews in
comparison.
Iraq have to do with
Zionists were
fucking
the ones
Israel,
who
you
actually
bigot?
fucking terrorized the
You are
Palestinians.
so out of your
And
mind.
then Iraqis.
Dude, you
cannot
screaming and
point to the
grandstanding
Iraqis
doesn't
or
mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's
This is pathetic.
racism during the
Okay.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
fucking
that?
racist piece of shit?
Thanks.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all
want-
Arabs have one fucking mind? Is that what
Why
you think?
the fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Because
I've
why?
never said that there
Because
were no
why?
Iraqi
Answer
Jews
the
that left
question.
Iraq in
You want to
fear.
call me racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to
Because
Israel?
you're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why
that
they
Iraq
left. They
is
left
not
because I'm a fucking
Palestine,
moron?
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hassan, you
That there were
coward.
numerous
You
pan-Arabic
coward.
nationalist movements
Answer the
that
question.
were
You're going to call me
sparking up
racist,
all
but you
around
won't
the
answer.
region, Ethan.
Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
Because of
why the Israeli
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel.
Yo, shut
They
the
were
fuck
forced
up,
to leave.
dude.
They were
Shut
chased
up.
out. They lived there for
hated
thousands
Jewish
of
people.
years.
Yes,
They had
everyone
businesses,
hated
they had
Jewish
homes
people.
that they were
It's weird.
forced to
Thousands-
abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism was already
That has
taking
nothing to
place
do with
in
them, you
British
absolute
Mandate
fucking
Palestine,
dumbass.
Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So
Do
it
you
was
think the
there.
Aliyahs
So
were
you're blaming
happening
them? Are you
in
blaming
one-
the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point?
I am
You
not
call me
justifying
racist.
the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my
Yes,
point.
you are. They
I've never
left
justified that.
because
And
the
I've
Iraq
also
turned on them
openly
after
recognized-
1948.
Ethan,
You're materially wrong. You're a liar.
That there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all
Yeah.
have the same mindset.
I
Other
know. Let's go
countries
over
and their
them,
pan-Arabic
genius.
nationalist movements as states were being
Let's go over
designed,
them. In
mostly by-
Egypt,
mostly by Western nations.
You want to talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know.
In
You got
Egypt.
fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you.
Hey, Hassan,
so you can
let
fucking
me-
not look like a dumbass.
Okay. Do you want to listen or do you just want to add harm?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No,
This is
you wanna
supposed to
talk.
be
That's the
an
problem. You
admonishment
don't
of
wanna
my-
listen.
You're
You've
supposed to be
talked
attacking my
plenty.
perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you could do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews
I just
left
want,
because
point
they
he
were
prepped for
in
hard.
fear
I
of
disagree.
anti-Semitism.
I think. I mean, yes, but I think he feels like he got. He got to have a. I think he feels he has a gotcha on Hassan. He thinks he's winning this.
1948 that had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the
not
Jews
just
for their own
1948.
anti-Semitism,
It's
you
not
go
just
right ahead. But that's
1948.
racism. Now let's talk about
I also
Egypt.
recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay?
Ethan,
following
is
anti-Jewish
Egypt
riots and
Palestine?
bombs in
Is
Egypt.
Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians never
got
allowed
nothing
to
to
return?
do with that.
A
They were
right
forced
that
to go
every
there
single
by
one
the
of these
Arab
countries have
countries.
offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily.
listen,
These
Hassan.
are completely separate countries.
Nobody's
You are
justifying the
packaging them
Nakba.
together to
No,
make a
no one is
horrifying
justifying the
position.
Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the
No, you're
running
fucking
of
racist because I don't
discrimination.
discredit the plight. I think
But
you're...
I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
Justifying
Why'd they
that at all.
leave?
Ethan,
You
try to be
think
Why'd they
savage,
leave?
never forget.
You think that because you want to...
Nah, I think it's probably
Why did they leave their
Nader's dad.
communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money,
You will
their
never
businesses?
I
understand.
think
Why
AB
did they
and
leave?
Nina are kind of crying in the corner, hoping to not get picked on. And Dana's just
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Dana's just watching Ethan drown with a smile on his face for some reason. I don't know why.
Antiquated anti-Semitism. And if your answer is yes,
You're
why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds
Where's the Ottoman
of years?
Empire?
When the
Let's talk about the last 100 years.
In Western
That's great.
Europe
Yeah, the Ottoman
were-
Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948.
Yeah, of course,
Anti-Jewish
of course,
riots
it's
broke
Israel.
out
Of course.
after the war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay?
Oh my
after
God.
the war, after the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the
I
establishment
never
of
made
Israel.
that inference. What are you talking
You-
about?
of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make
What
that
do you think
inference
when
at
someone
all.
isn't paying attention or listening?
So they left
usually
because
say their
Zionism.
name, and Ethan.
No, Ethan. If you were to
is saying
listen to
Hassan
my
a
words,
lot,
and I
too.
use them very carefully, even though I get heated
Yes,
sometimes.
careful, right.
Okay. Egypt, Iraq, Morocco. Each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others
Lie.
were
You're a liar.
the colonial.
Wait, that's him agreeing
You are
with
a
Ethan.
tangibly,
Do
historically
you think that?
proven
Wait,
liar.
that's him agreeing with
And I feel
Ethan.
let me-
He's giving Ethan the out. Like he's saying, I agree with you.
You're so conditioned into saying
No,
liar
no.
that you're
The amount
undermining
that
your own
left,
point.
the amount that left because of Zionism was.
He was literally
They were
agreeing with
chased
Ethan there.
out.
I'm
They were
so
forced to
confused.
become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. And
He was so conditioned into saying liar, liar, liar that like when Hassan was agreeing with him, he was like, "You're wrong."
Irrelevant point. A series
Dude,
of
you
bombs
can't make a
targeted Jewish
comparison
areas in
between a
Cairo
planned
between
ethnic
June and
cleansing
September.
campaign and other
They killed
countries.
70
That's my
Jews,
point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay.
Ethan.
In
listen to my
1956, the
words.
Suez
One
Crisis.
is direct
1956,
violence, planned violence, and an extermination campaign. The other
approximately
is
25,000
hostility.
Jews were
The other is
expelled from
falsely
Egypt.
misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were
from
expelled.
Other countries. You
So
don't
are you
have
blaming
to-
them?
You don't understand this, and you
Hold on,
will
are you
never
blaming the
understand this, I don't
Jews for
think.
getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of
No,
them.
Ethan. If you listen to
Okay.
my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you
I will
are
allow
making
gift
a
memberships.
comparison with
Get me
different
gifted.
countries
Let me say something,
No, I'm
please.
not.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this
Of
comparison
course not. That's
is
why it's
gross.
anti-Semitic.
It's like
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked
It's
out for
like-
being Jewish.
dude,
That's
Ethan,
literally what
Ethan, I don't think you
anti-Semitism.
understand. It's like
1,000
saying-
Jews
it's
in
like
Egypt were
claiming
arrested and
that the
detained without
Holocaust is
charges.
similar.
The government
It's like claiming
seized
that the Holocaust is
500
similar.
Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts.
Ethan.
Expelled
Wasn't Dan supposed to be moderating?
a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state.
Also, he's abandoned all pretense of not being a Zionist, by the way.
In Algeria, 130
He's abandoned all pretense of not doing Hasbara and is just doubled down and just yelling at Hassan, "You're wrong."
They're not the same
Okay,
fucking
right.
people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an
Sorry,
example.
what is
Half of
wrong
these
about
countries
that?
You're pointing
What is
to in
wrong
the
with what I
time
just
when
said? They
Jews
were
leaving
expelled.
Were literally controlled
Hassan, please,
by
do you
Where
know how to
Ethan's
fucking
incorrect is that like he's implying that they were only expelled due to anti-Semitism, right? And he's ignoring the push and pull factor that Israel has made itself a like an attractive magnet to pull Jews from surrounding regions into Israel to bolster Israel as the like only safe place for Jews in the world, right? It was push and pull. It's column A, column B.
The attempts of
He's
expelling.
not understanding there could be more than one reason. Exactly. Exactly.
That there
And Hassan is
wasn't-
trying to get him to understand that, but he's not listening, right? Because he's so hopped up on like, my point is correct only.
140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those
almost like Zionism
countries
benefits from global
on the
anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
Right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that
Why
they
even ask Hassan the question if he gets mad
conducted,
at one word? Because he wants Hassan to be like, yes, Ethan, you're right, I'm wrong. That's what he wants. And Hassan is going to try to describe to him the historical context behind the inception of the state of Israel, and Ethan is just not going to understand it. Stop.
Happen as a direct result of the war. By the way, did you say
Connor?
Voluntary migration.
By the way, did you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
Sorry, I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it.
He got it from Destiny's community. Destiny sent it to him.
Anti-Jewish riots broke out amid post-war unrest.
Yes,
synagogues were burned. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank?
Follows you.
Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
What's up, Ian?
No, I just
you know
think
you
that
did this,
statement was insane.
Why
the
was
Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory, Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated, homes were destroyed, synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism, period, point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948.
ChatGPT responds.
In northeastern Morocco, following the
ChatGPT responds. Let me see the screen.
The state of Israel.
Dan, show the screen. Dan, show the screen.
Anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Gerada. These towns were insignificant
because he's getting talking points from Destiny. That's why.
47 Jews were killed. Many
right? What he just brought up about Anne Frank, Destiny sent to him. I can guarantee it. I can guarantee it. ChatGPT and Destiny, or Destiny using ChatGPT. Guarantee it.
Immigration to Israel was banned in
Destiny or
Loaderbox.
Loaderbox is not smart enough to be in this conversation.
But before that, 207.
Loaderbox is not. Stop bringing up Loaderbox. He's not smart enough to be in this conversation. For a debate against Hassan, he would not be in this conversation. Ethan would not go to him. He's too stupid.
These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote him back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Ethan, that's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that...
Who said?
Left
I'm not defending the Nakba.
Separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved.
But it doesn't justify that. Who's committing the genocide? Who is committing the genocide?
As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it.
That's
Operation
insane.
Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000 were relocated. In Tunisia, 130,000 after
the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim
what
said,
happened?
quote,
They didn't fucking send you that clip?
Oh.
They didn't send you that fucking piece of information? So the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see wrongdoing
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada? What the fuck are you on about?
Go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin. As a matter of fact,
I'm talking about the flights,
Israel was
bro.
the one who didn't
You
want that to
deny the
happen.
flight
Why
of
is that
Middle
the case,
Eastern
Ethan?
Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Flight, Ethan.
You
don't
absolutely
understand.
deny the trauma. No, you deny that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical
inaccuracy. Left by choice. That is true.
Yes, some did.
There are
Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid.
Ethan,
because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. Six-Day War aftermath.
Listen to a clip of me talking about this.
He's literally just agreeing with Hassan. He's agreeing with Hassan, but yelling at Hassan because Hassan is not agreeing with him enough. That's it. He literally just said what Hassan just said, and now he's yelling at Hassan.
No, I have heard you talk about it time and time again.
Actually believe,
bro. You are continually not
Oh my
acknowledging
God.
the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it.
Characterize it like they left. Yes, I've seen
listened
it.
to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Yes, bro.
From me?
That's
Have
so
you?
ironic that you're saying that as
I'm
you
literally in
misquote
front of
Abu
you right now,
Shlaim,
and
who
I'm
said
trying
he
to describe my
fled because he was
position that I
afraid
made clear
and not because of
numerous
Zion.
times
Here's the
over and
clip.
over again,
Here's
but
the
you're too
clip.
busy trying to get a gotcha
Here's the
here,
clip.
so you can fucking
Here's
farm
the
a clip.
clip.
But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser, dude.
Here's
I'm
the
sorry.
clip.
Lod's been
Just
like,
shut up and
to
listen
heighten
if
the
you want to
tensions
actually
here.
hear my
Here's the clip.
perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay,
Brock,
thank you.
For the Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary
This is
tool
not the
to its
fucking
Zionist
clip that I'm
project,
talking
its
about, by
Zionist
the way.
ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out.
Wait, he
Why
did.
do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority
He
of
did
them?
mention it though.
Ethan,
In the clip.
if you
He
think
literally
that is
did.
the entirety of my
And he said
perspective on
that
this
like
matter,
Zionism benefits from that
you
anti-Semitism.
please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about
Explain.
this.
Like
Okay?
even in the
Just
clip,
explain yourself.
even in the clip, Chimp, it's
trying,
in the
but you
clip.
keep
I just watched a clip
interjecting.
of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism
no, I'm
was the
dismissive
main
about
force.
the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they
Remember,
can
you know,
actually
what
go
used
and
to be
either
in Connor
support
Trail.
Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation or what I come across as dismissive is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which
because
was
it was a mutually
minuscule.
beneficial relationship that
Minuscule.
anti-Semitic pogroms did take
Minuscule. What
place.
you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and
Yes, I
forced
get the
them to
position
go
that
to
you're
the
trying
only
to arrive
state
at, which is
that they
it's
could
a
go to.
necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your
What?
position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you
as an
deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again. I
Do
wasn't
you
listening.
deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to the fucking Arabs. The Arabs, the
There you
anti-Semitic
go.
Arabs.
There you go.
And get mad when he called Hassan
There you go.
racist.
What? That's my point. Are you
rest my
okay?
case.
Okay, well, I mean,
He doesn't
You're
realize.
fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking
That's
chirping on. That was my
unbelievable,
entire
bro.
point. Thank
It's
you.
historic. I mean,
This
it's
is the
historical. You don't know
problem
anything
when
about
you get Destiny talking points. You notice how he didn't bring up the Arabs until he started getting links and clips and talking points from Destiny? You notice how he didn't, not at all in this 3-hour discussion, did he bring up the Arabs until he started getting talking points from Destiny, and he didn't realize what he was saying until he said it.
Why is it Arab nationalism following the 1948
Now
war?
he
They
has to
blamed their
defend
own
it.
Jewish populace
Now he
for
has
what
to
Israel
defend
did.
it.
That's anti-Semitism.
Arabs,
They had
right?
nothing to do.
Now he has to
Iraqi
defend
Jews
his uses of the Arabs, because that's Destiny speak.
Communities left their businesses, left their
Destiny
houses because they wanted to go to Israel. Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, remember a while back I tweeted,
Which is
and you
why
got
he's
really mad, but
equivocating.
There's a double standard between Islamophobia and
There's
anti-Semitism.
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit
and
it,
you're
my friend.
participating in it
Right,
now.
which is
without
why
even
he's
looking at
equivocating,
what you're doing.
right? Palestinians
just telling
with
you
like
literally
you know Egypt and Iraq and you know the Arab nations as he calls them,
Never get racist,
right?
Do people never be? I'm explaining.
Like
why.
he's
I'm not
he's
blaming it.
basically justifying what's happening to the Palestinians because of what he thinks the Arabs have done, right? He says the Arabs have done this to us, so now we do this to the Arabs, right? And they brought it on themselves.
900,000 of them were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
It's insane racism.
You
How
are
do you know that it's
shifting
not
the
real?
blame over to the entirety
It
of Arabs
absolutely was
at a
the
time
blame of
when
the
every
Arabs.
single one of these Arab countries with
Absolutely.
their
Who
own
else
version
kicked
of
them out?
pan-Arabic nationalism,
They
half of
kicked
them
them
were
out.
already still controlled, by the way, by fucking
Right? So
European.
in his mind, he's right. If the Arabs did this, the Arabs reap what they sow. Therefore, the Palestinians deserve it because they are part of the nebulous Arabs. He thinks he's cooking right now.
Between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like once again,
It's like
you're still not disproving me. What
It's
did
like-
I say
it's like
that is
pointing
is
to, it's like
hilariously
pointing to like
racist and wrong?
anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy.
mind,
Tell me
but
why
yeah.
I'm wrong.
Anti-German racism.
I don't need an
happening
analogy. I
during-
need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to
No.
anti-German racism happening
me-
during the
Tell
fucking
me
German conquest.
a fact. Tell me a fact.
Right?
Right? That proves that I'm wrong.
He's saying this again, cowering in a corner.
That the
hoping
vast
to not get
majority
picked
of
on.
Jews fled because
It's
of
not what you're
anti-Semitism in the Arab
saying.
states.
It's
Oh,
not
really?
what you're
It's not.
saying.
So I didn't
that
say
take
anything
issue
wrong.
With. It's the
I didn't say anything wrong.
comparison. It's
I
the
didn't say anything wrong, but I'm
comparison.
racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking
there
anti-Arab
definitely-
anti-Jewish sentiment.
Whoa, let him speak. What was he gonna say?
also,
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
the vast majority of Jews,
Did they leave?
regardless
That's
of
it's
whether
kind
or
of
not
one
they
and the
left
same.
for
Zionism
anti-Semitism
or
or Zionist
anti-Semitism?
purposes,
They're not
is
diametrically
comparable
opposed
to
by
the
like in the
Nakba.
freedom
You're
of
not
Israel.
answering.
Right?
It is
Israel
very
utilized
contradictory. Nakba.
anti-Semitism
I
to
don't
bolster
care. That's
Zionism.
got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Right?
I'm not
No, it
comparing
doesn't
them.
really
And
do with
by
what
the way,
you're
they're
talking about.
both
You made that
they're
comparison
both
to say,
unique.
like, to make it seem as though it was a much
Like,
larger
it-
crime.
they- they-
because
they-
People
they-
like
they-
you
they-
ignore the trauma
Israel is like
of the fact
conflating the
that you
two.
want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were
Zionism
forced
is
to go
anti-Semitic.
to
Exactly.
Right now, they could go to
You put it better than I put it. Exactly, Chatter. Zionism is anti-Semitic. So it's both.
The Egyptian
Iraqi
Jews could go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane.
What
you
are
are
talking?
fucking
Yes,
out
they
of your
can.
mind.
They
Okay,
absolutely
how?
can.
Tell me how.
They
How did
absolutely
the
can.
Jews
They
go
don't
back
want
to their?
And I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America
No,
fucking
no,
invaded and
they
destroyed
want
Iraq.
to.
But yes,
Why
they
would
could.
how?
What do you mean?
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
were
Good
literally
question, Ethan. Maybe we should demonstrate with the Palestinians, allowing them back in their land.
Different points throughout. At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews, and even restitution for the
He
home.
only stopped talking so Destiny can send him more talking points.
You're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't
They
say what
could.
fact I'm getting wrong.
I just
Did the
told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the
because
fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as
No,
a
but
direct
answer the
consequence of
question.
pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries. I have
Answer the
issues
question.
with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the
You
Nakba.
brought that
I'm
up
talking about your
deliberately in your
unwillingness to
context
recognize
nuke.
Jewish play.
You brought
And
that up
a really
deliberately
important-
to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking
That's a
ever want to
comparison.
mention
Why would
because
you
it
bring up
really
that
messes
fact?
up your beautiful
Why
little
would you-
narrative.
So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is
You
that
made that
two
comparison,
people were
not me. I think that
traumatized.
comparison's
There was
disgusting.
two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group.
Also, you love how they call them the Middle Eastern Jews and not the Arab Jews?
Unlike you,
fucking all
acknowledge
lives
both.
matter.
In his mind, Jews can't be Arab.
You're
Both
all
groups,
lives matter.
you
in the
acknowledge
Nakba.
one. What? That
That's
isn't
what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How? How am I doing
You're
that?
attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself.
Yes.
These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact
also
that you
fail
denied.
to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return
how many
if they
Jews live in
wanted
Iraq?
to, but you don't
How
want
many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many Jewish
zero
people?
right now, but they can. The
How
point is
many
they
Jews
can.
live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? Why do you think Iraqi
Virtually
Jews
none.
Why
Where'd
would
they
Iraqi
go?
Jews not
If it
wanna
was so
go?
fucking
Why would
great
Iraqi
for
Jews
them?
not want to go to Iraq? You think right now?
0 Jews, virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe
None
because
of
there
them.
was there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a
there
lot
you
of
go.
Western states as
That's
a
the
direct
insane
destabilizer in the fucking
sweeping
region
that you're
with mass
discrediting.
migration happening, especially.
Wait, but
of course,
he's
mass
right,
migration
right?
happening.
They don't want to
And then
leave
the
because
aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton
because they
more
want to live in
refugees
Israel.
coming in was
Like he's just
a much
describing
more
that. That's not
viable
sweeping.
state
He's
for
just
them.
describing
Here's the problem.
the fact that a lot of like
force
Jewish people in the Middle East want to live in Israel.
consequence of
That's
other
You want to
countries
blame.
Either would agree with that.
Blame
people felt
Zionists.
towards Jewish
you
people.
don't want to blame
But
the
this,
Arabs.
This in and
okay?
of itself,
It's just a fact.
is the heart of the problem because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you do that.
That's
all
what the
time.
Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist?
They're both doing it.
Why do you
That
deny
was
the
the
Jewish
Arabs.
trauma? Why do you deny
The Arabs.
the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including,
ask you
by
a
the way,
question.
what you
Here,
keep
I'm
ignoring,
gonna give you
Avi Schleim.
quick question,
Avi
quick
Schleim
question,
said we
quick
didn't leave
question,
Iraq
quick
because
question,
we were
quick
Zionists. We
question.
left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing.
No,
this.
yeah, answer the
Who
question.
did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude.
No,
I'm not
say it.
fucking.
Why
Oh, he
not?
doesn't want to play the
I'm
game.
asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
He doesn't want to play the game now.
Avi Schleim
What?
said we left Iraq
I asked you
because.
who was responsible for the Holocaust?
Why would
Which
I answer
nation?
such a stupid rhetorical
He's stalling for
question? Just
Destiny
make
to
your
send him
point.
the talking
Well,
point.
you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
He's
Anytime
waiting
you
for the
wanna make your
response.
point.
He's
I would
waiting for
appreciate-
Destiny's
I would
response.
appreciate
Wait, what is
if you-
happening, dude? When you already okay here, whatever. You said already.
I would
that
appreciate if you would
already
just
said-
listen to
you
one
already
thing I
said
would
that
say.
it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm
Okay, whatever.
eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
I mean, yes,
That would
it
be pretty
is.
funny if
Okay?
he did.
Notice how
That
you
would be
don't
pretty
actually
funny if he
fabulous,
did.
baby.
After he had to
single
wait for
fucking
ChatGPT
country,
to
there was
respond.
plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the
Was
Holocaust.
there concentration
but
camps
you say
in the UK?
all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
Okay. There's no Jews in the Middle East.
anti-Semitic-
None. Can you
None-
listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you to
Ran out of
listen to,
OpenAI
okay?
credits.
Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
yes.
You are denying his family's trauma.
Oh
You
my
are
God.
blaming his family's
Okay,
trauma
will you
on
talk to him?
Zionists.
Will you talk to
and
him
not,
about this?
Sure. I
Would
mean,
you-
he's
if
going
you're
to agree
so
with that. I
confident-
read it
if
from
you're
his
so confident
fucking
in
book.
everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
We've
So,
extended
listen,
the crash out. We've extended the crash out one more week. We have one more of these, chat.
Like I said, it's
Then we're gonna
getting
throw a
late, so
party.
I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hassan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit
Ethan,
that
if
I
you think-
say
if
and
you think
justify
this-
it. You lied. That's why you
If
can't
you
do it,
think
because you'll
this
get caught in those lies.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation
said
with me. I don't give a
anytime
fuck
you
about
want,
watching
dipshit.
YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of
You
watching
watch
your
11
fucking
hate
YouTube
videos
video.
on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hassan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
Videos, dumbass! Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who was
Hassan,
doing
just
it.
remember.
True.
When criticism comes, I confront
Well, thank
it.
you for backtracking
When
on
criticism
at least 7
comes
of the
to
points.
you,
Maybe we should
you
go
hide
through the
from it.
context puke one more time so we can continue.
If you
we can
wanna
continue
watch
this
it-
conversation later.
If-
Okay.
if you wa-
I'll
listen,
hold
if
your
you
hand
wanna
through all
watch
the
it-
other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying because you.
No,
wouldn't-
it is
because I
definitely
wouldn't
because you're
watch it.
afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Up and On It, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say, I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to literally
To watch criticism of me, you fucking coward?
Yeah, because
What are you
you're
saying?
fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking
Which you
about
will not point
because you
out.
went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why
all
did you not watch
pro-Palestinian
Bad
voices
Empanadas
that
video
dare
about you? You
criticize
watched all of it?
You did 110
Bro, why?
Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since
you're
January 31st, 2025.
You're changing the
It was so
24
unhinged
hours.
that you
Bro,
didn't even
it's-
recognize who you have
You need
become.
to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You make 24 hours of nonstop content,
Ethan,
bro.
You
24
literally
hours
have
in the
posted
last 2
just
months.
on your own personal Instagram
We've talked about
stories
each other equally
since
as much, bro.
January
Equally? This whole
31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it. You don't even believe
that's-
your own mania.
Hassan,
Please,
Hassan,
for the
20
love of God.
Hassan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days.
Yes,
Does that
after
sound
you-
fucking
after
reasonable?
you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think
That's
it makes an
why.
Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally your own.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producer.
Oh, he's just going through it.
begging you to
He's
stop
cycling through it.
talking about me.
He's just cycling through talking points at the end.
A separate war
Hoping that
room
one of them
where
sticks.
you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up
not-
about
it's
it.
not a
Your
separate
fans
war
were
room.
fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He sucks.
My
Please
fans are
stop talking
fine,
about
bro.
it."
Don't worry
And
about my
the entire
fans.
the entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's
as
not
though
petty drama. You are deeply
even though it is a
anti-Semitic,
real
hateful, fucking
issue that took
propagandist liar.
place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also you don't want anyone to fucking
I've
resist
said that
against
consistently for years.
No, he hasn't.
Liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Oh, you
It
mean
makes
kidnapping
no
civilians?
sense.
You're so pathetic, bro.
And you
Please.
constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time
you're
when the
proving that
Trump
today.
administration, at a time
Today-
when the Trump administration is blackbagging people. How
Yeah,
do you
that's
not
bad
understand
happening.
that-
Don't call me out.
How do you
That's
not
bad happening. Don't
understand?
call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand?
Why didn't you watch the Bad Empanada
that
video?
You are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil. You're
Just
playing
remember,
a formative
everybody
role
watching.
when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gazans.
By the way,
You
I
are not-
advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh,
No, seriously.
Height of activism.
What'd you
Ethan,
do?
congratulations.
Do you think
Congratulations
Kamala
for
and Trump
advocating
would have
for
been
Kamala.
equally
I won't
bad?
change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's
What
not
did
Joe
I do?
Biden, it's
Well,
Kamala
not only did I
Harris.
go to the DNC, but I actually
not-
offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic
And they got
Party that they
kicked out,
didn't
by the
listen
way.
to, unfortunately.
Didn't they
And
kick you
because
out
they
of the
didn't listen to that
DNC?
valuable criticism, they lost.
I did a stream about
Why
it.
have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that? Why the
I
fuck
don't know.
did you
Who'd you-
saying I voted for Jill Stein? I have
Who did you vote for?
countless hours shitting on Jill Stein. I've told
I
people
said I
not
think
to
you
vote for
did.
Trump. I've said that
I
Donald
said-
Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter
Yeah, you
over
didn't
and
endorse
over and
her.
over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you, you kept
And you
lying
didn't
to
say
your
who
audience.
for.
And you kept lying to your audience, and you
I
kept
said I
making it
think.
seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment
Who'd
where
you
I
vote
said,
for?
do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's
you
people
don't
in your
have a
audience that
problem.
would.
You don't have a problem with that.
Why didn't you
the
endorse
fuck
her
do you
then?
consider
Jake,
voter
oh,
for
now the
Jill
goalpost
Stein, huh?
shifted.
I said I think because it
Now the
you didn't say
goalpost
you
has
voted for her.
shifted. Now it's like, oh, you actually did vote for Kamala Harris. Now you didn't endorse her, so now it's a problem.
Vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
But you
and
voted
I did
for
not
her.
endorse Joe Biden.
And now
because
Trump's
you wanna
president.
Know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's
Because it's
building the
fucking
Riviera
embarrassing
in Gaza
that
Strip,
they
and guess
did-
what? You're fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you
yeah.
won't
As opposed
acknowledge
to
the
you.
trauma of both
As
sides.
As
Two
opposed to
things
you,
must
Ethan,
always
how
be
much
true,
content have you
Hassan.
made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to
Again,
apologize
bro.
because you're an
The thing is
embarrassing
you can't-
figure.
you
Okay?
can't
Listen to
fathom.
me. Listen to me.
You
It
can't
is
fathom that
embarrassing that
somebody
you have
says
tried to make a
something wrong
foray
and
into
come back
politics,
and corrects
and
it.
all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make
I
you
didn't
come
defend the
across as
tariffs.
smart in this process. Please, for
Hassan,
your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You
True.
are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's
Okay?
my allegiance? Who's my allegiance?
What do you
to?
mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the shit that he's
Did you watch my
saying,
interview
like the
with him,
Nelk
you
boys and
fucking
whatnot.
dipshit? That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You
Yeah.
are
You're going
insanely
out,
incompetent.
you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump.
were
You're
just on
defending
Nel's-
Asmongold
you were just on
and
Steiny's
saying
podcast,
Asmongold
you
is not
hypocrite.
actually
As I
Trump
mentioned-
coded. Okay?
spent
You're doing
hours
all this
shitting on
because they
Steiny.
don't.
You're just a
Asmongold
liar.
has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say
You
that?
will take help from anyone and everyone,
And it-
no
and this-
matter what
and
their
it is all
background
written by
is.
destiny,
You
right?
claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up
Sean
that dude
pre-watch?
is
Ultimate Rape
because
I always
you don't give a
pre-watch.
fuck.
What the fuck are you
All you
talking
care about is
about?
petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs. And it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way. But you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanadas videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about. Because
He was criticizing you.
pro-Palestine, and I don't
Oh, you're
care
such
about
a
the
coward,
difference in
Hassan.
methods
It's
that we
unbelievable.
have.
That
All
was
right, very
so
good. I'm out of my
funny.
depth. I shouldn't talk about.
And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never
Despite
talk
you-
about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism,
He's-
but because
he's
of
cycling
they were
through 'em.
afraid?
Dude,
Okay.
come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay? Maybe
Okay,
it'll
sure,
go
yeah.
down
Do
exactly
you,
like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I
dude,
like
a
Sam.
40-year-old man
but
who
like
needs a
he
fucking button when he has like a little oops
Did I button?
moment is
Did I
actually
button?
the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I
He
button during
he
that
lowered
debate?
himself to talk to you man to man and try to
Which that's
explain
what
to
you
was going on.
wanted. That's what you asked for. Why
wanted
would
that
you want to
conversation to
lower
be
his
private,
status?
I wanted that conversation.
Why
to be
did you
private
lower
because
his
I thought you'd
status?
be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed. You thought
Drama
Sam Cedar
obsessed.
was
We had
gonna
an
give you
argument
clips
about
that you could
fucking
use
South
against
Africa
me.
apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude.
I can't
Listen,
hear what you
enjoy.
said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Nelson
You ignore
Mandela.
it. It's so
Nelson Mandela
important.
is actually peaceful because you're gonna clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you, and then you're
Why
gonna
was it-
say
what?
the violent
Do-
things that the
Hassan.
violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation
many-
Committee attributed to. And
Hassan,
dealt
how
with.
many civilians died in the 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
What was it, like 200, I think, or
Less than
1,000?
100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the number
You call it
far
apartheid
larger,
all the
and
time.
the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first intifada was fought with stones, little children throwing rocks, and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying. The second intifada, as a matter of fact, was fought with bombs.
Nobody.
Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted
He's choosing to litigate like the ANC talking point.
In light of our political background, the choice was
How much longer is this going to
illogical.
go?
Sabotage did not
I think it's on the
involve
tail
loss of
end.
life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto.
Keep going.
We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion. I feel like given the...
Did they?
Yeah, because the
No, they
apartheid
didn't.
structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
matters
was
reach words.
presented
Words
with
must
the
do it.
option
For
of having a
liberation.
sentence commuted, which he
So what is
refused to
Hamas doing
do.
for
They
liberation?
said,
On
Nelson Mandela,
principle,
if you
bro.
disavow violence...
On principle. He said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner
Yes,
can't
that was
decide."
the first time.
He said
And in both
no
circumstances,
both times. He
in
refused
both
on principle.
circumstances, in
Less
both
than 100
circumstances-
people died during the 20-year period. They never, anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do that?
Hamas killed 1,000
When
civilians
did they
on
do
one
that?
fucking day.
No, 1,000 civilians. The
Yeah.
poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases. The
No,
civilians.
there was like, bro, you're so dumb.
What do you mean I'm so dumb? These numbers
Okay, how
matter.
many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable,
Oh my
mind you,
God,
and
I'm
400
off
being
by 100.
military members.
It matters.
By 100.
It matters.
Oh my God, dude.
You
I
claim
can't
that
believe
soldiers,
historical
the
analysis
IDF,
you're
the
doing.
occupying force,
You're the
were
one
civilians.
who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I
Yeah,
do
it
think
matters.
it's important
Virtually
to
correct.
recognize something here.
It does matter.
That you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow
Principle.
violence, because he understood that as long as peaceful
Sabotage is
revolution
violence.
is
I didn't say he's a
impossible,
pacifist.
that
I never said
violent
he's a
revolution
pacifist.
is inevitable. And violent
and I never said
revolution
he's a
they did
pacifist.
do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it
Was
is
Nelson Mandela
incomprehensible to compare
Zionist?
that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was
What Israel has
Nelson
done to the
Mandela
Palestinians is
a
far worse.
Zionist?
And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse. And
Well,
that
let's
is
ask
not my
someone that lived
assessment,
through
by the way.
apartheid.
That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was able to fucking
You think
see.
Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit.
I live like a
Why would you say
capitalist
that?
every single day.
Why would you
James.
say that?
I
Because
live
it's
as a
true,
capitalist.
Ethan. That's
Okay.
why.
I live when I pay.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Just subscribe.
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist? In that
More
same
than
speech that you're
He
going to
said more
fucking
than
clip,
that.
champ.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher.
Who?
That's what you said about
Wait,
Nelson
wait,
Mandela.
what are you
No,
talking
what?
about?
Yeah, you-
Whoa, 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 you're jumping off like a million different points. What?
The right of Israel to exist as a state legally.
Legally, as a state. It's very different than like positive feeling about Israel. But
We have stood quite open
not the
and
same.
firmly for the right of that state to exist within secure borders.
Destiny.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way
Within,
that it currently does.
within secure
Ethan,
borders.
Hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
He didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. What did he say? He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp that you posted, Ethan?
It's irrelevant.
Clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
It's irrelevant.
Yes, you literally
it's very
did.
relevant.
You cut him out of context because it doesn't suit your fucking purpose.
What do you mean? He's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually
famous,
believes in violence. Whether or
sabotage,
not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever.
I literally didn't.
There are numerous instances on
Inevitability, a philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them.
Oh, he's getting talking points. Okay. Honestly, we should wrap it. We should wrap it here.
Insane.
He's getting talking points.
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since
he looks down, and then he just reads off of his screen.
You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you're talking about Hezbollah and Hamas.
I mean, I gave you specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained militancy.
Violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
For rebellion, by the way.
Who
Sabotage
do you
and
think
that
government
was a warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to Israel?
Fact that
because
you are
that
so
same Nelson
willing.
Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think
I want Palestine to be free, my friend.
is so stupid. The only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic.
Why are they
Unlike
making it
me,
worse, Ethan?
I'm willing
Why
to
are they making it
criticize the
worse?
Israeli
Why are they
government.
making
I'm
it
willing to
worse?
come to terms with the cruel reality.
No.
Hamas.
Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to draw.
And
out
what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I don't agree.
Their goal was
with
to kill
tactics.
civilians.
You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again after.
I'm just saying,
17
Hamas
years,
is a bunch of
months of fucking genocide.
Right.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize?
I go to school, get 3 masters, get a career, get
the
married,
rest of
and
the
have
clip
6
that you clipped him, by the way, if you want to
kids
hear his
all
actual
since
fucking
started.
full-fledged opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually? Why did you say that he was
point I was
actually
making.
a peaceful resistance type of guy?
When did I say that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You said it on numerous occasions, as opposed to
Lie.
you said that on numerous occasions before
I
someone
said
told
he
you.
used
No, actually,
violent.
here's a better way to massage that
You
narrative.
are a liar. I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill
Ethan,
civilians. That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're going to do great. You're going to do great.
Ethan,
yeah,
you
go ahead and
literally
grab
said he was a
those.
pacifist to Sam
I
Cedar.
never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan, you said it
that
to
is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without
Someone
any
will pull the
evidence.
clip up.
You
Ethan,
fucking have no
you've
problem
said on
discrediting
numerous
the
occasions
suffering
that
of
Nelson
Jewish
Mandela
Someone will pull the
refugees.
clip up.
pacifist.
I'm not gonna do it. Somebody will do it.
Okay, well, prove
And
it.
the full quote, by the
Prove
way,
it.
of Nelson
No,
Mandela is
sure, I'll do
from
it.
when he visited Gaza in 1999.
When did I call him a
that I was referring to
pacifist?
choose
That's
peace rather
insane.
than
I'll do it.
confrontation, accepting
Why not?
cases where we cannot move forward. then if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he doesn't
I
kill
meant.
civilians.
Do you think Nelson
His
Mandela
approach
would fuck
is
with the
vastly
Houthis?
different than what Hamas
Do you
is
think
doing.
Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do I
like
think Nelson
sabotage.
Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No,
Yes,
of course
he would.
not.
100% he would.
All right. Well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100% he
mouth,
would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly.
he
was in prison,
didn't fuck with civilians,
Okay,
bro. That was his thing.
I wanna
He
miss something.
wanted to
Look
be
at
as
Mandela.
peaceful
I
as
have this,
possible
Nelson
because
Mandela.
he knew that if he killed and targeted
What, you're saying the
civilians,
entire
it would make
ANC was held
reunification
accountable?
possible.
No,
I was saying Nelson Mandela's party,
Less than
if someone
100
killed a civilians died civilian, in 20-year they would period. hold them I mean, what do you accountable. want more than that? They would charge them. Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But also,
I am so 800. You're right. You know what? That's better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one
That's
who's bringing
better.
up numbers.
Anyway, I can find
now,
it.
what you again fail to what you
Maybe
again
that's a
fail
little
to
pacifist.
recognize.
I don't know. There'll be a clip
is,
somewhere.
Of course, the length, and not only
I don't wanna
that,
miss
but
the good
also
content.
the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign,
Well, then
they're
don't
creating
don't compare
Bantustans.
Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan, because
why
Israel has killed
All
every
right.
Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure, and they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Come on, dude.
Do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said
I'm
that?
not. Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this.
Oh, you don't wanna do
can
this.
tell me, or
Okay.
you cannot. You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play
Israel
rhetorical
was
games.
aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What's that have to do with anything,
Yeah.
fuckhead? When did I
Well,
defend
they're
that?
both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right,
you
listen,
know.
it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking
No,
cool
wait,
ass
you
race
can't
car
go
bed
yet.
to
Connery's
sleep
Pants
in.
is playing Fortnite
And,
with your
I hope
wife.
you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
I'm not
You wanna-
targeting
you wanna
the
drum
crew.
up
These
harassment?
are my
targeting anything. It's
coworkers.
fine.
I have
It's
a
fine.
tremendous amount of respect for the crew. They are what
Hey,
makes
Bad
this show
Empanada
great.
called AB a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house
he's
slave.
wrong. What the fuck do you want? I've never
Okay,
said
well,
that.
you
Why
watch
are
his
bringing
videos
up
a
Bad Empanada? Do you think I
Why
agree
do
with
you
everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan, I've endorsed
All right, we
these
gotta go.
YouTube
You
video
promote him all the
essays
time.
that
That's a
I
fact.
agree with that I think are very well thought out. I don't endorse
All right,
his
listen, stop being a
techniques or
coward and
methods
watch
or
some
opinions
fair
overall.
criticism. Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will
Yeah.
prove
No, well,
that you
this
are
was
not
pretty good.
afraid.
This was pretty productive, having this conversation, having this back and forth, don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans
Yeah.
out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt,
Maybe I will
anti-Semitism that you.
Maybe I will watch the context puke.
Yes, please, and then we
maybe
can
I will
talk
watch
about it
Context
if you want.
Puke live, as a matter of fact. not
Yes,
in a
please
cowardly
do.
way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow
It's not
less
less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude.
It is
What's
because-
cowardly
no.
is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument.
Please
I'm
just
destroying
watch it
you.
watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was.
Don't
I
worry.
love that.
Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is You know,
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, Hassan.
Everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hassan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
That a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, it's so gross, man. Okay.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
but if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that.
And then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that. The fundraiser Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too.
Ooh.
You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Ooh.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know
Bye,
you guys.
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never looked.
Think about it.
What was the views? I never looked.
Listen, we don't need you instigating.
Like
We don't need you instigating. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Come on.
Yeah.
Not by much, but
Come
it was
on.
higher.
That's not good. We
Come
got
on.
I had 120,000.
I was on the Ring Now show. Yeah, it had.
over there.
You
I wasn't
literally
looking,
came at the
We
last
got up
second.
to about 100K. So.
The last
We're gonna have to
second.
do some. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here. And that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that this...
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after pro
And you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake
I don't
hands.
think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck?
No, I think most people.
I'm sure that...
It's not a swastika. It's just a swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword.
Keep going.
Got it. All right, have a good night, Hassan.
All right, you too.
Yeah.
I got to go.
You too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friend.
God damn, what a fucking exercise in futility. I did lose my shit a little bit towards the end. But hey,
I think
at least we got Ethan to openly admit that he thinks his wife is a terrorist. I don't know how that's gonna work.
He did say that. He did say that. That was kind of funny. There were a lot of good moments here. Yo, somebody wants me to do me a solid. And
this was the biggest pickup and shake of all time.
And like cut out my reaction to this. The last
Go pee, bro. You've held it in this whole time. Oh my God, I forgot I needed to pee before I started the fucking conversation. Isn't that crazy?
I don't know what that was. That scared the mess out of me. Denim's got vindicated.
It makes me so sad that he was more fixated on the content aspect of this. It makes everything bullshit.
Score it?
Yeah, I know. I agree.
For entertainment, 12 out of 10. For sure. 12 out of 10. 100%. I see he's sleeping in the race car bed soon. Yeah. Honestly, with some of the stuff that Ethan said, he's going to the couch.
I feel good.
He's going to a couch.
I think it's, I mean, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Holy fuck.
Okay. I just know that you are messed up as soldier. Thank you. I'm freaking tired. How are you doing, YouTube and TikTok chats? I think you're still here, right?
This unwatchable. I was like, all right.
I missed a lot of messages, probably. Geez Louise, I feel like I want to jump off of a
Amongst all
building.
the other dodgy
That was
hiccups,
wild.
you
I
are making a
agree.
video unwatchable by being boring, completely proving his desire to use serious issues as content fodder without.
This
ever
was my
actually
Super
addressing those
Bowl?
issues truthfully. Your
I
commentary in
agree.
front of an audience is
Okay.
Desperately needed. Thank you. I don't know if that is actually going to change minds in Ethan's community. I do feel a little. I feel.
This is something, all right.
I feel a bit like I prostituted the conversation a little bit by leaning into that aspect.
What did Nick say?
You're so boring, is what Andrew Tate said. Yeah.
Let me take the subs. Nushkin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. JG
No,
Ghost,
because
thank you
the
for
ones
the
left are too
Prime.
gone. No,
Lightning
I don't
Toast,
think
thank you for the
so.
tier 1.
I don't think so at all.
Gamora, thank you for the Prime. Cozy, thank you for the Prime.
Adam has the play-by-play.
Pino Smash, thank you for the
He's watching the
Prime.
debate.
All Trades, Abby, thank you for the Prime. Mazarable, thank you for the tier 1.
According to the New York Times, Hassan has 10 swords, claims Klein. Klein claims Professor Norman Finkelstein agrees with him and not Hassan.
Not Hassan, but thank you for
Frankly,
the
I can't
Prime,
understand a
and
lot
then
of this.
Gandalf
Klein
Call,
claims
thank you for
Hassan
the
has
20
purchased
months.
Diet Coke since October 7. Piker denies this. Klein showed a screen grab of a list created by a Muslim woman where she gives an F. And used a picture of her.
Jordan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Thanks for rocking with me this time,
Klein said
chat.
the man is
Asm's
anti-Semitic
stream?
fan.
No, thank you.
Piker counters that in the unedited video, the man
Oh,
is
is it
revealed to
audio
be a
choppy?
clout chaser.
I don't know why that happens, honestly. It's never happened before, but it's happened like 3 times.
I was just anticipating a kill shot. However, Piker seems to be taking it seriously.
I think it's that got taken
Seems
down for
like
talking
this
about
doesn't have much to
genocide.
do with war.
Really?
Is
This
this
doesn't
just
lie.
using a war where people die as a reason to have a fight with a person you dislike? Streamer Destiny is being mentioned by former guest of mine.
You know,
on my
it still doesn't
program.
lie.
Piker says your wife Klein says she has a name.
Also,
and that
TikTok
Piker
is
has
still
begged
gone,
for Teddy Fresh
so-
many times. They're watching a video where Hassan has reacted to a video of Ethan. There are now
The
2
future
Kleins.
economy is
Notice
just
how
streaming
all the
reacting
fucking
to
dumb shit is
AI-generated content,
directly
and that's how
his-
I like it, baby. But
directly
if you like
his
me here,
doing.
you should see me on Twitch. That's where I stream most of the time normally.
Like, he
Maybe I'll
had
keep
to-
streaming.
he had to
Tomorrow
do-
we'll be
he-
talking
God,
about
It's so fucking embarrassing, dude. I can't
Dean
believe
Withers.
oh.
Why did you like Hasanabi?
God.
This is
Klein says
Hassan.
Hassan is deflating the number of rapes on 10-7. Hassan says Ethan is inflating the rapes. Klein contends Hassan's definition of rape is too stringent. They both appear to have investigated the rapes extensively. Piker claims Israel did
Got 24,000 likes on
January
this as
6th
well.
in support of rape. A video of a woman giving an account of being raped is now
where I
being
thought
played.
Ethan might
This
still have a
rape stuff
chance
is
of at least showing
nauseating.
out. I
Klein
wish
wants
that
to move
too.
on. Hassan asked to
I think
remain
got-
on topic
wait,
and reads an
the
article
call
that
sign
says
of
there's
pictures
no
and
forensic
yes,
evidence
yes,
of the
I was
rapes.
curious.
Klein
True.
opens a can of soda. I might top out.
Talk to
The
Simple.
content
That we have
cup
to do
has
as
been
well.
brought up again. They keep mentioning it. What is it? Now it's a video of Ethan watching Ethan. 3 Ethans, 1 Hassan. They're talking about lived experience. The war has now been brought up. Actual.
I
false
do
one.
wonder
They're
how
going
that
back to
person
Klein's
found my
claim that
TikTok.
Hassan did
You think he was just scrolling? You think he was just scrolling and he found my TikTok? Or do you think that like somebody sent him my TikTok? If that's the case, which one of y'all was it? This is my first follower subscription day. It's a little dope. Yeah, it is dope.
Asmongold's chat thought Ethan won that. That is sad, but also somewhat expected.
I think Asmon Chat will say it. Nicholas the Eat the Oreo will say it. I think.
Oh, I saw this one. It's one of Twitch's eldest professional
Destiny
race
Community will say it.
America's finest girl
But I
was
think
lightly
everybody else who sees the clips of it will be like, "What is wrong with Ethan?"
streaming. Never again, Chad.
That's what I think.
For Ethan not being a debater, he sure is crushing Hassan. The only person getting cooked today is Hassan by Ethan. Someone you were constantly sweeping for, by the way, but keep the grift going.
I don't think Asmon Community thinks this. I don't think Ethan thinks this. I will say there was no button. He didn't bring on Dan or Diddy Saltman. And so, mods, can you choose the prediction?
He has a fucking.
Can you choose the prediction? Good faith. W Hassan, L Ethan. And you're flying like a rocket ship? Thank you. I try my best.
Honestly, Ethan lost me purely at the level of nonverbal mannerisms. He kept bubbling you like you were blubbering or something, even when you weren't. That was frustrating.
That was, yeah.
I think at this point,
Which is also interesting calling Hassan ableist, but then like try to make fun of a stutter that Hassan doesn't have. It's kind of weird.
Zoxo Pickles just subscribed.
XOXO Pickles here for the tier 1. But I do think I have to go. I've been 10 hours. I want to take this off.
People over, love you, and proud of you.
And so I'm going to take my leave. I'll send you to Hassan.
I was watching videos criticizing myself because he kept saying
goodbye, YouTube chatting. Goodbye, TikTok chat. Adios, amigos.
Awesome. Like you.